Though at this time, Zhou Hao and Qin Feng were very calm. The sound was no longer densely packed. There was only one. Hey, hey, looks like there's a straggler. You'll serve nicely to show my accomplishment. Zhou Hao's legs flashed, and he quickly took down the giant bat. Qin Feng had already killed the stipulated number of bats before they came out of the tunnel. Zhou Hao had managed to kill almost 100, but there were still another 100 G-tier ultra beasts he had to take down. If they could no longer hunt in the mine, Zhou Hao might have to skip school tomorrow. Just after Zhou Hao had slain the bat, another one flew out from the cave. This time, even Zhou Hao found it strange. I'll go check it out. Qin Feng gave prior notice before walking into the mine. At this time, the dust in the mine had settled. The position 50 meters into the mine had been blocked off by the fallen rock debris. However, there was a crack in the ground near the blockage. It was no bigger than the size of 2 palms. The giant bats could not fly out of it, but it could fold its wings and crawl out, though it would require some effort on their end. Yet, the body of the bats were flexible, and another one popped out rather quickly. Qin Feng immediately shattered its skull with a shot and pulled out the giant bat. After it was pulled out, another started to appear. Master, you want some fruits? Xiaobai was on the sidelines watching the show, not understanding the appeal of some little winged rats. She was chewing on some blood catar fruit, and the faint sweet breath that came from her made the crawling bat more agitated. Squeak! The bats that were blocked off also let out a collective harsh shriek. They had also smelled the blood catar fruit. Qin Feng, what's going on? Zhou Hao had handled the previous bat outside, and he walked toward him, coming upon this unexpected scene. Ha! These giant bats are so dumb. Quick, let me have a go. I happen to need about 100 more, and I can literally just take them on here one by one. Zhou Hao excitedly exclaimed. Qin Feng shook his head. It's better for them to have appeared from the trap mine before killing them. The video won't approve it if you kill them like this. Those who did not know the actual situation would have considered this fraudulent, and if it were a machine that was auditing it, there would be random spot checks. Zhou Hao thought about this and felt that it made sense, so he did not reject Qin Feng's suggestion. For all the giant bats that appeared after, Zhou Hao fought them in person. In Qin Feng's spare time, he wielded the verdant emperor saber, killing whichever giant bat that would appear. Even if the second bat that came out knew that the giant bat before it was dead, it could not head back. There must be countless giant bats pushing against it, all tempted by the blood catar fruit. Not only that, there was still the possibility of a potential king figure among them. Zhou Hao's hunting speed was fast, but killing 100 was something easier said than done. After an hour, he had already run out of power, yet there were still 30 G-tier ultra beasts he needed to slay. At this point, he had already exceeded the extent of his ability. Xiaobai, give him a blood catar fruit. Qin Feng ordered. Bai Li reluctantly rewarded Zhou Hao in a manner as if she were gracing him with a fruit. Just one. I'm not giving any more. Bai Li said. Thank you, little princess. Zhou Hao said sweetly, taking the fruit and directly swallowing it. Suddenly, a pure burst of energy surged through his body, merging into all 4 of his limbs. The previously sore and weak muscles became full of vigor as if they were being activated again. Zhou Hao's physical strength had advanced into G3 tier. Come, let's go. Zhou Hao once more launched himself into combat with the giant bats. After half an hour, Zhou Hao reached his goal of 30, but it was obvious that the two did not intend to leave the area anytime soon. Kill them all. This is all money. Zhou Hao already had an extra dagger in his hand, just waiting for the next giant bat to appear. Qin Feng thought for a moment, before asking Bai Li for another fruit, and handed it to Zhou Hao. You stay here and keep killing. I'll head over to see the other side. Qin Feng intended to end these giant bats. Although for Qin Feng, these giant bats could not add too much benefit to him due to their strength only being G3 to G5 in tier, but they were in large numbers, and they could strengthen themselves. Roger that. In the previous battle, Zhou Hao was made aware of Bai Li's strength, and the ability to instantaneously move was simply the perfect solution for a quick escape. What he did not expect was that Bai Li's ability for instantaneous movement was an incredibly rare spatial ability. At this time, Qin Feng and Bai Li had reached the other end of the tunnel, 200 meters away. Since reaching the power of an F-tier beast king, even movement within 1 kilometer could be achieved, 200 meters was a piece of cake. Qin Feng could already clearly hear the sound of giant bat wings flapping. This time, let's try out the power of the darkness ability. Qin Feng had been stewing in the library for a couple of days, reaping in great reward. The giant fireball he had managed to toss out earlier came from such. Of course, previously when chasing down Viper, Qin Feng had already utilized fire ability. Yet, it was not as big as it was this time. Clearly it was not just a slight improvement. Qin Feng came from around the corner, directly behind the swarm of giant bats. Since they were all preoccupied with the blood guitar fruit that Zhou Hao was holding, they completely ignored the two. Qin Feng's consciousness began to mobilize and dark runes spread from his body. At this moment, Qin Feng was not shrouded in flames, nor would he be radiant. Quite contrarily, he would be shrouded in darkness and become more elusive. A black sphere appeared in his hands, and then it gradually became larger. Runes kept flooding into the sphere, making the dark orb grow into a terrifying 3-meter-wide orb, which consumed everything within sight. Qin Feng's vision was shrouded in complete darkness. Even his sight had become pitch black. Go! Under Qin Feng's command, the dark orb silently flew forward. It was completely silent. There was no screech like when the fireball impacted against the giant bats, nor the sound of an explosion. Under the amplification of the Hellstone, the power of the dark orb reached its fever pitch of horror as it swallowed the giant bats in the blink of an eye. Wherever it went, the giant bats landed one after another, completely drained of any vitality. The dark orb advanced 10 meters, and as the bats were so condensed in a single area, it killed up to 500 giant bats. Qin Feng stared on and seemed to understand the power behind the dark runes. So this is the dark rune. No wonder my senior said that the strongest dark ability was called the Finger of Death. It's because dark runes represent death, just as light runes represent new life. Once more, Qin Feng would not just stop because of the ominous implications behind the dark runes. On the contrary, he did not believe in such a thing as a good or bad ability. It was only the person using it that was strong or weak. The dark orb was gathered once more. Without a word, without a sound, the swarm of giant bats was consumed. However, Qin Feng's consciousness had its limits. After firing about 10 dark orbs, he started to feel a bit weaker. Even Qin Feng himself did not know how many giant bats he had killed by now. It was at that time that the giant bat swarm experienced a shock, giving up on trying to squeeze through the crack and instead started to turn around and retreat. Let's go. Qin Feng's expression changed. He was losing power and his face was weighing. Definitely not a match against a group of giant bats. Bailey quickly grabbed Qin Feng and brought him back to the exit of the collapsed tunnel. Zhou Hao's dagger arm was starting to feel weaker. Looking at the time, it was already 3 a.m. in the morning. In these past few hours, Zhou Hao's kill score was equally huge, having killed up to 800 giant bats. No more. Zhou Hao's arms were trembling, truly slaying ultra beasts until his arm was going to fall off. Don't deal with the bodies yet. Let's go back to the car and get some rest, Qin Feng said. Okay, I will call my dad and let him know I'm okay. Zhou Hao saw the messages on his communicator and quickly dialed back to tell his parents that he was well, but he would not be able to go back today. Eat the rest of the blood guitar fruit. You've just violently expended a lot of energy. Don't fall asleep just yet. Meditate first. Got it. Zhou Hao returned back to his off-road vehicle, this time realizing the benefits of having such a big space. The back seats could be retracted in order to make a huge space. Zhou Hao sat inside and began to meditate on his internal power. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Zhou Hao, who had been meditating his internal force, took a deep exhale. His eyes gleamed as he felt his exhaustion being swept away. Obviously, he had received a large gain. Haha, looks like I advanced again. A heavenly treasure, enough to speed up someone's progression. Zhou Hao now had the strength of a G4 tier. In just one night, he was promoted nearly twice. Zhou Hao seemed to have uncovered the secret behind Qin Feng's strength. Only in constant fighting, training yourself, adventuring, and taking risks to retrieve treasures would one be able to make rapid progress. Qin Feng was also done resting, and the two began to sweep up their spoils. After all, this was a lot of money. Qin Feng asked Xiao Bai to take him back into the depths of the tunnel and began to clean up the corpses of those beasts. The number was beyond imagination. He could not waste these materials and had them all sorted out. In the end, he found the body of a beast king. I actually killed a beast king yesterday. Qin Feng was very surprised. The strength of this beast king during its lifetime was almost the same as the herbivorous giant rat king, but regardless of description, it was still a beast king. Yet it had its life force silenced by Qin Feng's dark ability and died here. No wonder those bats started fleeing yesterday. Qin Feng thought about the scene yesterday and believed it to be the reason. In fact, the beast king died in a cruel way. It came here with a large number of children and grandchildren, but were all buried together. It tried to use sonic waves to get the bats to spread apart, but due to the lack of space, it ended up getting stuck in the center. When Qin Feng let loose his dark ability, it tried to hide, yet there was no way to avoid it, and was put to death while still standing. The darkness ability is really powerful, Qin Feng thought, feeling elated. He began to pick up the corpses from the ground. Not only was there a beast king, there were also 6 more beast generals among the 3,000 corpses. Including Zhou Hao's number, it looked like the giant bats of Green Hill Mine had just suffered a gigantic loss. The fight did not take long, but collecting the rest of the bodies took up to 3 hours. Zhou Hao's side gave him a full harvest, his car brimming with loot, and Qin Feng's things were hanging off from the side. The number was absolutely terrifying. By the time they returned to the city, it was already 8 a.m. With a huge load of goods, they went to the Wanzhong equipment shop first. It was the only kind of store that would be able to afford their goods anyway. You should check the goods first. We still have other things to do. You can transfer the money our way after you're done checking, Qin Feng said. Sun Yu nodded excitedly. Previously, he was still thinking that the quality of the things Qin Feng sold to him were quite low. Today, he found out that Qin Feng made up for that with quantity, and the quantity was staggering. Not only that, Qin Feng harvested the materials from the giant bat king, so it could be made into a cloak and a dagger. Since the abilities of the giant bat king was to hide in the dark, the rune equipment made out of its wings had a certain concealment ability. Qin Feng did not need it, but Zhou Hao did. This would greatly increase Zhou Hao's survivability. In combination with his obsidian gale legs escape potential, it would be impossible for people to keep up with Zhou Hao. After bidding Sun Yu goodbye, Qin Feng went to the ability certification hall. It was 8 in the morning and the hall had just opened its doors, yet there were people going about already. It was certainly busy here regardless of the time. After all, the ability certification hall also posted missions. Unless there were special certification machinations in the area, the frogmen, wolves and so on that Qin Feng had killed before could be certified at the hall, increasing one's points and acquiring something that they would not usually be able to buy. Qin Feng and Zhou Hao had just appeared, which attracted the headhunters that stayed around the certification hall all year long. Zhou Hao and Qin Feng were here the day before yesterday, and some people would not forget young men with such potential. Yet, they were wondering what these two were doing here. Not only that, both of them were carrying combat backpacks. Am I just imagining things? How's that possible? Didn't they just apply the day before yesterday afternoon? In this case, it's only been 2 days. Not 2 days. It's only been 40 hours. Nobody was certain what was going on until they saw that Qin Feng and Zhou Hao were indeed there for certification. Zhou Hao took out 200 giant bat tails and at the same time submitted those with the video. Beep beep. Certification passed. Congratulations on obtaining the G-tier ability assessment. Join the House of Ability Users. Qin Feng's side displayed the same. Qin Feng, do you want to do the attack power certification? We can raise our ranks. Zhou Hao said excitedly. He was thinking about how he had gone up to G4 tier in one go, which would surely shock a lot of people. After obtaining the G-tier aptitude user badge, you no longer needed to hunt monsters to upgrade yourself. As long as there was enough data, the badge would rank up automatically. Moreover, the higher your rank, the better your welfare. Don't need it yet. Qin Feng understood that the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Zhou Hao might have the strength of a G4 tier, but he definitely did not have the experience of being one. He was afraid that later on Zhou Hao might be assigned to an area that was too dangerous for him. He could not tell him that reasoning though. If you get to G4 now, how are you going to get along with our seniors? Qin Feng made a joke. Huh, you're right. Zhou Hao felt even more pleased after hearing Qin Feng's words. The thoughts of getting a rank certification was instantly dispelled. As the two turned around, they realized that they were surrounded by a group of people. In the next moment, they were enthusiastically promoting their organizations. Qin Feng and Zhou Hao had to struggle vehemently to finally get away from those people. They were not going to join any silly organization. The time was already past 10 in the morning. It was no surprise that Zhou Hao too was late this time. When Qin Feng arrived at school, the second course for rune writing was already underway. Qin Feng knocked on the door, and when Cheng Chao saw him, he was undoubtedly rather angry. "Go to the back and stand there for the rest of the class," Cheng Chao said with a straight face. "Yes, teacher." Qin Feng nodded and stood where he was told without any complaints. He drew strange gazes from the others in class, some of admiration, some of contempt, and there were even traces of concern among them. After all, Qin Feng's achievements in the gunslinging course were as good as the teacher's. In the end, they were all students of the ability class. What they really wanted was to know how to control their abilities. Everyone knew each other's power level, except for Qin Feng's. Most people speculated that Qin Feng's ability was not very powerful. In the future, he might be transferred to be a gunner. The most important point was that Qin Feng seemed like he really did not fit in. The class resumed immediately, so they no longer lingered on Qin Feng as they continued to concentrate on class. 2 hours into the class, after announcing that the class had ended, Qin Feng walked up to Cheng Chao's side. Cheng Chao's face bore a serious expression, no longer concerned whether there were students around, as he directly said, "Qin Feng, what's the matter? You're not even bothered to take my class now." "Teacher Cheng, I have something I want to talk about." Qin Feng avoided the question. If it were not for the fact that it was Cheng Chao's class, he probably might not even be able to attend. "What is it? Do you have a reason? You better give me a good reason, otherwise, don't even think about leaving today." Cheng Chao looked very displeased. Qin Feng really was too unrestrained and did as he pleased. Yet Qin Feng still remained nonchalant. He had no traces of guilt nor fear. Cheng Chao had not seen such a student for many years. Qin Feng nodded and pulled out a palm-sized badge with a letter G used by the Alliance engraved on it. "Teacher, now I can go out to help support the fight against the Corpse Corps." Cheng Chao looked at the aptitude user badge, and his mouth opened up into an O shape. Those that were still in the class saw this, and their eyes widened. An aptitude user badge. "Qin Feng, you're already a certified ability user." "What? Let me see." At that moment, several people gathered around to gawk at Qin Feng's badge. "That's probably a fake," one of them said with uncertainty. In his heart, he knew that it could not be true. After all, Qin Feng was a student that did not take class seriously. At this point, Cheng Chao was also in disbelief. In fact, he was also unsure whether the badge was real or not, but based on his years of experience, he felt that the badge was not a fake. Real or not, you'll know after you verify it. Qin Feng handed the aptitude badge to Cheng Chao. Cheng Chao took the badge and flipped open his communicator doubtfully to scan the independent code below. That was something that could not be forged by anyone. Immediately, Qin Feng's information was displayed, and it showed that his certification time was no more than just 2 hours ago. Cheng Chao inhaled sharply. For those who had recently awakened, reaching G tier was not something surprising. For example, Cheng Chao knew that the ancient warrior class had a genius called Zhou Hao in it this year. Without any form of systematic training, he was able to punch out up to 500 points in one go. Having such strength and being a certified ability user were two completely different things altogether. After all, they had to kill 200 monsters in 3 days' time. However, Qin Feng was in class yesterday. When did this happen? Why did you get your certification?" Cheng Chao did not know what to say. Qin Feng replied calmly. "Didn't I ask you before? So long as someone has reached G tier, they can go help hold back the Corpse Corps." "Teacher, you agreed to this before." Cheng Chao was speechless for a while. When did he agree to it? However, if one were to become a G-tier ability user, the person did have the ability to help out with the Corpse Corps. "So you got certified in only 2 days' time? When did you have the time to kill so many Ultra Beasts?" Cheng Chao asked in astonishment. "After school, all at night," Qin Feng said casually. Those hearing this would surely not think that it was something casual at all. The wilderness was extremely dangerous at night, and this was something everyone knew from the word going around. But now, Qin Feng did not just go out at night, he had also hunted down 200 Ultra Beasts. You're a lunatic. Cheng Chao was so shocked that he accidentally blurted out. He quickly came to and coughed politely to cover up his embarrassment. Qin Feng, since you have a G-tier aptitude user badge, you can naturally go to the front lines. However, Director Deng has already set off with the others. I'm afraid you won't be able to catch up with his team. Qin Feng took back the badge and nodded. I own a car, so I'll go by myself. Teacher, you don't need to worry. Cheng Chao could not help but feel worried deep down. However, he knew that there was no way he could stop Qin Feng. Very well, I'll authorize your school leave, but you must return after 1 month. That's when the assessment is being held, and you absolutely must attend. After 1 month, it would be the 5-district assessment. Thinking of Qin Feng's strength made Cheng Chao feel a giddy sense of excitement. What a lunatic, and a genius at that. He had only been in school for a few days, yet he had reached G-tier and even got himself an aptitude certification badge. When it was time to go to the spring hunting ground, would he take down the 4 other sides and crush the other academies? Things would turn in Chungbei's favor this time. No, it would overturn the outcome. Yes, teacher. Then, Qin Feng left the classroom, leaving the other students in complete shock. The news quickly spread throughout the school. A student from the 1st grade had become a certified ability user and went to the front lines. But soon they discovered that Qin Feng did not do it alone. Zhou Hao from the ancient warrior class was also going as well, and some people were saying that Zhou Hao and Qin Feng were actually friends. Surely, the friend of a genius was also a genius. Since Qin Feng and Zhou Hao had fought for the whole night, they waited for each other to rest up before heading off into the wilderness. The corpse core business had everyone up about in a state of panic. 2 days later, people within the colony had also begun to display signs of decay. The overwhelming publicity had begun to shroud the entire colony. Those with the ability to fight were all summoned and sent off to the field, and they were being paid a hefty sum for it. 6 o'clock in the evening, Qin Feng and Zhou Hao's cars that were going down the man-made road that had been opened up eventually reached the front lines. When he saw the crater made by the Hellstone again, he could hardly believe his eyes. It was as if the place had become an entirely different world. The hilltops were unsightly, having become black as if scorched, and it stretched on for miles. In the video previously shot by a drone, Qin Feng only saw a large number of the corpse core, but the area affected was definitely not so large. Perhaps there had been a major change in the past 2 days, or perhaps that the video filmed was only the tip of the iceberg, as it was the first form of media about the matter at hand. It seemed that the situation was more of a crisis than initially imagined. Qin Feng did not even have time to lament as a dark ray of light burst out from the top of the mountain in the distance. There were also 8 rays of light that were surrounding the main one, reaching up into the skies. And then, up in the air, a disk appeared. Rift. Spatial rift. Qin Feng's and Zhou Hao's communicators were connected, which made it easy to contact each other for emergencies like this. It was Zhou Hao's frantic voice that came from the communicator. It's not a spatial rift, but a spatial passage. Qin Feng exclaimed. The spatial passage opened up, and what quickly poured out were countless creatures. There were zombies and bone beasts, and the numbers were terrifyingly large. The rift was only opened up for a few minutes, but several new figures had appeared. These people were equipped with gliding wings, well-equipped, and their strength was definitely far from weak. Out of my way, one of the voices arrogantly called out before extending an earth-shatteringly huge palm outward, striking the ground below. Boom! After that one strike, the black light in the sky disappeared, and the waves from the spatial passage began to stabilize. Soon, a tall figure with dark runes covering its body appeared, and below its torso there was a thick black mist that resembled a warhorse made out of shadows. The upper body was clad in heavy knight-like armor, and it held a pike in its hands. Clank! Bang bang! The two began to exchange blows. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. He recognized the figure on the horse as the F-tier beast king he saw on the video. Even if he was a kilometer away, he could feel it. This beast king was in the F8 rank. The one who was fighting with it was not a slouch either. He was an E-tier powerhouse. The two of them were inextricably locked in battle, and their fight gradually shifted from the mountaintop. It was at this moment a roar came from the horizon, reverberating through the air. Yellow, steaming artillery shells that were crossed in a perfect arc in the sky landed on the mountaintop. Boom! The shells suddenly exploded, and the force of the vibration could be felt 1,000 miles away. This was definitely the work of a powerful firearm user. The remaining 7 beams of light and 1 main beam of light in the sky became momentarily twisted, then were cut off. The originally stable spatial rift began to tremble before closing in on itself, causing the countless undead coming through to have their bodies crushed to death. Up ahead came the sound of people cheering. Let's get into position first. Qin Feng's voice rang out so that he could snap Zhou Hao out of his daze. The battle was quite entrancing for him. Zhou Hao, who had thought he had reached the big leagues, just realized that everything he had experienced up until this point was merely child's play. The 2 cars started up again, and soon they saw the presence of the other people. 1,000 kilometers away from the edge of the corpse core, assembled with traps and protective measures set up, the open ground was messy and full of domestic litter with tents of all shapes and sizes scattered around. From time to time, the sounds of gunfire could be heard as a measure to prevent the corpses from wandering too close. Moreover, there were people moving about. Some of their faces had blackened, apparently infected by the plague. However, the body of an ability user was not weak. So long as they had left the area, they would recover from it. There are so many people. For a moment, Qin Feng and Zhou Hao could not find anyone from Chungbei's advanced academies. However, Qin Feng did not come here to fight alongside those from the advanced academies. Let's find Xiao Jing first, Qin Feng said. Xiao Jing was now part of Chungbei Colony's garrison troop. Due to her talent and willingness to work hard, she had mixed in quite well with the rest of the troop after half a month, and had been promoted by Team Leader Li 1 to the rank of vice captain. The world respected the strong. Just because Xiao Jing just recently joined the garrison troop, it did not mean that she was to be underestimated. So long as she was strong, they would even make her a general. While waiting for Xiao Jing to arrive, the surrounding people began to discuss among themselves. That firearm user from Dongling Colony is way too strong. He is an E-tier firearm user who can take the enemy down from 1,000 miles away. If Lu Ba from the Zeta district weren't in the front, he wouldn't have it so easy. Don't forget that his energy beams were reflected by that King Tier Knight, resulting in the death of more than a dozen aptitude users. If you ask me, we should let the ability users move out. What are they waiting for? Zhou Hao felt a sense of admiration. That Lu Ba is really powerful. Alright. If he really were powerful, they would not have been repelled. The enemy was just momentarily impeded. Not only that, Qin Feng knew that Lu Ba was pinned this time, and he could be injured. Qin Feng, Zhou Hao, Xiao Jing's voice rang out, and the 2 of them turned to the direction of the sound. They found Xiao Jing wearing a garrison troop's uniform, seemingly having grown more mature, raised in a manner that men would look up to. Heroic and dashing. Haha, Xiao Jing, you're exceptionally good looking in that outfit. I didn't find you this attractive before, Zhou Hao blurted out. Xiao Jing rolled her eyes. Shut that witty mouth of yours. The situation is dire. I will go on patrol soon, and I'll first arrange a place for you to stay. The front lines must never be chaotic. If there were a crisis happening, then it would also affect the support system. The more they were pushed back, the harder it would be for them to escape. Soon, Qin Feng and Zhou Hao were arranged to stay in a place further back from the front lines. 2 floating tanks were parked there with a tent set up in the middle, which became Qin Feng and Zhou Hao's temporary residence. You guys could make do with some food, and there's no need for you to keep vigil tonight. Tomorrow's the big siege. Xiao Jing gave some food to Qin Feng and Zhou Hao. Though it was supposed to be a simple meal, what she gave them were all first-rate Ultra Beast jerky. How are things looking now? Not good. Xiao Jing opened her communicator and passed the exact map location over to Qin Feng and Zhou Hao. The corpse core is getting closer to Qingyang City and has occupied 3 mountaintops. The occupied area resembles the word character dash, so the higher-ups have coined these 3 mountains as Zima Mountains. There were already symbols marking the mountains, and not only that, there were also large and small colored dots. Among them, a dark red that was on the mother mountain, which was in the center, representing an extreme degree of danger. The child mountains were also in red, with the outermost one being orange. This represented the numbers of the F-tier and G-tier Ultra Beasts respectively. The sizes of the dots represented strength. The huge dark red dots represented the King tier, but on the map, there seemed to be 2 of those King tier dots. There are approximately 30,000 G-tier zombies. However, we only have 5,000 aptitude users here, and the thousands of F-tier mutated zombies are even deadlier, as it would be extremely difficult to deal with their high movement speed and distinct aptitude. Qin Feng frowned unwittingly. Zhou Hao, mouth wide agape, asked, "How many F-tier aptitude users do we have here?" Obviously, G-tier aptitude users were not of great importance in this situation, and higher tiers would be their only hope left. However, the answer from Xiao Jing left Zhou Hao disappointed. There are more than 100 of them, from the joint forces of Qinyang and the 4th District, and requests for backup are now being sent to other districts. Xiao Jing also sighed heavily. Qin Feng knew that it was already an incredible number. Many of the F-tier aptitude users had now taken up multiple roles, with Xue Xingfu, as an example, being the team leader of the patrol team that had to protect the safety of the colony. It would be impossible to expect the leader's presence here. What about E-tiers? Wouldn't it be an easy task for E-tier aptitude users to destroy these zombies? Zhou Hao could not resist the urge to ask, as he greatly sensed the unfavorable situation and had on a worried expression. Xiao Jing nodded, as it had finally come to a piece of good news. There are approximately 10 E-tier aptitude users now. Our Qingbei colony has mobilized Deputy Mayor Lin Zheng, and also Director Deng Nian from the university. Ah, yes, you should know them as you are students from the university. That's great. I thought that these monsters would invade into the colony. Zhou Hao felt relieved. On the contrary, Qin Feng did not seem at all relieved by that particular news. What was with the black lights and the stable spatial passage earlier on? Xiao Jing let out another sigh unintentionally. I was about to mention this. The F-tier beast king that all of you are looking at now is not only the Emperor Knight that was seen earlier on. There is another extremely powerful dark-robed Ripper that is also an F-tier. It is able to open the spatial passage and release even more zombies. The number of zombies is now increasing daily. It was extremely taxing to open the passage externally. However, it could be easily opened from within. Qin Feng had already figured out the root cause of all these. It was most probably caused by the giant beast that had lost one of its hands after being cut down by Xiaobai. He could have started by releasing the dark-robed Ripper and used it to open the passage that had allowed monsters to enter. Whereas the owner of the skeletal hand was either too powerful to enter, or perhaps it did not want to consume his own energy to travel through the spatial passage. If he were to enter into the suppressed space, it could restrict his powers to that of below 1/10,000th. Well then, just kill the dark-robed Ripper. Zhou Hao became impatient as he spoke. Xiao Jing shook her head. Qin Feng kept an emotionless expression. If killing it were viable, what else do you think could possibly stop Lu Ba? Xiao Jing forced a smile and nodded. Yes, the 10 aptitude users that came earlier thought that they were capable of capturing the king and ignoring the pawns, so they went straight up to the Zimu Mountains. However, they were attacked by the dark-robed Ripper and lost most of their combat power. With the presence of the Emperor Knight, 4 of them were heavily wounded, and now there are only a few E-tier ability users left. Zhou Hao, who was just feeling slightly relieved earlier on, felt that the situation had become dire once again. As time passed by, most of the capable fighters had been eliminated by the enemy. Qin Feng knew with certainty that the situation had become intense. Dark-robed Rippers were named after those man-like creatures that existed within the rift. This intellectual ethnic group was more horrifying than the others with their great abilities, which also explained how they got their name. Their bodies were covered in blood that would absorb energy and persist through long periods of combat, and they would release dark abilities to attack their enemies. They were the greatest enemy of the human race. What is the colony doing besides just observing? Are there any other plans? Zhou Hao asked. Xiao Jing replied. The higher management did announce a battle plan. However, it serves no purpose. Xiao Jing lowered her voice when she spoke, as it would be better to keep a low profile when discussing such contents. The higher management has decided to install an internal space stabilizing device to prevent the rift from destroying internally. However, the zombies here all have to be killed before the installation, and as the colony does not have such internal capabilities to do so, hence, the situation now is at a deadlock. The space-stabilizing device was a highly valuable device, as presence of such a rift would pose a threat to every colony and the community that was within its range, and it was for this reason that the stabilizing devices were installed, and as time went by, the colony was gradually formed around the area to prevent others from destroying the device, and also to ensure that it did not go to waste. However, it was obvious that any colony that was formed would be situated on top of a volcano that might erupt at any time. Damn, how could that be? Zhou Hao was angered by the inappropriate decision made by the authorities of the Qingyang area. Qin Feng had sunk deep into his thoughts. In other words, they would still perform the attacks. Have those aptitude users recovered? Qin Feng asked. Xiao Jing was surprised by Qin Feng's analysis and continued saying, yes, they have recovered from their wounds and will resume combat tomorrow. Both of you must get enough rest and be extra careful during the combat tomorrow. I am heading back now. There is still stuff to be taken care of. Xiao Jing waved and left, while Qin Feng noticed the dark circles under Xiao Jing's eyes and realized that she had not gotten enough rest. We will also head back to rest. Let's continue the combat tomorrow. All right. Both of them had been busy round the clock for 2 consecutive days to obtain the G-tier aptitude user badge. They were exhausted by the task, and Zhou Hao headed back to the tent to rest after he had his meal. The night light shrouded the area as intense spotlights were turned on to light up the surroundings and prevent the corpse core from closing in, while the garrison army was constantly guarding the area. The wind at night was brisk, while the beastly roars from the zombies could still be heard once in a while. Qin Feng, who was sleeping in the tent, opened his eyes. He looked at his wrist and saw that it was already 10 o'clock. Qin Feng woke up and headed out into the dark where nobody would notice his presence. Qin Feng walked toward the left side of the Zima Mountains. It was known as the Dazi Mountain, while the other smaller one was known as the Xiaozi Mountain. Every flower and plant on the mountains had died and were black in color. It was this particular scenery that had added on to the spookiness of the surroundings. Qin Feng had only headed out for 50 meters, but it felt as if he was 1,000 miles away from the base, and it was like he had entered the mouth of a giant beast. It all started because of me. I will contribute as much as I can in this. Qin Feng walked into the mountain. Nighttime was the most favored time for the ultra beasts. The zombies would also gain extra combat power without the hateful sunlight. Although the zombies might be strong, Qin Feng was stronger. Being a dark ability user, Qin Feng also felt that the dark night was when he was able to conquer. Xiaobai. Qin Feng lightly shrugged while Bai Li in her small fox form jumped down from his shoulder and landed on the ground. Then it turned into a human being. Moonlight shone upon her body, and she seemed like a beautiful fairy that had descended upon the world. Put on your clothes. Qin Feng was rather frustrated as he said, the weather is not bad today. I shall wear this dress. Bai Li was being picky with her choices as she finally took out a dress and put it on. Qin Feng did have a lot to ask Bai Li, but he did not ask earlier on as Zhou Hao and Xiao Jing were around. Xiao Bai, you dealt with the beast whose arm you broke. What is the probability of his appearance? Although Qin Feng knew that it would be difficult for powerful races to get into the area, he was still a little worried. At the end of the day, it was an S-tier presence after all. Bai Li shook her head. It is impossible. The ability of the person is too powerful and there would be space restriction, which was why it was only able to extend one of its hands, and it was easily crushed by me. That's great. Qin Feng felt relieved. Bai Li pouted and felt upset. Master, I do think that you should not be here. The zombies and the broken arm giant beast share a similar aura. They are definitely here to capture you. Qin Feng had the same assumption, and it became even more valid as it was brought up by Bai Li. This will prove that my assumption is right. The dark-robed Ripper works for the broken-armed giant beast, along with the Emperor Knight. There might be chances of winning if both of us were to face against them. Qin Feng, being an extraordinary F-tier now, had an internal strength compression amount that was higher than normal human beings. Combined with his physical strength, Qin Feng believed that he would be able to go up against a normal beast king by himself. It was because he himself was also a beast king in the human form. However, Bai Li did not show mercy as she said, Master, you can't beat them. Qin Feng pinched Bai Li's little nose. Why do you not have faith in me? Master, you are still weak. But, it is okay. I can protect you and help you escape. Bai Li did not mention defeating the both of them by herself, as she also lacked such powerful capabilities. Qin Feng was speechless. Let's go. You shall not act this time. and there will be no energy core for you. Qin Feng drew out his verdant emperor saber and was ready for combat. Bailey could not understand why Qin Feng would deprive her of food, but the energy cores from zombies were not that powerful, and she was not fond of them. However, she still had the responsibility to remind her puny master. Master, stop heading in that direction. They must have received orders from that person to capture you. As soon as they have you, they will kill you and extract your ability core, and the Hellstone will return to its owner. You must not seek your own death. Can't you just have even the slightest faith in me? Qin Feng was annoyed. The television taught us to be practical and realistic. Qin Feng was speechless once more. What had Bailey been watching recently? She needed more guidance. However, Qin Feng had a sudden mischievous idea in his head. Xiao Bai, you shall address me as hubby from now on, and not master, as human beings would not address each other this way. Qin Feng grinned as he said, since you don't believe in me, I'm going to take advantage of you. Oh, all right, master. Hubby. Bailey nodded and suddenly her eyes widened. Be careful. All of a sudden, a zombie appeared in the dark and came out from behind a giant tree while it roared and pounced toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng waved the verdant emperor saber in hand and slashed the zombie as if he was cutting a watermelon. The zombie that was about G5 tier was immediately slashed down by Qin Feng's saber. When faced against such a zombie, it would only take one slash from Qin Feng to take it down. All right, time to get serious. Since I am still weak, I should be getting stronger and not fall back. It's not like I have anywhere else to escape to. Qin Feng became serious and was focused on killing the zombies. Before he was reborn, Qin Feng had been through difficult times to battle his way through before he made it as an A-tier aptitude user. Since things had become much smoother now, how could he be fearful of such a small hindrance? If so, he would not be the Qin Feng that had survived through difficult times. The zombie fell on the ground, and Qin Feng continued to rush forward and cut off its skull with his saber. An energy core appeared from within. Absorb. The energy core shrunk in high speed, and its energy disappeared within a split second. There is not much energy from these zombies. Qin Feng kicked away the zombie's skull, and he blended in with the dark and continued to move forward. Zombies that were lower tier would roam around the outer areas, and as they moved to the inner part of the Dazi mountain, the zombies would be of higher tiers. Soon, they would be able to see the mother mountain from afar behind the Dazi mountain. Qin Feng knew that the Emperor Knight and the dark-robed Ripper were preying on the top of the mother mountain. No matter what, I will kill both of you. Qin Feng put on an austere expression. Now that he had come out from the barrier of darkness and revealed himself, he was surrounded by F-tier zombies that had also felt the presence of a human being, and they immediately rushed toward Qin Feng without any hesitation. Roar! They could even hear the blood flowing within his veins, and they could not wait to feast on their dinner. You shall die. The verdant Emperor saber was waved, while icy cold lights were reflected under the moonlight that shone upon it. Poof! A zombie skull flew up high as it was decapitated from a direct hit. There were more zombies that came after it as Qin Feng landed a kick onto one of it and flipped over to slash two other zombies that were beside it. Roar! A zombie let out a roar and waved its palm toward Qin Feng's back. Qin Feng turned around and waved his saber. Poof, 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 poof. All the four zombies that flanked Qin Feng were all decapitated. In a split second, a total of 7 F-tier zombies were hunted down by Qin Feng. Qin Feng immediately felt a pleasant feeling throughout his body after cleaving the skulls and absorbing the energy cores from within. It was the feeling of physical transformation. F1 tier. Qin Feng felt a huge transformation take place within his physical body. In my previous life, I was only able to achieve such physical capabilities by achieving E tier. This shows that absorbing abilities has allowed my physical body to have the strength equivalent to ancient warriors that have gone through intensive parallel training. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng could not resist the burning fire in his heart. Swoosh! All of a sudden, a black shadow dashed toward him at great speed. Qin Feng reacted and swiftly ducked out of the way. The shadow of the attacker blended into the dark surroundings. Army tier. It was obviously an elite among the zombies. The size of the beast soldier was slightly smaller than ordinary zombies. It had dull and dark-colored flesh that covered its dry bones, as if blood was burned out from its body all of a sudden, and without any decayed parts on its body, it could move around at high speed. Also, Qin Feng could clearly feel the black runes that were on its body. Obviously, it was an assassin in the dark. This might work well with others, but it has no effect on me. The army tier dried corpse took advantage of the dark to hide itself, and it could be difficult for others to notice it. However, being a dark ability user himself, how could these tricks work on Qin Feng? Die. Qin Feng pursued further at great speed. Once again, the army tier dried corpse dodged and hid behind Qin Feng. Thinking that he did not notice its actions, it raised up its dried palm and revealed its black, sharp, piercing nails. Swoosh! As its claw landed, the result was not as expected, where the enemy would die and become its food. Ding! The verdant Emperor Saber clashed with the black nails, and flashing lights immediately sparked from the impact. Flash! Qin Feng's verdant Emperor Saber became swift and illusory as he slashed 3 consecutive times at incredible speed. Triple slash. Martial skill. Crack. The nails of the army tier dried corpse cracked and broke off, while another slash that followed landed directly on its neck. Poof! A skull was tossed high up in the air. The body of the army tier dried corpse slightly trembled before it fell onto the ground and died completely. Qin Feng drew up his verdant Emperor Saber and halved the skull of the dried corpse, revealing the energy core that was within. It was double the size of the energy cores from the zombies that Qin Feng had encountered earlier on. Not bad. Qin Feng was very satisfied and quickly absorbed the energy core. Then, Qin Feng continued the intensive slaughter, without him realizing it. Time passed by quickly, and it was already 3 o'clock early in the morning, and Qin Feng had managed to take down 200 F-tier zombies. With the progress that Qin Feng had, he could eliminate all of the zombies in the surroundings within a day. It was impossible for any of the F-tier aptitude users to achieve this, as they did not have the endless supply of physical energy, not to mention the limited amount of internal strength. It was only Qin Feng that had such a valiant capability. However, when Qin Feng was about to continue on, a flow of horrifying energy rose from the ground. Qin Feng immediately turned his head toward the direction from where it came. He was actually already at the foot of the Mother Mountain. At such a close distance, he could clearly see through the dark. There was a channeling light that was darker than the surroundings rising up from the ground. The dark light was projected upward, and it was connected to the sky, forcefully destroying a section of the sky, and the intersection point had torn the space apart. Powerful energy gushed toward the direction of the intersection and formed into a passage. The silvery edge of the passage was clearly seen in the dark night. It was a spatial rune that was being forcefully opened up. Dark-robed Ripper. Qin Feng knew that the dark-robed Ripper had started taking action. Beep, 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 alert. Alert. Qin Feng received a hasty alert from his communicator. It was probably not only Qin Feng. Everyone else that was close to the area would have received the alert. However, Qin Feng was the closest in terms of distance. Qin Feng noticed that after the main black beam had risen up, 3 of the surrounding black beams were missing. Also, the rift was slightly smaller than the one that was seen in the afternoon. The smaller-sized light beams might not be from the dark-robed Ripper. It was most probably its subordinates from the corpse core that had been assisting him, where 3 of them were eliminated by the E-tier gunner. However, the giant black beam, along with 5 other accompanying smaller ones, had still created a rift that should not be belittled. Soon, batches of zombies rushed out from the passage, and most of them were black corpses, while some of them were bright red in color, as if their bones were ignited with fire. General Tier, Fire Corpse. Qin Feng's face darkened as his effort throughout the night was not only wasted, it had even triggered a replenishment of an army that was even more powerful. It was truly infuriating. It was at that moment, a wild roar was heard from the horizons. Bastard! The roar was like a sudden clap of thunder, and a bomb then zipped across the sky. Vroom vroom vroom. From the attack, Qin Feng knew that it was Lu Hong, the E-tier gunner from Dongling Colony. However, the corpse core seemed to be prepared as a steel spear was launched from the dark. Emperor Knight. Qin Feng was shocked as he looked up. He saw that the Emperor Knight was situated halfway up the slope, and the Knight was only 500 meters away from his position. Qin Feng's face contorted. Shadow. Qin Feng immediately hid himself within the shadows and hoped that the Emperor Knight had not noticed him. The long spear was aimed at the two bombs that were in the air, and the bombs exploded immediately. Change of course. Another roar was heard from a far-off distance, and without any signs. A strong flow of energy transmitted through, and the bombs that were in the air changed their direction and were redirected back toward the black beams that were on top of the mountain. The Emperor Knight not only had its spear, it was also equipped with a shield. The warhorse that it was riding on was like a specter formed by black runes as it traveled at ghost speed and went faster than the bombs, even intersecting at a path up ahead that was along the course of the bombs. Boom! Suddenly, a strong explosion was heard, and the spark had illuminated the entire mountaintop. The Emperor Knight that was protected by the powerful shield was not harmed at all. Damn! Let's see if you can take this. Lu Hong was extremely furious and started pelting bombs around the area, but the Emperor Knight intersected every attempt of the bombings, and his effort was all in vain. Lu Hong would not be able to succeed in blocking on his own. Qin Feng had already retreated to the foot of the Mother Mountain. He was near to the center of the triangular position mountains, and the location was in a valley. It was at that moment a whistle was heard from afar. Then, another silenced echo was heard from hundreds of meters away. Qin Feng immediately stopped in his tracks and turned around, running at high speed. After 100 meters of running, he was able to see something on the ground. It was the spear of the Emperor Knight. The body of the spear was black while the head was a dull blue color. It was shining with lights that were similar to stars in the sky. Obviously, it was not any other ordinary equipment. It is star steel. Qin Feng had gained widespread knowledge before he was reborn, but there were some things that he knew of but were not attainable by him. Star steel was one of them. Xiaobai, get that for me. Qin Feng commanded immediately. Xiaobai hesitated and blinked. She said, Mast, hubby, you will never get to use it even if you can get away with this spear because it has been bonded with the Emperor Knight. Therefore, upon being summoned by the Emperor Knight, it would immediately return to the hands of the knight. However, he did not summon the spear when he was in battle with Lu Hong. Weapon Spirit Bond. Qin Feng knew about such a special weapon, but he did not expect an F-tier emperor to own such a precious weapon. Well, can this bond travel through space? Weapon Spirit Bonds could be categorized into levels as well. It would be impossible for it to travel through my space. Bailey said confidently. Well, that's good enough. Take it, even though I might not be able to use it now. If I have to, I will break off one of its limbs, or maybe kill it. Then I might be able to use it in the future. Qin Feng replied. Bailey did not reject him this time and nodded, feeling that her master could be smart at certain times. As soon as she raised her hand, the Emperor's spear was placed in her space, and the Emperor Knight immediately sensed it. Roar! The Emperor Knight let out a furious roar and gave up in protecting the dark-robed Ripper. He immediately rushed toward the location where Qin Feng was at. Xiaobai, run! Bailey immediately disappeared along with Qin Feng and left no traces behind. At the same time, Lu Hong that was at another end felt overjoyed at the unexpected turn of events. Although it was uncertain why the Emperor Knight left, it was a once-in-a-blue-moon moment that he had been waiting for. Now die! Lu Hong let out a roar in anger and triggered a series of bombings. Without the presence of Lu Ba, Lu Hong was less apprehensive and went ahead in releasing firepower that tripled from those that were released in the afternoon. Boom, 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 boom. Loud explosions were constantly heard as the mountaintop was almost leveled by all the destruction. The space passage was interrupted by the bombings and disconnected once again, while many of the corpse core were ripped apart. Corpse core that had just entered were being bombarded and heavily wounded by Lu Hong. However, the rift lasted for quite some time, and some of the zombies had spread across to other areas. The Emperor Knight was frantically in search of something in the middle of the Zimu Mountains, but turned up empty-handed. In a fit of rage, the knight leapt and charged toward the humans' encampment. As he came closer, the aptitude user's communicators vibrated in a violent manner. Retreat, retreat quickly. Low-level aptitude users, leave immediately. It's a king tier. A king tier is charging in. The camp descended into chaos. At this juncture, a brilliant light appeared within the darkness. Great timing. An old-sounding yet powerful voice appeared. Innumerable amounts of runes exploded glaringly in the sky, turning the dark night into day. The old but stout figure of a man emerged 100 meters away from the camp. It's the dean of Chongbei University, the light elemental ability user, Deng Yin. Deng Yin was a light elemental ability user. His power was tremendous, but so was his age. He was the champion of Chongbei Colony. His absence from the previous battle had caused quite a stir among Chongbei Colony. They were afraid that something had happened to him. After all, there were creatures like the ghoul assassins in the Corpse Corp that could take Deng Yin's life. But now, as the Emperor Knight charged onward, Deng Yin was delighted and sprung into action. He released streaks of light, turned into projectiles that aimed for the knight. Ha ha ha. So nice of you to be here. Stay a while. The E-tier ability users began fighting the Emperor Knight. BZZT. Qin Feng's communicator went into a frenzied vibration. It was Zhou Hao. Qin Feng took the call. Madman, where are you? Where did you go? I went jogging. Qin Feng just got his Starsteel spear. He was joking around since he was in such a good mood. Well, don't come back to the camp just yet. The Emperor Knight is charging toward the foothills. I'll move your car, you be careful out there. But I'm already back. Qin Feng did not think that Zhou Hao would actually believe his words. He thought that it was funny. Any other person would have doubted Qin Feng, thinking that he ran off on his own. Qin Feng strode toward his tent. Zhou Hao had tied up the ropes and was ready to push Qin Feng's car away. He was looking around and saw Qin Feng walking toward him. He hastily waved his hand. Run now, or we won't even know how we died. Zhou Hao started the engine. Qin Feng and Bai Li went in the hover car. She followed him into the car without changing back her appearance. Although Qin Feng was able to lure the Emperor Knight down the foothills and caused a commotion while he was at it, it was still a good move given the whole situation. It was now up to the E-tier aptitude users to do their jobs. The battle started from 3 in the morning and was still ongoing at the break of dawn. The encampment they had set up had been reduced into rubble. Listen, it's quiet now. Have they finished the fight? How does it look ahead? They were anxious to know. Qin Feng was still taking a wink in his hover car. Although his power had increased overnight, he would never forget to train. Now that there were no more ancient warriors for him to hunt down, he was working hard on his internal qigong to prevent his internal forces from dropping. At that moment, there was a knock coming from his car window. Qin Feng, come out for a while. There was a hint of joy in Zhou Hao's voice. Qin Feng did not know what had happened, but he still opened the door. What's up? Haha. Look, I've gathered our party members. Qin Feng noticed that there were people around Zhou Hao. It was Li Yaoyao and Lu Meng. Not only that, there was a G-tier symbol in front of Lu Meng's chest. She had also become an aptitude user. Qin Feng, you're finally here. Lu Meng was overjoyed. Yaoyao said that she saw you in campus last time. We haven't seen you for the past few days. Meng. Li Yaoyao shyly nudged Lu Meng. Although she had good feelings toward Qin Feng, she was still a reserved girl. I don't really go for classes. Qin Feng answered calmly. I guess with your abilities, you won't even need to attend classes. Even your friend is now a G-tier aptitude user, said Lu Meng. She glanced at Zhou Hao with a tinge of jealousy. This little man was a year younger than her. He was even her junior, yet he was already a certified G-tier aptitude user. Indeed, she had spent a considerable amount of money to get all the help she needed to kill 200 Ultra Beasts to become a certified G-tier aptitude user. Zhou Hao was a little unhappy. I went through the G-tier test on my own. Who knows how many Ultra Beasts I've killed? Are you saying I was cheating? Junior, are you still thinking about hanging around in our school? Don't you know how great big sis Meng is in the school? Lu Meng chided with both hands on her waist. Zhou Hao almost broke into laughter. He was 1.8 meters tall, and Lu Meng was about 1.5. Her height was only up to his chest. How could she call herself big sis Meng? They were about to get into an argument when Qin Feng interrupted them. Have they finished the fight? What's the outcome? Both of them stopped quarreling after Qin Feng's interjection. Finally, Li Yaoyao had a chance to join in on the conversation. They're done fighting. The E-tier fighters have made the Emperor Knight retreat. Qin Feng furrowed his brows. They didn't kill it. How could they? That knight has a shield that is probably equivalent to a golden runic gear. It could even block out Ding Yin's light projectiles. It was like a group of people beating up a tortoise. Qin Feng was speechless when he heard this. These people were trash. The Emperor Knight's main battle skill was his defenses. Qin Feng was immediately reminded of the Starsteel spear that had been stored away by Xiao Bai. How he wished to have that gun for his own. Qin Feng, why don't you join us for the day? Li Yaoyao proposed. Qin Feng's thought was interrupted, yet he shrugged decisively. Did they change the battle plans today? He asked. Too many F-tiered zombies had appeared last night, as well as the ghoul assassins and burning ghouls. Qin Feng felt that if he were to continue to conceal his real powers, there would be no end to the killing. If they were not killed off completely, the dark runes on their bodies would spread uncontrollably. The day was already bright. They could see the dark clouds gathering on top of the Zimu Mountains. It seemed to be spreading wider. They could still afford to wait, but not the frail children in the orphanage. They haven't updated it, said Zhou Hao. As soon as he finished speaking, they saw a drone turn back. All of their communicators beeped in unison shortly after that. The map had been updated. Qin Feng looked at their faces. Their expressions were grim. As expected, a bigger threat had appeared. After the spatial rift had been opened up last night, approximately 2,000 F-tier zombies managed to slip in while they were fighting the Emperor Knight. Their original camp was destroyed and had to be moved further back. Zhou Hao, you should join them today. I'll be heading to Zone F, said Qin Feng. All right. Zhou Hao nodded. He was aware of Qin Feng's true power. He must have his own reason for being confident about going to Zone F. However, that confidence he had was not enough to persuade Li Yaoyao and Lu Meng. Qin Feng, you're going to Zone F? It's too dangerous out there. Li Yaoyao tried to talk him out of going. Even if Qin Feng were powerful, there was no way he could be that great. Lu Meng was obviously skeptical as well. Qin Feng, do you really plan on going? Maybe I can give you a laser cannon or something, said Lu Meng. Qin Feng smiled gently. Thanks, but that won't be necessary. Qin Feng knocked on the car door. Xiao? Li, come out now. Li did not turn back to her own self last night, and Li Yaoyao had only seen her in her fox form. She knew that it was called Xiaobai, so Qin Feng had to change his way of addressing her as caution. Patek. The hover car door opened up. A long-haired girl walked out from the car. The girl had long, silky smooth hair that glittered in a silvery hue. Her face was refined and petite, about the size of a palm. Her foxy eyes could hook a soul, yet they carried a hint of innocence. She had a tiny nose. Her cherry-red lips were supple. She was wearing a colorful bohemian dress and a sun hat. She looked more like a tourist than someone who was going to war. As soon as she stepped out of the car, she locked onto Qin Feng. She greeted him with a smile. Hubby, do you think I look good in this dress? Qin Feng turned stiff. At this moment, he regretted playing the prank on her yesterday. Zhou Hao looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. His eyes were filled with accusations. Madman, you animal. How could you do this to Xiaobai? Li Yaoyao and Lu Meng were both in shock as well. All right, let's go. Qin Feng quickly grabbed her and took her away. He could not care less about how other people looked at him, but Zhou Hao's eyes made him flustered and red in the face. He felt guilty, like a man who had kidnapped a young girl. To think about it, Xiaobai was only born about a month ago. She was technically still a baby. Come on. Li went to Qin Feng's side. She puckered her lips in protest. My shoes are uncomfortable. Why don't you carry me? Qin Feng was helpless. He had always carried her on his shoulder, so she did not walk much, and she had become lazier. She knew that she was going to the battlefield, but she was not allowed to fight. She would rather Qin Feng carry her. Come on. Qin Feng had to squat down. Li wrapped her hands around Qin Feng's neck before he carried her into the wilderness. At this moment, Qin Feng had already attracted quite a crowd, especially since he was carrying a beautiful young lady around. Qin Feng. Li Yaoyao went ahead to chase after him, but he was too fast. He appeared to be using his internal force. Li, as a water elemental aptitude user, was unable to catch up to him. For a moment, there was a sense of jealousy within Li Yaoyao's disappointment. She was in a bad mood. She had no place to vent her frustrations and saw Zhou Hao, who was still looking at Qin Feng. His face was filled with disapproval. She could not help but chided. Junior Zhou, are you just going to leave him be? It's dangerous enough for him to go into the wilderness, but to take a girl along with him, don't you think it would be more dangerous? Zhou Hao waved his hands hastily. They're not in danger. She was a powerful beast king. She could take away the Bat King's blood guitar fruit single-handedly. That was how powerful she was. Li Yaoyao protested. Look at how she is dressed. The girl probably doesn't know how to battle. Wouldn't she just tie Qin Feng down? Zhou Hao's eyes went blank. Now, he realized that Li Yaoyao was not concerned about Bai Li. She was more concerned about Qin Feng. Why do I smell jealousy? Lu Ming elbowed Zhou Hao in the gut. Watch your mouth, Junior Zhou. Don't say anything that you're not supposed to. Lu Ming gave Zhou Hao a warning look. Li Yaoyao felt embarrassed. Her eyes went red for a moment. Right at this time, a person approached them and saw Li Yaoyao and Lu Ming. We're going to restructure our teams soon. I heard that your previous team got disbanded. Why don't you join us? A gentle voice sounded. Their eyes lit up when they looked at the approaching man. He was a 6-footer that did not appear to be exceptionally strong, but he was gentle and elegant. A pair of gold-framed spectacles made him look scholarly. Senior Gao? I can. Li Yaoyao was nervous. The man in front of them was the male idol of Chungbei University. He was the most powerful one amongst the Year 3 students, Qin Feng. He was a wind elemental aptitude user with astounding capabilities. Although he was still studying in the campus, it was said that his abilities had reached F tier. If he were to agree to it, he might become a teacher there. Of course, that's why we're here. Qin Feng revealed a gentle smile. Li Yaoyao was very excited. Qin Feng possessed very powerful capabilities. If she were to fight alongside him, she would surely reap a high reward, be it in the loots or her contribution to the battle. But Li Yaoyao glanced at Lu Ming beside her. The teams were formed by grouping the students according to their years so that they could look out for each other in the wilderness. At first, Li Yaoyao and Lu Ming were on the same team as Wang Kai, Jiang Wenxuan, and Yu Hai. But a month ago, the 5-man team disbanded after they had encountered some trouble in the wilderness. Now that there was a new mission assignment, Lu Ming would be left alone if Li Yaoyao were to quit the party. Yaoyao, what are you still waiting for? Go now. It's a great opportunity, and you'd regret it if you don't join. Lu Ming immediately whispered. Qin Feng could actually hear her. There was still a gentle smile on the corner of his lips, but his eyes had traces of a scheming mind. Lu Ming can also come with us. She quickly waved her hands. Oh no, I've still got matters to attend to. You guys better get moving. Qin Feng's smile turned stiff. All right then, you be careful now, Ming Ming. Li Yaoyao made up her mind and went toward Qin Feng. She accepted Gao's invitation because she herself was rejected by Qin Feng. Li Yaoyao felt a smug release now that Qin Feng came to invite her personally. Humph, that ungrateful Qin Feng. I'll ignore him from now on. There were words hanging by Gao's lips, but after seeing Li Yaoyao's expression and Lu Ming's go for it hand gesture, he gave up inviting her again and left with Li Yaoyao. Only Lu Ming and Zhou Hao were left. Junior Zhou, why don't you come with me? I'll protect you, or the zombies will surely eat up your tiny frame. Lu Ming boasted. Zhou Hao was speechless. I wonder who they will really eat up. Forget it. Since you're pretty cute, I'll lend you a hand. Zhou Hao did not know anyone else, so he formed a group with Lu Ming. Qin Feng had no idea what happened as he had brought Bai Li away from the gaze of the crowd and had once again stepped into the battlefield. The dead trees provided cover for them to vanish from the eyes of the public. Amidst the great mountains, the tiny human beings appeared non-existent. As expected, there are more of them today. As Qin Feng sensed the increased presence of the F-tier zombies, he became enraged. Kill. There was no hesitation in him. He started to slay away. He soon killed all the zombies that were surrounding him. Bai Li was wielding a dagger. With reluctance, she collected the energy cores from the zombie's head and placed them in a combat backpack. Qin Feng slaughtered away and was able to finish off all the F-tier zombies in the surrounding area in just 1 hour. Let's go deeper. He did not feel tired since he had the absorption skill. He could sustain in combat longer than anyone else. Even though the zombies provided very minimal energy, it was enough for him to recover. However, as he went closer to the Mother Mountain, the corpse core became even more menacing. Suddenly, a person in black robe came into sight. He was taken aback and quickly hid behind a large, dead tree. Is that the dark-robed Ripper? A thought flashed across Qin Feng's mind. However, he did not sense the aura of a beast king. He did not even sense danger. He carefully observed the situation once again. He noticed that although this dark-robed entity was strong, its surrounding aura was only at the level of a beast general. Hang on, could it be the dark-robed Ripper's assistant? When Qin Feng first arrived at the encampment, he saw the dark-robed Ripper channeling dark energy pillars. There were 8 other energy pillars that were supplementing it that made the spatial passage twice its size. But on the other night, only 5 dark pillars appeared. It was either because these dark-robed entities needed to recuperate or they were finished off by an E-tier gunner. The corpse core obviously needed no rest, so the second scenario was the only possibility. That means that these dark-robed entities are not as strong as we thought. Strong or not, Qin Feng decided to test it out. He started to approach the dark-robed entity silently. Shadow cloaking. Qin Feng melded into the shadows and quickly reached behind the dark-robed entity. They were only 10 meters apart. Suddenly, the dark-robed entity turned around. Its hood was facing Qin Feng. Qin Feng could immediately witness a horrific scene. It was actually a black skeleton underneath the dark robe. Within the eye sockets of the skull were a pair of eyes lit up in emerald flame. Luckily, Qin Feng was unfazed. When he saw that the dark-robed skeleton had seen him, he charged ahead without hesitation. Die! The verdant emperor saber in his hand made a perfect arc. At that moment, the dark-robed skeleton raised its finger and launched a dark beam at Qin Feng. Bzzzt. The beam landed on Qin Feng's body. He could clearly sense that it was an ability that belonged to the dark runes. Its ability was to lower the body's vitality and make them feel weak. From there, illness would come in, followed by death. However, Qin Feng had the dark stone that made him immune to any dark abilities. His enemy's ability had no effect on him. Clang. His verdant emperor saber landed on the skeleton's neck, producing a metallic clang. The dark-robed skeleton realized that its dark abilities were useless against Qin Feng. It reached out its skeleton hands and wanted to grab Qin Feng. Qin Feng dodged to the side. He had quite a scare when he saw the darkened finger brushing past his side. That finger was infectious. Those who were scratched by it would turn into a zombie. Another slash. Qin Feng raised his saber once again and started to slash at his enemy endlessly. The verdant emperor saber can't cut its skull. Qin Feng was agitated. Even though it was a good weapon, it was still made using F-tier materials. The weapon could no longer keep up with him. Bzzzt. Another beam shot out from the dark-robed skeleton's finger. Qin Feng evaded it, and the dark beam hit the dead tree behind him. Poof! The large, dead tree instantly turned into ashes. Qin Feng was shaken, but he did not show it on his face. He raised his hand as well. Do you think you're the only one who knows how to use abilities? Triggering his consciousness, thousands of flame runes emerged on top of the flaming star globe right next to the diamond star globe. Hellfire. Flames were hurled out from Qin Feng's hand, hitting the dark-robed entity. It was like an oil barrel had been ignited, erupting into a fiery explosion. The skeleton's robe burnt furiously. Arg! The dark-robed skeleton wailed in agony. The soul fire within its skull pulsated frantically, demonstrating its pain. The zombies were afraid of light. They were also afraid of fire as well, especially Qin Feng's flame that carried dark runes. It could also burn away soul energy. Even the dark-robed skeleton was not spared. Qin Feng seized the chance and launched multiple attacks. Kachuk! Finally, the dark-robed skeleton's neck was severed. The skeleton collapsed in scattered pieces. At this moment, Qin Feng could clearly sense that his absorption ability was throbbing. Immediately after that, the soul fire within the eye sockets of the skull that had not quite vanished completely was forcefully pulled out. It turned into an energy that melded into Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng could feel that his consciousness was rapidly increasing. Killing the dark-robed skeleton had actually increased my consciousness level. Not only that, the increase in consciousness was no lower than the time he killed He Li. He could also sense the increase in his level of consciousness. When he absorbed He Li's consciousness, his consciousness level was at G5. But now, his consciousness level had increased tremendously to about G7. What a wish come true. Qin Feng smiled joyfully. After collecting the spoils of war, he once again went in search of dark-robed skeletons. While Qin Feng was slaughtering away here, in Shenyang City where the aptitude users of the 5 great areas had come together, some of the most powerful people in Chungbei Colony were gathered inside an armored car. The armored car was like a trailer. There was a room inside. There were screens hanging on the wall, and the images on the displays kept changing. They were images from the recon drones. Other than the guards, there were 4 other people who were all E-tier aptitude users. E-tier light elemental ability user, the dean of Chungbei University, Deng Nian. E-tier ancient warrior, deputy mayor of Chungbei Colony, Lin Zheng. E-tier gunner, commander of Chungbei Colony garrison troop, Han Jian. E-tier beastmaster, commander of the Wilderness Rangers of Chungbei Colony, Yang Sanhu. Each of these 4 people could stomp their feet, and the whole of Chungbei Colony would feel the quake. But now, all 4 of them were troubled. "It's looking bad," Yang Sanhu said in a low voice as he glanced at the display. He spent most of his time in the wilderness. The mortality rate of the Rangers was always on the rise, but that had also trained his fiery pair of eyes. Just one glance, and he could assess that they were in a dire situation. But then again, if the situation was great, they would not be sent here. The battle that had waged on last night, as well as the spatial passage that was opened up for quite some time, had resulted in the large increase of the corpse core. Qinyang City once again requested for reinforcements from the large colonies. Even the commanders of the garrison army and the Wilderness Rangers had been moved to the front lines. There were now at least 16 E-tier aptitude users in the front lines. "I've become old," Deng Yin sighed. Last night was a rare chance. How could he let the Emperor Knight escape? It really left Deng Yin in distraught. "Humph, what a useless bunch of people," Lin Zheng exclaimed in a grim manner. The colonies were disunited. They were afraid of getting injured, and their teamwork was lacking. It was the reason why their plan to surround the Emperor Knight had failed. Not only that, Lin Zheng was wounded. It was really enraging. Beep, beep, beep. There was a beep from the device. A map had been refreshed. Huh. Yang Sanhu turned his head and looked at the map with furrowed brows. "Show me the same map from 3 hours ago," Yang Sanhu said. The operator immediately opened up the map from 3 hours ago. There were obviously more red blips compared to the one now, especially in a certain area. There are 200 less F-tier zombies. Did an army go in for the kill? Yang Sanhu asked in confusion. 200 zombies were not that many, but it was odd for 200 zombies to suddenly disappear from one place. Moreover, they were F-tier zombies. There were also a bunch of G-tier zombies in the surroundings. It would be difficult to suddenly barge into the Zima Mountains. "Get the drones to feed images from this area," ordered Yang Sanhu. After that, the drone circled around and was able to pinpoint Qin Feng, who was still in combat. Behind the Dazi Mountain, Qin Feng's verdant Emperor Saber was like the scythe of a grim reaper, harvesting the lives of his enemies. The third one, die! As he slashed away with his saber, the third dark-robed skeleton had perished in Qin Feng's hands. Its consciousness melded into Qin Feng's body rapidly. His power was increasing by leaps and bounds. At this moment, Qin Feng could feel everything around him with great clarity. His consciousness had permeated hundreds of meters, and he could see everything around him clearly. Not only that, the elemental core of the diamond star globe was revolving endlessly. The brilliant elemental particles within it started to vibrate before turning into a whole new form. A new combination that was previously unknown and could not be understood had turned into a whole new ability. Dark Beam. The new ability that Qin Feng had learnt was the same ability that the dark-robed entity had used against him. It was probably because the dark-robed entities had used this ability multiple times against him. His body and consciousness were able to recall this ability. However, the ability was not too helpful given his situation. Qin Feng was immune to the dark beam, but at the same time, the corpse core that were made up of zombies were also immune to it. Perhaps, can this ability be changed into a fire ability? As he thought about this, he started to recollect his consciousness. He was able to quite fortunately discover a fire version of this ability in the fire elemental core. This meant that Qin Feng now possessed another fire ability, the fire beam. As Qin Feng became excited of the prospect of testing it out, he sensed something from his consciousness. He unwittingly looked up and saw the unmanned drone flying above him. He frowned at the sight of the drone. His strong consciousness meant that he was able to discern that the unmanned drone was pointed at him. Not only that, the drone was taking only images of him even though it was circling the area. Did he cause a ruckus by killing too many enemies? Still, Qin Feng had no intention of hiding his kills. He was also recording his own kills that could be used to exchange for rewards. However, it was probably best for him not to reveal any abilities. Qin Feng ignored the drone and set forth once again in search of the dark-robed skeletons within the corpse core. Within the commanding car, Yang Sanhu and the others had turned their attention completely to Qin Feng. "It's him," Han Jian called out unexpectedly. "You know this guy? Who is he? From which colony?" Yang Sanhu quickly asked. The ability that Qin Feng had demonstrated was really startling. Even an F-tier mercenary squad had to hunt in packs. They also had to be cautious while moving so that they would not be surrounded by the zombies. In a stark contrast, Qin Feng was strutting away as if he wanted the zombies to come for him. He's from our Qingbei colony, but he should not be this powerful. With his capabilities, he should be at least an F-tier by now, but Han Jian was hesitant to continue. The rest of the people had actually turned their attention to him. But what? Asked Yang Sanhu. Han Jian shrugged. He could not believe it himself. This person is called Qin Feng. He's 16 years old this year. He has just been injected with the awakening serum recently. A fortnight ago, he made some huge achievements in the plantations. Only 16? Yang Sanhu was shocked. Even Deng Nian's and Lin Zhang's hearts skipped a beat. Youth meant potential. It would be great if they could get someone like him under them. Of course, there were disadvantages as well. Someone with his potential could become a threat. You're saying that this person is called Qin Feng? Lin Zhang furrowed his brows. He felt that the name sounded familiar. Deng Nian, too, was surprised. He had seen the students' name list this year, and of course he had special care toward the ability users. There were only 20 names on the list. As an E-tier ability user, Deng Nian had astounding consciousness. His memory was almost photographic. He recalled that there was really someone named Qin Feng in the new ability user class. Could it be a coincidence? Han Jian, who was now looking at the monitors, let out a sigh. That should be him. It really is him. Who knew that he would have so much growth in such a short period of time? Wang Cheng and I previously tried to recruit him into the garrison and the Tiger Flame troop, but he rejected us. Said he wanted to enroll in Qingbei University. Old Deng, is this true? Don't keep this a secret now. Deng Nian laughed at his words. Should be. He's a student in our ability user class. For a moment there, Deng Nian was proud. After all, such a high-potential student was hard to come by. Moreover, he had rejected the other two commanders and enlisted himself in the university instead. That made him exceptionally delighted. What a great seedling! Deng Nian exclaimed. The more he saw, the more satisfied he became. On the other hand, Lin Zhang's expression was grim. There was viciousness in his eyes. He finally recalled who this Qin Feng was. A few days ago, Jiang Xiaoyang had mysteriously disappeared after pursuing a dark martial artist. Lin Zhang's Eagle Clubhouse was even investigated as a result. That made him suffer quite a huge loss. Was that dark martial artist not Qin Feng? Even the descriptions matched. Previously, I never would have guessed that this was the person who had killed Jiang Xiaoyang. Now that I see it, how could it be impossible? He's really got the capability of an F-tier. Engrossed in his thoughts, Lin Zhang could not wait to finish Qin Feng off. However, there were too many people there, and Qin Feng was gaining attention. To kill him now would obviously be impractical. Old man Deng Nian was now considered Qin Feng's ally. Lin Zhang had to put his thoughts on hold. Qin Feng did not realize that someone was plotting to murder him. He had been killing zombies until his hands were numb. A day's worth of work only turned up to be about 500 dead zombies. For the zombies' population that had multiplied by 2, his effort was only enough to slow them down. Unless the dark-robed Ripper was unable to open up the spatial passage again. But then again, that was only an unreasonable hope of the human beings. When evening came, the dark-robed entities once again stood on top of the mountain peak and opened up the spatial passage. Nobody knew what would happen when the rift was opened. Therefore, Qin Feng did not stay around to find out. Since there were more reinforcements coming into Qingyang City, the dark-robed Ripper was forced to close down the spatial passage after being encircled by the E-tier elites. The number of corpse core that was released was not that much. As night fell, Qin Feng no longer did anything that would attract the attention of others. He went back to base. They were tallying up the results of the battle in the middle of the newly established base. First place, Zhao Yuxian, team, results, 1238 points, accumulated total, 5189. Second place, Ho Rui, team, results, 1134 points, accumulated total, 4811. Third place, Gao Lingfeng, team, results, 1089 points, accumulated total, 4790. Fourth place. Interestingly enough, these Hall of Famers were the pride and joy of the universities. They were teams made up of young prodigies. Today we've earned more than 1,000 points in contribution. Yang Zhaofa gets 200 while the rest of the team members get 100. Any disputes? Asked Gao Lingfeng. Yang Zhaofa was the team's ancient warrior. His battle skill was only second to Gao Lingfeng. No one would disagree if he were to get more points. None. None. Senior, there's no need to give me points. I don't think I've contributed much. Li Yaoyao was a bit embarrassed. Why not? Your water elemental healing ability was pretty useful, else I wouldn't be able to sustain such a long combat today. Yang interjected. Although Li Yaoyao was not the strongest among the Year 2 students, she specialized in healing abilities. That was why Gao Lingfeng decided to pull her in. That's right. Do you want your senior to go back on his words? I didn't mean to, senior. Li Yaoyao was slightly abashed. She could not reject Gao. Later on, they exchanged some items with their battle points. Li Yaoyao exchanged her points for a water elemental ability core that could not only absorb runes with machinery, but it could also be used to refresh her skills in critical moments. 100 points equaled to 10,000 coins. Including the bonus division from the energy cores, Li Yaoyao had earned almost 300,000 coins. This made her overjoyed. At this moment, however, she saw Qin Feng in the crowd from a distance. Or more accurately, Bai Li was too distinctive. Even if she were to wear a brown-colored shade, people would still ogle at her to scale her beauty. Qin Feng slightly furrowed his brows and hurriedly led Xiao Bai through the crowd. I'm so hungry. Bai Li tugged on Qin Feng's arm and slumped frailly on him. All right. I'll give you some of those energy cores tomorrow. Qin Feng consoled her. Bai Li answered with reluctance. I don't want those. They're not delicious. Bai Li was behaving more like a human being now. She was not that picky when she was still a cub. I'll buy you a Beast King core later. Bai Li's eyes lit up. Qin Feng smiled in a spoiling manner. The two's intimate interaction made Li Yaoyao gloomy. Qin Feng, Li Yaoyao shouted. Qin Feng only noticed her then. He then looked at her surroundings and incidentally saw Gao Lingfeng as well. This young man was an F tier as well. Looks like he was a prodigy. Senior. Qin Feng nodded in a polite and distant manner. No one could guess what Li Yaoyao was thinking from her expression. Somehow, she felt like giving Qin Feng a lesson so that he would not be so haughty. Qin Feng, let me introduce you to him. This is our Year 3 senior, our #1 guy from Chungbei University, Senior Gao Lingfeng, said Li Yaoyao. Gao smiled coldly for a while before saying, Don't say that. What #1 guy? Those are merely other people's words. Come on, you are the most powerful person in our school. You've always gotten the first place in any test. Nothing is too difficult for you. Li Yaoyao said admiringly. Gao Lingfeng smiled lightly. He then looked at Qin Feng. If you need any help, you can always look for me, said Gao Lingfeng. Qin Feng took a glance at Gao. He nodded. Yes, senior. Gao Lingfeng was just being modest, and Qin Feng merely followed suit. He would never look for his help. At that moment, Gao Lingfeng set his sights upon Bai Li and asked curiously, Is she a Year 1 student from our school? Seeing them mentioning her, Bai Li remembered Qin Feng's order last time and said in a natural manner, I am Qin Feng's girlfriend. He is my boyfriend. Gao Lingfeng's warm and gentle demeanor turned stiff. Li Yaoyao's heart was filled with contempt. Wow, you sure have a great relationship with your girlfriend, bringing her to battle ultra beasts like that. Gao was being slightly sarcastic. It's all right. Qin Feng was not planning on wasting any more time. The sky had turned dark. More and more people were queuing up to assess their battle scores. Seniors, I'll go get assessed first. Please carry on. Qin Feng did not wait for a reply before heading to the assessment area. Somehow, Li Yaoyao and Gao Lingfeng lingered there. After handing in his recording, the assessment was completed in less than 1 minute. Beep. Beep. Assessment complete. Your current battle point is 5,671 points. In the open battle this time around, 1 G-tier zombie would net 1 point, an F-tier would net 10 points. There were higher scores for beast soldiers and generals. It was completely normal for Qin Feng to earn 5,000 to 6,000 points a day. Instantly, Qin Feng became the #1 person on the leaderboard. Leaderboard, first place, Qin Feng, individual, results, 5,671 points, accumulated total, 5,671. In the blink of an eye, the people who were watching the leaderboard called out in disbelief. Qin Feng, who is Qin Feng? An individual with 5,000 over battle points. How is that possible? His accumulated total is over 5,000 points. Did he only come today? So many points in just 1 day. Is he some powerful guy from other regions? He must be at least an E tier. The crowd was buzzing. Gao Lingfeng and Li Yaoyao naturally heard them all. Their expressions changed. They were both in disbelief. Qin Feng left the assessment area and was headed for the point exchange area. Li Yaoyao looked at Qin Feng in a puzzled manner as she called after him. Qin Feng, how many battle points did you receive in the assessment just now? Li Yaoyao was praying in her heart that it was not an individual effort, that the name just now was merely a coincidence. Li Yaoyao could not believe it. No matter how strong Qin Feng was, it would be impossible for him to obtain 5,000 battle points. How many ghouls did you have to kill to get that? About 5,000 over. Qin Feng answered naturally. At this moment, Gao Lingfeng's expressions became dejected. Junior, did you use any illegal means to cheat the system? You've just entered the university. You shouldn't do something like that to gain these trivial profits. You're doing a disservice to our Chungbei University. If it were others, Gao would have believed it. But who was Qin Feng? He was just a new Year 1 student who brought his beautiful girlfriend out in the battle. It was impossible to get such a result. They were probably having a good time in places where there were no ultra beasts. There must be a mistake with the system. Qin Feng frowned for a moment. Everyone around them was looking at Qin Feng. They've also heard their conversations. They knew the person in the leaderboard was him. But Qin Feng's youthful face and his G-tier badge made them doubtful. How could he have killed so many ultra beasts? After a brief moment, the crowd started pointing fingers at Qin Feng. Qin Feng frowned even more. It was the familiar situation during the rat infestation in the plantations as well. Some of them could not accept the facts. The impact was too shocking. But that's the point of Qin Feng, to give them a good shock. Before Qin Feng could explain himself, a commotion erupted among the crowds. The people started to make way as if an important guest had appeared. After the crowd had made way, Deng Yin and Han Jian walked in front. There were guards all around them who were controlling the guards to ensure nothing stands in their path. Deng Yin walked toward Qin Feng. Li Yaoyao and Gao Lingfeng had also noticed his presence. Principal, Principal, the two of them hurriedly greeted him. Qin Feng was contemplating whether to greet him as well since he was now a student of the university. But before he could speak, Deng Yin had revealed a gentle smile. He gave Qin Feng a pat on the back. Qin Feng, you've done well making a name for the university. Deng Yin was impressed with Qin Feng. Hearing this, a streak of lightning ran across Qin Feng's mind. He remembered the unmanned drone that was circling above. Maybe he had found out during then. Of course, slaying away like that. How could they not see it? Qin Feng did not try to hide. It's my duty. Haha, good. Deng Yin laughed crackingly. By now, Han Jian had also come forward. There were smiles in his expressions. Qin Feng, do you remember me? Of course Qin Feng would never forget him. General Han. Qin Feng nodded at him. Hee. With your accomplishments, you could become a lieutenant general. What are you doing in school? Join the reserve army. Once again, Han Jian attempted to recruit him. Old Han, how could you? Taking away my men in front of me. Haha, that still depends on Qin Feng's will. That was a huge temptation. Did you know what becoming a lieutenant general means? Within the whole of Chungbei colony, even Xue Xingfu, He Li, and Jiang Xiaoyang, who was an official with the Eagle Club, couldn't come close to his position. He would only be second to Han Jian. But Qin Feng had the strength to carry that role. He was no longer the helpless young man who had just been reborn. He was slowly turning back into the king of mercenaries of his past life. Only his true powers had yet to recover. However, the role wasn't attractive enough to Qin Feng. I still prefer to study properly. Thank you for your good intentions. What a pity. Han Jian was disappointed once again. Still, he continued, we'll do it this way then. You're still young. Perhaps the role might not be fitting for you. I'm sure you could at least be an honorary captain then. You'll have the authority, but there's no need for you to work. Just help out when the time comes. How about that? Qin Feng couldn't reject his offer. An honorary captain, to put it bluntly, was a non-job that came with all the benefits. With an identity like that, his status in the Chungbei colony would increase tremendously. He would no longer be just an ordinary student. Suddenly, Qin Feng could sense something. He raised his head and looked into the distance. He saw a shadow standing by the windows of a huge car. The figure had a strong presence. His face was a little grim, as if he was very unhappy. There was something very bureaucratic about him. Lin Zeng. The name immediately appeared within his mind. He was looking at him with irk. There was even killing intent in his eyes. Han Jian and Deng Yin had seen me in action today. Surely Lin Zeng did as well. Maybe he's already suspecting me. It was just a thought. Since Lin Zeng was standing in Deng Yin's direction, Deng Yin thought that Qin Feng was looking at him and seeking his advice. Deng Yin felt proud and said smilingly, "Qin Feng, with great power comes great responsibility. Please do not let General Han Jian's good intention go down the drain. Please, be the honorary captain." After hearing that, he turned his vision away from Lin Zeng as if he didn't even know he was there in the distance. He looked toward Han Jian. "If you insist, then I shall not disobey you." "Haha, good. Come, your captain's badge will be sent here soon. Let's discuss this in another place." Qin Feng, Deng Yin, and Han Jian walked toward another car. They were obviously going to discuss it there. Outside the assessment area, only a watchful crowd remained. Looks like this Qin Feng is the real deal. He's too strong, scoring more than 5,000 points. He probably wasn't killing G-tiered ghouls. He's got to be at least an F-tier to be an honorary captain. Looks like we shouldn't underestimate this Qin Feng. And now, Gao Lingfeng, who was doubtful about Qin Feng, had lost his gentle demeanor for the first time. His face was red, he was ashamed and angry. Li Yaoyao too had a mixed expression. She wanted to teach Qin Feng a lesson before this. Now, he had taken a great leap instead. She was no match for her. They were both embarrassed before they could shame Qin Feng. The two of them had now held a grudge against Qin Feng. After a short chat with Deng Yin and Han Jian, Qin Feng excused himself. They were busy people, after all. Qin Feng did not want Deng Yin to teach him about the abilities anyway. Light and darkness should have a distinct line. Qin Feng was uncomfortable even when standing near Deng Yin. After he had left, Qin Feng went back to the Battle Point exchange station to see if there was anything good. He exchanged for some items that could be useful in emergencies that weren't always on the market, such as a purple rune tier gear that was made from beast general material and a military spec firearm that had a harrowing firepower. Qin Feng took a glance. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Chakra pills. Chakra pills were a vital supplement an ancient warrior needed to enhance his or her internal force. The pill consisted of various precious ingredients and could greatly boost the user's strength after consumption. The internal power would further heighten once its nutrients had been completely assimilated. Aside from aiding one's training, the pill could also be employed to restore vitality during a battle, though it was rather wasteful for the item to be used this way. That must be why chakra pill appeared on the list. Normally, this item could only be found in Chengyang City. It was rare to see chakra pill at Chongbei Colony since it could only be used by an ancient warrior of F-tier and higher. I would like to exchange for 50 chakra pills. Qin Feng decisively used 5,000 points to redeem the pills. He did not use the remaining 600 points as the chakra pills were more than enough for him to endure the coming days. Qin Feng then checked his communicator and found that he had 140 million yuan in his account. Among them, 50 million was from the black card that once belonged to Jiang Xiaoyang. Another 50 million was the money found in the spatial rune also originally owned by Jiang Xiaoyang, thanks to Xue Xingfu. 10 million bounty reward, and 30 million was earned from hunting down the bat beasts a few days ago. "Let's get you these too," Qin Feng said while pointing at the communicator. Wiley had gotten a knack of using the communicator recently. They could check the new items posted online in real time after connecting to the Wanzhong auction house. Normal F-tier energy cores usually cost only tens of thousands. However, Wiley only wanted cores from Beast Kings, which would require a preposterous sum. Judging by the amount of effort they poured in to conquer the Emperor Knight this time, it was justifiable that the energy core of the Beast King rank was priced so high due to its rarity and enormous potential. F5, Tier King of Giants core, price 53 million. F7, Tier Broodmother's core, price 83.1 million. "Sure. Thanks, dear." Wiley thanked him happily. Qin Feng raised his eyebrow. A simple thank you would not cut it. Wiley blinked as she did not understand what Qin Feng meant. Qin Feng was tempted to tease Wiley more after meeting her pure and innocent eyes. His guilt was easily overcome by his rush of desire. "Kiss me." Qin Feng tapped his cheek with his finger. Wiley immediately closed in. However, instead of kissing, it was more of a lick. The way a fox would express joy was no different from other canines. All right. Qin Feng stopped her and realized it was not a good idea to tease Wiley after all. She often overdid it. Nevertheless, the grin on his face showed that he was pleased and enjoyed the exchange. After he received the package from Wanzhong, Qin Feng made his way back to the colony. There was laughter coming from beside his and Zhou Hao's cars. "Zhou Hao, get the barbecue wing cooked quickly. I am starving. You already had 5, and I haven't eaten anything. What kind of stomach do you have in such a small body?" "It is exactly because of my small body that I need to eat more so I can grow taller. You are 17 and way past puberty. Be done with false hopes. Screw you. I am going to finish everything here today and leave nothing for you." When Qin Feng walked over, he saw Lu Ming and Zhou Hao fighting over the chicken wings on top of a grill rack. "That smells heavenly." Qin Feng approached them. "Come help me now, you nut. We have a big eater over here." Qin Feng was surprised by how the two got along so well this quickly, but he asked nothing and promptly joined them. Bailey was also attracted by the smell and crouched down. The food on top of the grill seemed to be more delicious than the energy core they had just purchased. These things were brought over by Zhou Hao. His car was larger, and he had installed a small fridge in the boot. Other than that, there were also a lot of life necessities, including the grill rack. While they were eating, Qin Feng finally understood how the two came together. Zhou Hao and Lu Ming had formed a team after Li Yaoyao ditched the latter for Gao Linhan. Lu Ming was impressed by Zhou Hao on the first day. They had both killed 200 G-tier zombies combined. The number of points gathered was no less than when she teamed up with Li Yaoyao. Qin Feng was glad that Zhou Hao found himself a rich female partner. This way, his buddy would face less risk in the wild. The dinner lasted for an hour. Bailey had also eaten a lot of chicken wings. She could have eaten 10 more kilos if they had not run out of meat. Yet, Bailey was still satisfied with the delicious wings, and she eased her hostility toward Zhou Hao a little. "I am not going to hunt tonight." It's no longer necessary for Qin Feng to go out in the night after he had exposed his true strength earlier. He might raise suspicion if he continued to battle. "It's about time I focus on upgrading my power." Qin Feng closed his eyes and unleashed his consciousness. He indulged himself in the experience he had gained during the day. He killed 6 dark-robed entity in a row today. That had upgraded his consciousness by several tiers, and it was now F1 tier. "Xiaobai, take everything out, and you may go rest," Qin Feng ordered. "Roger that." Bailey emptied the spatial rune, and a large pile of red marbles immediately appeared and rolled all over the floor. These were the energy cores they had gathered during the day. Within them, there were a few rusty bones and 6 black color ability cores. Dark energy core that belongs to a beast general. Qin Feng had earned more than the points could provide today. These things in front of him were equally valuable, though they could not be turned into money. Other ability users might need a machine to extract the rune, but Qin Feng could conveniently skip that step. Absorb, 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 absorb. His consciousness evolved into the next tier after he swallowed the 6 ability cores. F2, tier consciousness achieved. Not only that, but Qin Feng had also found new ways of rune arrangement among the cores that he had just absorbed. Since he owned the Hell Stone, his dark ability held 10 times greater potential than other users. At this rate, even the dark-robed entities would not be his match. After he was done with the cores, he opened his eyes and laid them on the strange bones. He knew just how resilient these bones were through the battle today. These were great stuff. Qin Feng remembered the broken arm he obtained before and activated his absorption ability once again to consume the bones. He was busy absorbing and evolving the whole night. All his attributes, including his consciousness, physical strength, internal force, and warrior tier had reached F2 tier in just one night. Furthermore, his F2 tier was definitely stronger than other equivalents by a few notches. Qin Feng exhaled slowly when the first light of dawn lit the sky. He had made a giant leap forward and was no longer the same man he was the day before. His power had grown significantly overnight. "I wonder whether I can solo the Emperor Knight now." Qin Feng clenched his fist and was eager to try out. Qin Feng reckoned he should not be too full of himself when he recalled that the Emperor Knight was at F8 tier. He reminded himself not to evaluate the current situation based on his past experience as an A-tier warrior. Emperor Knights were a formidable foe that was still too difficult for him at his present state. Qin Feng loosened up a little after he thought it through. Getting stronger should be my priority now. He worked relentlessly the next few days to exterminate as many F-tier zombies as possible. Nonetheless, The invasion did not show signs of slowing down. Qin Feng had indeed become stronger. He was currently as lethal as an E-tier fighter. Both the number of zombies killed and his points increased exponentially as the days went by. On the other hand, the dark-robed Rippers seemed to have become equally desperate. The more zombies the humans killed, the more frequent the spatial rift appeared. The humans and the beasts were locked in a seesaw battle. In the past few days, not only the zombies but the human force had also suffered considerable loss. A handful of ability users had fallen in the hands of the enemy. Qingyang City was able to hold only because they had hauled in large reinforcements from other colonies. Besides, the authorities had covered up the number of actual casualties, thus not many knew that they had already lost close to 400 comrades. Qin Feng was aware of the actual situation. Hence, other than essential rest, he had been hunting nonstop up at Zima Mountains. His point reward was a whopping 80,000 credits now, which far exceeded the rest of the troop. At the mountains, Qin Feng leisurely beheaded another fiery zombie in front of him. The core inside the zombie skull was an ability core. After Qin Feng had absorbed it, the core granted him a small number of fire runes. Unfortunately, even with the great numbers of runes, Qin Feng still found it difficult to enhance his consciousness. He could not do anything about it. Most of the dark-robed entities had been killed by him, and he had run out of ingredients to power up his consciousness. Why didn't the Ripper let more dark-robed entities slip through? Qin Feng murmured. He actually understood why. Ability users that could manipulate runes were a rare breed. If it were uncommon among the human race, then it should also be the case for other species. The dark-robed entities were probably a rare and valuable asset in their world as well. Qin Feng chuckled and was suddenly alerted. A dark-robed entity had just appeared not very far ahead. Speaking of the devil, Qin Feng dashed up to the beast quickly. Bai Li sensed the anomaly and cautioned her master. "Dear, be careful. It's a beast king." Bai Li had learned about the human classification of beasts after mingling in the society for a while now. The dark-robed entity in front of them was not the common beast Qin Feng thought it was. Qin Feng was startled. The dark-robed Ripper? The moment he made out the enemy's identity, it was already dashing toward him. Rawr! The Ripper revealed its look. Different from the black skeleton and skull usually seen on common dark-robed entities, the Ripper's face was scarlet. It looked exactly like a skinless creature with its flesh exposed. There were no whites in its eyes, which made the creature both peculiar and hideous. He seemed to have found out that the culprit behind its underlings' massacre was the human in front of it. The beast raised its arm, and rays of dark bands soon covered Qin Feng. Dark laser. Qin Feng knew exactly what those rays were. The other dark-robed entities had used the same trick on him before, but since he had absorbed the Hell Stone, Qin Feng was immune to all types of dark ability. However, Qin Feng decided it was best not to expose his ability with so many surveillance drones flying around. Unfortunately, the Ripper's dark ray traveled too fast and shrouded a huge area owing to the abundant dark elements surrounding them. It was simply not possible to evade them all. "You are not the only one with a laser." Qin Feng reacted calmly and raised his fingers. However, the beam coming out from it was not the dark laser, but a blazing spark. Fire beam. Qin Feng learned the skill immediately after he mastered the dark laser, since both skills were based on the same principle. To a certain extent, the fire beam was even more devastating than the dark ray. Unlike the debilitating effect of the dark laser, the fire beam features scorching heat and explosive impact. With such dense energy packed into a single beam, the fire element actually had a bigger advantage in a direct collision between the two. Pop! The fire beam met the dark laser straight on in midair. The two forces pushed against each other evenly. But slowly and steadily, Qin Feng's fire beam began to push back the dark laser. Go all the way. Qin Feng enhanced his consciousness and gathered more fire runes in the air. He finally amassed enough energy to completely overwhelm his opponent. Boom! The flame hit the Ripper's body and sent the beast flying. Qin Feng was baffled. Because of the attack, the dark-robed Ripper was no longer able to hide its presence. The communicator picked up the beast's signal and rang abruptly. Alert! Beast King has appeared. The detected creature is F3 tier. It is 42 meters away from your current position. Be cautious and retreat immediately. Qin Feng's new communicator was able to analyze nearby creatures with better precision. The Dark-Robed Ripper is only an F3 tier? Then why are those E-tier users still unable to defeat it? What a bunch of thrash. Qin Feng turned grim as he instantly comprehended the true reason behind it. Since the situation was largely under control now, E-tier fighters only needed to fight once or twice per day and would be given a great reward. They certainly did not hope to see this end too quickly. This was because the longer the war dragged on, the more benefit they would be able to reap. As a result, those who put their lives on the line were not the E-tiers, but users from G-tier and F-tier. I will gladly take what you have let loose. Qin Feng marched on furiously. The Ripper was obviously a powerful ability user. Such a creature certainly had high consciousness. Qin Feng could not wait to reap the reward from killing it. The Ripper was greatly agitated by Qin Feng. To the beast, Qin Feng was just a measly fly that did not know his place. It pointed at Qin Feng furiously. A dark circular object promptly appeared at the tip of its finger and enlarged rapidly. Qin Feng sidestepped and evaded the attack agilely. The dark energy ball could pry away a human life force. It worked almost the same way as Qin Feng's skill, only that the Ripper had stronger consciousness and could release the attack at will from a further distance. Qin Feng moved extremely fast by triggering his inner force. He relayed most of the force to his leg, which enabled him to skip past the ball of death. At the same time, 5 fire beams exploded simultaneously. Boom! The dark-robed Ripper protected itself with a dark barrier and resisted Qin Feng's short-range attack. The two of them scaled up the assault as both sides refused to back down. It was hard for the drone not to notice the barrage of massive attacks executed in this battle. Inside the base, most of the E-tier ability users received the live footage almost at the same time. What's the big fuss? It's the Ripper. Someone seems to be fighting it. I recognize him. It's Qin Feng. Why did he attack the Ripper? He is actually capable of exterminating an F-tier beast king. That's bad. We have to stop him now. Qin Feng believed that the soldiers were reserving their strength to seek for long-term gain. However, there was actually another catch in this pit of a mess. The authorities of Qingyang City had long planned to place a stabilizer at this location. In the future, this place would become a colony just like Qingbei. The important question that lingered in everyone's mind now was who would be deployed as the mayor in this colony. There was a lot of interest at stake here, as the one who would become the mayor would reap tremendous benefits. That was the actual reason why the troop was not acting in consensus. They were probing and guarding against each other. One day ago, the mayor of Qingyang City finally had enough of it and announced that the one with the most contribution in this war would be given the position. This somehow soothed the fierce rivalries between the opportunists. They knew well that the first to strike would easily become the center of gunpoint, so everyone was biding their time. Unexpectedly, the balance was broken after just one day by the hands of a G-tier ability user. Obviously, they could tell that Qin Feng was far greater than a G-tier. That gave them all the more reason to stop him from killing the Ripper. Qin Feng was not aware of the political infighting within the troop. His communicator rang continuously during the battle, but he was too occupied with the Ripper and paid little attention to it. It was Deng Nian on the other side of the communicator. He was worried sick. Qin Feng was his student and also a gifted genius that would become the pillar of his university in years to come. He would not allow any mishap to happen to such an important talent. Deng Nian was excited when he first saw Qin Feng challenging the Ripper alone. But when he thought about the promise made by Qingyang's mayor a day earlier, he knew Qin Feng might have poked the beehive. However, he could not warn Qin Feng in time since he did not answer his call. I am not going to let anything happen to you. Deng Nian took over the public announcer and yelled, Qin Feng, give up your pursuit. Leave the Ripper alone and get the hell out of there. There was one glaring problem in doing this, though. Now, everyone inside Zima Mountain was aware of Qin Feng's presence. Qin Feng was well known in this region. Such an announcement would only raise more curiosity among the ability users around the vicinity. Qin Feng did not understand Deng Nian's intention when he heard the public call. This was when a red projectile came flying in from the camp's direction. Qin Feng's face immediately darkened. It was obvious that the missile was aiming at him. What the hell are they doing? The drone was still transmitting, so those in the base must have known that he was still nearby. How could they fire the missile while I am this close to the Ripper? Are they trying to bury us alive together? He recalled the warning from Deng Nian a moment ago and guessed that he must have gotten himself into an unknown affair. That only further aggravated him. How dare these guys backstab me? He was furious and unsheathed the photon gun on his waist. He fired several quick shots and downed the few drones around him. The dark-robed Ripper transformed into a shadow and vanished into thin air the moment the missile landed. Xiao Bai, take cover. Qin Feng finally unleashed Bai Li since they were no longer under surveillance. Let's move. Bai Li instantly teleported while carrying Qin Feng with her. Boom. The projectile landed right where Qin Feng initially was at. The place soon exploded and caught fire. Qin Feng would definitely be reduced to dust if he had jumped off another second late. It was a rather powerful explosive missile. Just so happens that I know a thing or two about projectiles as well. Qin Feng smirked and expanded his consciousness. The conscious energy of an ability user far exceeded that of a gunner. Xiao Bai, get me the long-range launcher. The silver one. This. Bai Li handed over a silver launcher that looked more like a mechanical arm. Its metallic coating shone brightly under the sunlight. Qin Feng handled the launcher skillfully and set it up swiftly on his left shoulder. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. He then raised the bazooka and placed his right index finger on the giant trigger. Boom. An orange missile was fired out of the launcher after the loud bang. At the same time, an E-tier gunner at a mountain thousands of miles away was stupefied. The gunner could feel that he was being targeted, and the next moment, a missile aiming at him came abruptly into his vision. SHD. This gunner was the one who had ambushed Qin Feng with the red projectile earlier on. He did not expect Qin Feng to locate him so quickly and immediately counterattack. Boom. The E-tier gunner fired another shot intended to intercept Qin Feng's shot midair. Thousands of miles away, Qin Feng sneered. Joke's on you. Turn. He controlled the missile with his consciousness to avoid the incoming red missile. It then continued to pierce toward the gunner's location. Bastard. The E-tier ability user rebuked out of panic. He fired another few rounds and finally stopped the missile before it reached him. Before he could catch his breath, he suddenly heard the hissing sounds of more missiles breaking through the air. He looked up and saw 3 orange missiles come through the mushroom cloud. His consciousness had failed to sense any of it. Consciousness blocking. The gunner murmured unwittingly and was engulfed by multiple explosions in the next moment. Kaboom! Qin Feng grinned at the foot of the mother mountain. Get a taste of your own medicine. The counterattack by Qin Feng was rather astonishing. There were 17 E-tier ability users at the scene. The fallen gunner was not the only one that had pulled the trigger, but he was indeed the fastest among them. The others were waiting to follow up to ensure the kill on the Ripper and Qin Feng, but were horrified to see that Qin Feng had returned the favor with even more powerful assaults. The sign of the dark-robed Ripper had also disappeared along with Qin Feng. The group could not sense Qin Feng's whereabouts, but was instead target-locked by Qin Feng's consciousness. How scary is this guy? Since when did his consciousness become so powerful? Screw him. I thought that he was an ancient warrior. According to the data, Qin Feng was a student from the ability class of Chungbei University. Could it be that his ability had reached F tier? Otherwise, how could he be this strong? The consciousness of a gunner was induced by using external help. Its power would never match that of an ability user who had developed it naturally. Even though Qin Feng's consciousness was only F tier, he still outclassed every single E-tier gunner here. The gunners were pinned and dared not attack recklessly. We are out. Ancient warriors, you are up next. Be sure to stop Qin Feng at all cost. The ancient warriors had begun taking action before being asked to do so. They glided toward Zimu Mountains and were searching for Qin Feng frantically from the sky above the area. However, they found nothing in sight. Not only Qin Feng but the dark-robed Ripper was also nowhere to be seen. Darn, how could we have lost 2 targets in an instance? We can't let Qin Feng escape. He is a student of Chungbei University. He is not to join the evaluation next month. His potential is beyond the chart. He is going to disrupt the power balance in Changyang at this rate. My uncle is one of the strongest candidates to run for mayor next term. We can't afford to let him mature into our future threat. Damn you, Qin Feng. You should pay with blood for killing my underling. The members of the search and kill team might have a different purpose in mind, but they all had one common target: to put an end to Qin Feng's meteoric rise. Nevertheless, none of them could locate Qin Feng. they were not to be blamed. Most parts of the Zimu Mountains had now turned into bare lands. Rotting trees were consumed by dark runes and would soon turn into bewitched plants. This caused the Zimu Mountains to be stained by the black color of death. Both Qin Feng and the Ripper were dark ability users, so they could conceal themselves in the environment without being noticed. However, they could clearly sense each other. After all, they were almost equal in power, with Qin Feng perhaps slightly stronger overall, since he was also an ancient warrior. Let's get this done quickly. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng pursued the Ripper with Bai Li on his side. The dark-robed Ripper could sense the imminent danger and dashed toward the peak hastily. At the mountain peak, the Emperor Knight was annoyed by the flies that had suddenly occupied the sky of his turf. Without its spear, the beast could no longer launch ranged attacks, and thus it could only wait for its prey to come down. The beast's attention was distracted by the search team, and it had also failed to realize the presence of the dark-robed Ripper in stealth mode. Gotcha! Qin Feng sneered and intercepted the Ripper with his well-built body. Bang! The dark-robed Ripper took the hit and was bounced into the air. It landed hard on the ground and continued to roll down the hill before it was stopped by a giant tree. Flash! Qin Feng quickly followed up with his verdant Emperor saber. He did not expect that the Ripper's robe was also made of runes. It exploded into a dark mist as soon as the saber came into contact with it. Qin Feng felt like he had hit on a large pile of fluffy cotton instead of the Ripper's body. Growling, the dark-robed Ripper was infuriated and evoked all its power. Without being watched by drones, Qin Feng neither retreated nor evaded this time. Though his saber was unable to cut through the Ripper, Qin Feng still had plenty of tricks up his sleeves. Qin Feng retracted the saber and wrapped his hand around the robe. Absorb. The dark runes of the robe disappeared into his palm under the effect of his innate ability. With the mist protecting the Ripper gone, Qin Feng finally managed to grab its body. Asteroid assimilation. This secret art not only could devour the enemy's inner power, but it also exerted 10 times the force in return. The impact created by the two opposing forces was especially suffocating. It was the Ripper's arm that Qin Feng was gripping at the moment. Poof! The arm exploded under the grinding force. There was no blood, but only flesh that burst into pieces along with the black robe. Break! Qin Feng heaved and forcefully tore the remaining arm apart from the Ripper's body. The noisy battle did not go unnoticed. The ancient warriors on gliders finally discovered Qin Feng's whereabouts and began to descend. Not only that, but the Emperor Knight had also sensed its demised comrade. Roar! The Emperor Knight was enraged. Its Umbra Stallion dashed through the air and entered the battle zone almost at the same time as the ancient warrior's arrival. Stop the knight! Lu Ba from Dongling Colony bellowed, yet he himself jumped on the dark-robed Ripper. Nobody cared about the Emperor Knight right now. They were all here to take advantage of the dying Ripper. Bunch of hooligans. Qin Feng triggered his inner force once again. Asteroid assimilation. Instantly, a vortex of energy appeared around Qin Feng. What the hell is this? None of the ancient warriors had experienced the power of asteroid assimilation before. They panicked and were horrified to find that their inner power was disappearing rapidly, as if it were being sucked out by an external force. Nonetheless, these were E-tiers with massive battle experience. They knew that this vortex was either Qin Feng or the Ripper's doing. There was one simple way to escape the vortex, which was to back off until the edge of the affected area. The E-tier aptitude users were indeed powerful enough to escape the strange whirlpool easily. Too late. Qin Feng leered. He had foreseen the attack of the Emperor Knight. Since no one was slowing down the Knight, it charged in with its shield and knocked an ancient warrior out of its way. The ancient warrior spilled blood, but luckily it was not too serious. Even so, he had lost the ability and stamina to compete with others now. Unfortunately, a ghastly figure suddenly appeared behind him. My dear sir, why did you gang up and attack me just now? Qin Feng asked rhetorically. The face of the fallen warrior paled rapidly. Before he could defend himself, Qin Feng had laid his hand on the warrior's dantian. Asteroid assimilation. His rich inner power was devoured by Qin Feng. If the internal force of an F-tier ancient warrior was described as thin mist, then that of the E-tier ancient warrior was as thick as a sea of clouds. Qin Feng digested the sea of clouds swiftly inside his own dantian and turned them into 10 patches of energy mists. These, of course, were still not as dense as Qin Feng's original energy mass. Regardless, it was better than not. This could greatly amplify his training speed. What have you done to me? The E-tier ancient warrior was devastated after he realized that his dantian had been emptied and could no longer generate any internal strength. My respected senior, I only require your explanation. But since you are heavily injured, I will let it slide for now, and we shall get to it when we are back in the base. Qin Feng said righteously and turned to the others. Those who had besieged him before were now being pursued by the Emperor Knight. Qin Feng's skill earlier on had critically derailed them. Yet, some of them were able to remain unharmed, such as Lin Zheng and Han Jian. Haha, good job, Qin Feng. Han Jian laughed hysterically. He was here to stop the others, but figured that he was not needed after all. While Lin Zheng had restrained himself from making a move in front of Han Jian, he was not shameless to the point where he would publicly kill a comrade from the same colony. We have to kill the Emperor Knight together, or none of us are going to get out alive. Lu Ba growled and charged in first. Others knew that what he said was true. If they were to still refuse to work together now, then the whole team might be annihilated. Hence, everyone cooperated and brought out their best attack. These individuals were actually capable fighters, but they were overwhelmed by the Emperor Knight before, because each of them were fighting for their own lowly intentions. Why had they given up on the dark-robed Ripper? Because the beast had once again blended into the dark surroundings, and the ancient warriors had lost trace of it once more. The dark-robed Ripper let out a bloodthirsty cackle that echoed through the darkness. At the same time, a powerful beam of dark ray burst forth. All 7 of the ancient warriors present were helplessly caught within the dark ray's area of impact. Of course, Qin Feng was not one of them. Of the 7 ancient warriors, one already had his internal strength sucked away by Qin Feng. The distance between Han Jian and Lin Zheng was too large for them to make it in time. This meant that the lives of the remaining 4 warriors were now hanging onto a thread that could snap at any moment. In mere moments, the Emperor Knight had regained the upper hand. God damn it. Kill that Ripper thing already. I can't detect it. Why don't you kill it yourself? Where's Qin Feng? Isn't he able to detect it? As the seconds went by, these people realized how dire the situation had now become, and they wanted Qin Feng to take the reins. Qin Feng's cynical laugh reverberated in the darkness. He was no fool. Why would he attack? However, no slack was given as the dark-robed Ripper suddenly reappeared. This time, it materialized right beside the body of the person whose internal energy was drained by Qin Feng. It went straight for the person's neck, sinking its teeth deep into where the jugular vein was. Affa. The person let out a blood-curdling wail that was accompanied by the grotesque sound of bubbling as blood slowly oozed out from his windpipe. Somebody save me. Save me. It was a shame that no one dared to save him. Nobody could. Among the 8 people present, they were divided into 5 separate classes, but nobody belonged to the same class as the victim. Even if there was someone with the same level of skill as him present, just like how both Qin Feng and Lin Zheng hailed from Chungbei Colony, should crap hit the fan for one person, it could be guaranteed that the other would never step in to lend a hand. Thus, that man's calls for help were in vain. He was as good as dead. In the blink of an eye, that person turned into a dried-up human pulp as the Ripper sucked him dry. Where the wrist of the dark-robed Ripper was exposed, one could observe a rapid regeneration of bone, blood, and muscle. Die. Lin Zheng seized the opportunity and attempted to finish off the dark-robed Ripper. His body showed no signs of weakness even after being hit by the dark ray. Of all the ancient warriors present, the one with the strongest combat capability was now him. Qin Feng, too, suddenly broke out and attacked. The dark-robed Ripper was not an entity that could be slain so easily by mere mortals. If not for Qin Feng's immunity to dark abilities, the outcome would have been much more different. As the 2 powers clashed, a white-hot glow started expanding, encapsulating the surroundings. The lone Emperor Knight was facing an enemy with numerical superiority. While his abilities granted him extreme powers, in a death struggle against E-tier aptitude users, he could only hold out for so long. Roar! The Emperor Knight roared furiously. While busily fending off the unrelenting attacks from his 2 enemies, the shield he was gripping in his hands was sent flying out at great speed. The sharp end of the shield mercilessly lodged itself near dead center on the chest of one of the ancient warriors. Crack! The sound of his ribcage shattering was audible to all that stood nearby. Poof! The unfortunate ancient warrior retreated a distance away before he collapsed and vomited out a mouthful of dark red blood. His entire chest cavity caved in from the impact, and not long after, his eyes lost the luster it once had. His final thought was one of regret. Why was he so keen on grabbing this job that he had to pay for with his life? Qin Feng, who was hiding in the dark, reappeared by the deceased warrior's side. Gulp! His large, muscular frame exuded raw strength. Like an unstoppable tidal wave, the warrior was taken into Qin Feng's dantian, where a massive reservoir of internal strength was contained. Yet another dozen or so clouds of mist were integrated into his dantian. Xiaobai, tuck away that shield. In the darkness, Bai Li, who never once revealed herself, activated her spatial manipulation, and in the next instant, the shield was nowhere to be seen. The Emperor Knight had now lost yet another weapon. This time, he found the pesky thief he was looking for. After all, Qin Feng was the only that appeared right beside the body that was struck by his shield. Roar! The Emperor Knight bellowed once more as he dug his heels into the side of his spirit horse, beckoning it to charge toward Qin Feng. Without a moment of hesitation, Qin Feng started running. The four people who were fighting against the Emperor Knight recognized an opportunity when they saw one. Not wanting to let this chance slip away, they too started giving chase. However, they could never match the speed of the Emperor Knight's seasoned warhorse. Qin Feng's speed, on the other hand, was vastly different. Fire beam. The most crucial moment had arrived as Qin Feng made his stand. His fire beam, contrasted with the darkness of the night sky, looked like fireworks from afar. One could easily get lost in its beauty. However, looks could and do kill. Moments after the beam was shot off by Qin Feng, a massive hole appeared right at the center of the Emperor Knight's torso. Boom! This time, the Emperor Knight was sent flying off the back of his warhorse. Everything that Bai Li knew was directly from Qin Feng's lessons, mostly by the use of simple analogies. The Emperor Knight's spear as well as his shield were now stored away safely in her private space. The only thing left now was the lone warhorse standing idle on the battlefield without its master. Bai Li's eyes lit up as one would at the sight of a delicious meal awaiting. Streaks of spatial passages appeared in the air, which swallowed up the warhorse hull, leaving no trace behind. The Emperor Knight had now become a general without his army, a paper tiger. Refusing to let this chance escape, Qin Feng walked over with large, confident strides. Die! Qin Feng raised his arm and took aim. The hand cannon in his grip was now humming with a low frequency, indicating that it was primed for firing. Bang! A shell burst out of the barrel, spinning toward its target. Lu Ba and the rest who were giving chase arrived at the scene. Their eyes widened as if they were about to spew out insults. However, they did not have time to spare for such unnecessary acts. Everyone dropped onto the ground, laying down to avoid being caught up in the explosion. The ground where the Emperor Knight laid erupted as an ear-splitting explosion shook the air around them. Flames licked the earth, and the aftershock from the explosion was so powerful that it knocked some of the ancient warriors off their feet. Everyone present felt firsthand its immense power as their organs shifted around within their bodies. Qin Feng, however, did not even have a single scratch on his body. As his fire beam attack sent the Emperor Knight flying backwards, the distance between him and the explosion was the largest. Without waiting for the dust to settle, Qin Feng rushed into the flames with fire runes floating around his body, forming a barrier against the extreme temperature of his surroundings. The Emperor Knight laid motionless at ground zero of the explosion. What was surprising was that despite the immense explosion, he was not completely vaporized as one normally would be. Though, its armor had now been twisted into an almost unrecognizable form, and its skull had been detached from the torso. It was safe to say that the guy was as good as dead. Qin Feng bent over and picked up the helmet, not forgetting to pour out what remained of the Emperor Knight's head. Thud! A bear skull with the same density as a metal plopped out of the helmet onto the ground. However, that was not the end of it. Through its eye sockets, there appeared to be a fist-sized, crimson-colored energy core. An F8 Tier King core. This thing could be worth up to billions if it were put up for auction in Wanzhong. Honey, I want it, I want it. Bai Li jumped out from the dark, wrapping herself around Qin Feng. Her eyes were staring intently at the energy core. Hearing Bai Li's voice, he could feel a chill running up his spine as feelings of guilt surged from within. Go ahead. Qin Feng, who had a soft spot for Bai Li, gave up the energy core without protest nor second thoughts. Carefully, she tucked the precious gift away before she did with the Emperor Knight's body and belongings. Cough, cough. Bastard, Qin Feng, where the hell's the Emperor Knight? As the dust gradually settled, Lu Ba and his men came running over. Bai Li once again disappeared into the darkness before they had the chance to see her, leaving only Qin Feng to deal with the situation. Been turned into ashes, I reckon, Qin Feng shrugged. Since there was nothing left behind as proof of its death, these people could flip Zima Mountains over and still find no trace of the Emperor Knight. You're terrible at lying. You've probably hidden the Emperor Knight somewhere. Where's the spatial runic equipment you brought with you? Let me set things straight. The Emperor Knight's death was our collective effort. You've got no right to have things all to yourself. Qin Feng chuckled at the statement. Without you guys, I'd still be able to kill it. With you guys around, there's nothing for me to gain since you'd all be fighting over the loot. Arrogance leads to nowhere, Qin Feng. Little bastard, you're asking for it. The other two ancient warriors, too, entered into the fray. Han Jian was quite obviously on Qin Feng's side. What's the matter? Has the time come to take credit for the kill? It's not like you guys actually took him out, is it? Even if we were to get our share of the reward, there'd only be 10 million for us each. You know what? How about I just pay you that measly amount to keep your mouth shut? While Han Jian was expressly talking about money, it was a roundabout statement of how incompetent yet greedy these people were. Han Jian, don't you forget that you are also one of those who joined the attack on the Emperor Knight. Lu Ba yelled out in an attempt to point out the hypocrisy of Han Jian's statement. So what of it? This whole thing involving the Emperor Knight was just something that I stumbled onto back when I was in Chungbei Colony. Out of the 5 people at the scene, only Qin Feng and Han Jian were from Chungbei Colony. The other 3 were from separate regions, so going by the majority, it became apparent to whom most credit was due. It was at this moment that Qin Feng interrupted with a laugh. If I were you guys, I wouldn't be frolicking around here for too long. Have you forgotten the fact that the dark-robed Ripper is still out there, waiting to strike? Qin Feng's words struck them like lightning. This is bad. Back there, Lin Zheng alone faced the dark-robed Ripper, and none of them were willing to redirect their forces to aid his battle, the reason being that the Emperor Knight was showing signs of weakness. No one wanted to give up on the battle just yet. Who would have thought that the credit of bringing down the Emperor Knight would be snatched away by Qin Feng? Now, they were left to face the dark-robed Ripper, who was the main entity supporting this spatial passage, as well as where the most important task lay as of now. What remained of the group hurried back where they came from. Unknown to them, though, the situation involving the dark-robed Ripper was not as good as they had expected. The dark-robed Ripper possessed dark abilities which allowed it to escape from the grasp of its enemies much easier than the Emperor Knight. Not to mention the fact that king-tier beings had intelligence on par with humans. Upon breaking away from Qin Feng's attacks, the dark-robed Ripper had gone on to amass an army of zombies. Hidden amidst the formation of its corpse soldiers, it was practically impossible to be able to discern which was which. Lin Zheng's expression darkened. He had predicted that the scene would turn multitudes uglier, especially after Qin Feng had defeated the Emperor Knight. Even the ability users who hurried over were visibly hesitant in their every action. Apart from Deng Yin, there was an E-tier Earth ability user as well as a Fire ability user of the same tier. All 3 of them stood by to observe the situation for a while, and only after confirming that things were stable did they start moving forward. After all, ability users were extremely precious assets on the battlefield, and to lose even one was too much a price to pay. While these users possessed extremely strong powers, fighting detached, without any support was the last thing they would want. It seems that our chances of finding that dark-robed Ripper is pretty much nil now. Now that there are so many zombies on the mountain's peak, the gunners should just carpet bomb the area to thin out the herd, or at least take some burden off our hands. Even if we do not find it, orders are orders. The Emperor Knight's dead now, and there's no guarantee that the Ripper won't bring out some overpowered monster from a new spatial passage or whatever the hell it has up its sleeve. Agreed. Victory or defeat now hinged upon their actions, and no one was willing to give up just yet. Without delay, they each started relaying information to the gunners. However, the people on the receiving side of the information were left speechless. Cough cough, Qin Feng. Deng Nian opened up first, calling out to Qin Feng. Principal, Qin Feng replied as he walked up to the person calling out to him. Do you need me to cover your retreat? Deng Nian was no young chap fighting on the front lines detached from the main fighting force without backup was just too risky for a man his age. No, I'm not calling out to you for that. Qin Feng, have you locked down the gunners on the battlefield using your consciousness? We've decided to wipe out everything that moves on top of the Mother Mountain, and they're hoping that you can withdraw your consciousness. While speaking to Qin Feng, Deng Nian looked up and down his body as if to appraise him. The old man felt impressed by how Qin Feng turned out to be a fine young man. Still, he could not help but feel that he had grown just that little bit older and weaker. Whatever talents that resided within Qin Feng was truly too strong for him to comprehend. He did not expect that Qin Feng was able to suppress E-tier gunners using his consciousness alone. And while that was happening, Qin Feng had been continuously engaged in different battles, but still came out on top. His strength was truly something to be reckoned with. I just need them to be more careful with their aim. Tell those trigger-happy freaks to aim their shots away from me, else I'd get back at them once I return. Qin Feng remarked thornily. In fact, they too were actually planning as Qin Feng had said. If it were not for the restraints exerted over the gunners by Qin Feng's consciousness, they would be the ones firing the last shot, not him. While their combat capability was not something to call home about, these gunners could be pretty capable when it came to stealing credit. All right, I'll let them know. Right, before I forget, remember the incident where you injured Lu Heng in a scuffle? Please don't ruminate over that matter anymore. Humph, he pales in comparison with others, so pay no heed to that man. Deng Nian replied. Lu Heng was the gunner that Qin Feng and Lu Ba jointly faced off against when he just arrived here for the first time as a newbie. He was also the same person who, not long ago, shot at Qin Feng behind his back, which earned him 3 shells in retaliation, fired by none other than Qin Feng himself. However, gunners were pretty well known to be moneybags, so he must have had some kind of runic equipment on hand shielding him against most harm lobbed at him. Hence that was why Qin Feng presumed him to still be alive and kicking. Yeah, ruminating over pointless things isn't something I do very often, Qin Feng said as he nodded. Right after that, the team made a swift retreat back to the base of the Mother Mountain whereupon arriving, the continuous sound of gunfire echoed through the skies as hell itself rained down upon the mountain. In mere seconds, large swathes of the corpse core were reduced to smithereens. The final cannon shot shook the ground a full half-hour later, which marked the start of their offensive stance. On the ground, everyone, whether ancient warriors or ability users, started rushing up toward the peak of Zimu Mountains, for they knew that the dark-robed Ripper had no chance of escaping now. Whoever that first grabbed hold of the enemy would be the one to control the entire place. Deng Nian was the first to attack. Light up. Activating the runic ability, a ball of light expanded rapidly. Under the blinding ray of light, the surface of the summit looked as white as a sheet of paper, and there was not an inch of the place that was covered by darkness. Deng Nian instantly charged toward a specific direction where the dark runes were the most concentrated, which was likely going to be where the dark-robed Ripper was hiding. The people formed into a moving wall that trailed closely behind Deng Nian. One simply could not deny the fact that Deng Nian was quite a capable man, being able to locate where the cowardly dark-robed Ripper was taking refuge. Qin Feng walked right beside Deng Nian, scanning the E-tier aptitude users around him vigilantly. He began to take note of which one whose powers he should absorb should he fall onto the ground dead later on. As they say, one man's corpse is another man's treasure. The group of people who were completely oblivious as to the fact that they were being noted down pretended to follow nonchalantly behind Deng Nian. Xiaobai, time for you to go, Qin Feng thought in his mind. Xiaobai, who had forged a contract with Qin Feng, immediately started moving. While these people were imagining themselves as a praying mantis waiting to strike at the cicada, Qin Feng intended to show them just what the phrase "he who strikes first prevails" meant. Bai Li's spatial manipulation skill allowed her to move about undetected, like a phantom who was out for blood. After taking in the Beast King energy core Qin Feng had given her recently, her abilities had now grown to the level of an F2 tier Beast King, meaning her class was not too far off from the Dark-Robed Ripper. The most important factor, however, was that an unending series of battles had finally taken the toll on the Dark-Robed Ripper, who now was inflicted with heavy injuries. Bai Li stealthily materialized behind the Dark-Robed Ripper's back. Spaceblade. A silver ray glimmered, with a pure black crack down its very center. Whatever that came into contact with this crack would be rendered into nothingness. The blade which Bai Li flung landed precisely right on top of the Dark-Robed Ripper's skull. Crack. The head of the Dark-Robed Ripper, who was originally planning a nasty ambush against the humans, had now caved into itself, and in the next moment, it came tumbling down onto the ground. Bai Li raised her hand to catch the pitch-black ability core before disappearing into thin air again. Right after this happened, the group of humans walked over, and avoiding the large fallen tree, they could finally make out the Dark-Robed Ripper's silhouette. With just a few strides, Qin Feng made his way over under the pretense of checking out the situation. The truth was that he wanted to quickly absorb as much consciousness lingering in the air as possible. It did not take too long for the effects to set in. Qin Feng could feel his own mind ringing, a sign of his consciousness growing in strength. Ability level, F3, tier. FCK, it's already dead. Don't tell me it's cause of a lucky shot some gunner fired. No, that ain't right. Look, its throat's been slit by someone. Its ability core's gone too. Whose doing is this? What a goddamn waste of effort coming here. All of a sudden, the group of people was getting more and more furious by the moment. Still, no one directed their suspicion at Qin Feng. After all, he was right under their watchful eyes the entire time, up until they discovered the slain Dark-Robed Ripper. However, the way in which this Dark-Robed Ripper died had now turned this entire situation into an unsolvable mystery. The people here, who had prepared themselves for a brawl to the death, started walking away in disappointment and frustration. However, this still came as great news for regular aptitude users. After all, the Corpse Corps' two strongest leaders had now been taken down. With no other creatures able to open up new spatial passages, this place was now secure once and for all. This meant that the soldiers conscripted against their will could now return to their homes. While the crisis was resolved, there were still the names of a handful that must be remembered. One of these names was none other than Qin Feng himself. Qin Feng, alongside many other F-tier aptitude users, remained in combat, encircling and finishing off what remained of the Corpse Corps. On the second day, the space-stabilizing device dispatched from Chongyang had finally arrived. At this moment, words alone were insufficient to describe how precious this item was. The device was launched up into the sky to an altitude of roughly 200 meters. Viewing from the ground, it looked just like a satellite, only many times larger. In the future, this place would be developed into yet another human colony. Meanwhile, on one of the slopes of Zima Mountains, Qin Feng, with Bai Li tagging along, was meeting up with two other people. Mayor Zheng. Qin Feng greeted the man before him. The mayor was a large man, standing at a height of roughly 6 feet and 3 inches that was packed full of muscle. With eyes livelier than ever, it was no wonder that his ability had reached E4 tier. This was a man who was in his prime. However, he still had room to progress for the years to come. The mayor, the head honcho of both the colonies of Qinyang, as well as Qingbei. Qin Feng, I see you've become quite the hero, young man. Zheng Yang complimented him as he shook hands with Qin Feng. I'm flattered, Mayor Zheng. Qin Feng chuckled. All while this was happening, Xue Xingfu, who was standing beside Qin Feng, could not help but let out a great sigh. Old boy, you've been pretty quiet lately, but who would have thought the entire ruckus was your doing? In the siege against the Emperor Knight as well as the Dark-Robed Ripper, regardless of the disputes which the people had about it, the truth of the matter presented itself in the end results, and that alone was indisputable. It was Qin Feng who struck the Dark-Robed Ripper first, inflicting heavy wounds before the main force arrived, only to find it lying on the ground, its throat slit. Still, no one came out to claim the reward, so there was no doubt that Qin Feng deserved most credit as a whole. In regards to the Emperor Knight, as Qin Feng was the one who dealt the final blow, While there was inevitably going to be suspicion about him stealing the kill, the same could be said for the initial attackers from before. Qin Feng was only giving these people a taste of their own medicine for treating him with unfairness. The most unexpected thing to occur was that the mayor of Qingyang kept his word by ceding the responsibility of overlooking the newly established colony over to Qin Feng. This was the only reason why Zhengyang deliberately came over today, to launch the space-stabilizing device into orbit as well as to seek cooperation from Qin Feng. I don't think I'll have the time to manage the colony. I can, however, be the honorary person in charge, just like the honorary captain of the previous garrison troop. I must admit that I feel a sense of guilt hearing you say this, but I understand where you're coming from. After all, a young man shouldn't be tied down to a place like this. However, about the person in charge matter, I'd like to hear your thoughts on it. Zhengyang said. Qin Feng smiled as he glanced at Xue Xingfu, patiently standing beside Zhengyang. Big bro Xue's one of the closest buddies of mine. Why not just let him take the job? Qin Feng said excitedly. Haha, all right. Well then, you'll be shouldering the responsibility of being the man in charge of this place from today onward, Zhengyang said as he nodded. Xue Xingfu was visibly excited at the unexpected proposition. It never crossed his mind that Qin Feng would pick his name out of everyone else's, and without any hesitation at that. Have you got a name in mind for this colony? Zhengyang questioned. Well, I haven't given too much thought about that, to be honest. Qin Feng refrained from rashly proposing any names for now. How about calling it Beifeng Colony? It carries part of your name after all, so how about that? Xue Xingfu suggested. Qin Feng chuckled forcibly at the proposition as he looked over at Xue Xingfu. Well, this isn't really the northernmost part of Qingyang, is it? Deep down, Qin Feng sensed that Xue Xingfu's previous statement was an expression of loyalty to Zhengyang. With Qin Feng's influence, Xue Xingfu would soon be in charge of all matters pertaining to this new colony. However, for the moment, he was still an underling of Zhengyang's. But if the colony were to expand, which was a very likely outcome, there was no guarantee that this status quo between their relationship could be maintained. If the colony were to be named Beifeng, the addition of the word Bei would be equivalent to subjecting the place under the jurisdiction of the Qingbei colony. What's more is that the name sounds like the bitter cold winter winds, blowing down from the north. Not a particularly good meaning. Xue Xingfu laughed awkwardly, then remained silent. Zhengyang broke the silence with a hearty laugh. It might not be appropriate to say this, but, old boy, you're still the man in charge. I want to hear what's on your mind. Qin Feng looked over at Bailey beside him, and suddenly, a name floated conveniently into his mind. Let's call it Fengli Colony. Feng, as in wind, and Li, as in the break of dawn. In reality, this was just the homonym of Qin Feng and Bailey's names, but with a twist in its meanings. Was this not better? Fengli Colony, huh? Sounds pretty good. Let's call it that then. Zhengyang nodded in agreement. Oh right, Qin Feng, about your encirclement of the corpse core, as well as the establishment of the new Fengli Colony, we will be making a propaganda about it, so I hope you don't mind that I'll be using some of the clips taken of you wiping out the zombie soldiers. Oh, of course, by all means go ahead. Old boy, you're going to be a hero of the masses now. Xue Xingfu smiled at Qin Feng. Scenarios such as this were not entirely unheard of. Every time humans survive through an existential threat and come out victorious, they would always be making propaganda videos, dances, and even films to further amplify their success. Only through such measures could the ideology of those in the colonies be altered. They would be taught the glory of slaying ultra beasts and undead zombies. So was Qin Feng going to be one of their propaganda pieces? He had already become a leader of a colony after all. Still, was such an incident enough to inspire the hearts of the masses? Soon after, the three went into discussion of how the reward was going to be distributed. To put it simply, Qin Feng now had the rights to develop the colony, whilst Zhengyang had the rights to investment. On the other hand, Xue Xingfu was handed the right to safeguard the colony. The final distribution of quantifiable rewards was set at 30% for Qin Feng, 45% for Zhengyang, and 10% for Xue Xingfu, while the remaining 15% would remain liquid, to be further distributed to other newly established senior executives. The proportion of these benefits would inevitably change with the development of the colony and would be rearranged on a biannually basis. Qin Feng did not put too much importance on the rewards, as a lot could happen within the span of 6 months. He could foresee so much change that these two in front of him could be left speechless the next time they met. He did not particularly care about the existence of this colony. However, because of the butterfly effect that resulted from him taking the Hell Stone, he could not help but feel a sense of obligation toward this entire matter. He must shoulder some responsibility on his part, somehow. One day, he would march forth into the unknown plane and completely eradicate the bogeyman to restore peace on this land once and for all. All right, since there's nothing else, then I'm going to leave now. Zhengyang still had many matters to attend to, and it was not convenient to stay in the wild. The other affairs both needed Xue Xingfu and Qin Feng to handle. Qin Feng had a lot of experience when it came to the future. He did not want to have to worry too much about the construction of the colony, but at the same time, he was not planning on not showing any interest in the matter. He decided to deliberate on this with Xue Xingfu. Right, old boy, about our base. What's the direction of our main development in the future? Xue Xingfu suddenly said. For newly established colonies, the most important thing was population. What Xue Xingfu was asking was how they were going to develop the population. Qin Feng looked at Xue Xingfu and thought about how the other party would become the topmost unscrupulous businessman of the imperial capital 10 years in the future. Qin Feng suddenly smiled. We can just develop the economy. Let Fengli Colony become the most famous business district. How do you feel about it becoming a commercialized city in the future? Xue Xingfu's eyes lit up. Oh, I like this. Qin Feng thought to himself. Of course you like it. You're the most famous business shark. Although it's a developing business district, the benefits that are being issued cannot be changed. It should be more attractive, as for people with technical talents. I'll think of a way. In this doomsday-like world, the most useful skills were nothing more than 3 types: gun manufacturing, rune equipment manufacturing, and agricultural abilities. Having the knowledge of the next 10 years in the future, Qin Feng knew about the existence of many talents. At the thought of this, Qin Feng's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Right on time. Take advantage of this moment and bring Uncle Lu back. Qin Feng thought for a moment, but he did not speak his mind. After discussing with Xue Xingfu, he placed the matters of the future in the other party's hands. Then, he returned to the front lines. Qin Feng, everything here's all done. The college car's going to go back. Zhou Hao said. Qin Feng nodded, saying, Okay, you go back first. I'm planning to go somewhere. See you in the spring hunting garden in half a month. Where are you going? Zhou Hao did not expect Qin Feng to not want to go back to school. Don't even think about it. It's too dangerous to bring you along. Just chill and go back to class. Qin Feng knew what the other party was going to say the moment Zhou Hao said those words. Forget it. I'm not going to be a light bulb. I'm gone. Zhou Hao gave Qin Feng a disdainful look and returned to his car. Following his retreating back, Qin Feng saw that Lu Meng was sitting shotgun in the car. Qin Feng rubbed his chin, musing. I wonder who's the one paying more attention to lovers than friends. In actual fact, Qin Feng had misunderstood Zhou Hao. In the back seat of Zhou Hao's car, there sat a certain Li Yao Yao. After that group of people left, Qin Feng also started up his hover car, but proceeded in the opposite direction of the northern colony. In the wilderness, the narrow road gradually widened and guard towers had started to appear every 100 meters. This meant that the colony was starting to get closer. Finally, a dilapidated city wall loomed into view, but even from a distance it did not look as good as Qingbei Colony. The scale only reached that of a small town. Han Town was an extremely ordinary-looking town, only just a small, independent colony. The city district in charge was too far from it, gradually making this place its own independent world. There was nothing to be done to help such a remote place. The mayor of Han Town was just an F8 tier ancient warrior, but in Han Town this was already the strongest fighting power. Even though it was just a humble town, it was surprisingly lively. As Qin Feng drove through the streets of Han Town, the people around looked at his car with surprise and envy. He eventually stopped in front of a store that had the words Zhanshan Equipment Store written on its signboard. The people passing by finally understood what was happening. This guy's not here to chase Lu Xietu, is he? This one's got a bit of strength. That car's so cool. It must have been bought in other colonies. We don't have those here. Qin Feng heard the surrounding words and smiled slightly. Lu Xue? He had only seen her a few times, an extremely haughty woman. Shame her time came early. Qin Feng once came to Han Town before he was reborn after fleeing from the orphanage. He had not been here for more than a month when the spatial rift creatures invaded, bringing the whole town into a desperate situation. Lu Shui, who was an F-rank aptitude user, was outside of the walls as Qin Feng and Uncle Lu were breaking through. He did not see her return. For all he knew, she must have died during that battle. We should get out of the car. This is the place. Qin Feng opened the car door, and those eagerly waiting had their eyes lit up as they caught sight of him. In just a short 1.5 months, Qin Feng's bone structure had rapidly changed. His body height had reached 1.8 meters, smoothly clad in the high-end T7 combat uniform worth 150,000 yuan. One could tell that he was of high value with just one look, making Qin Feng seem more upright and full of energy. Seeing him, the people were full of admiration. So young and handsome. Yet, as their eyes fell upon the aptitude badge on his chest, they were stunned. Turns out it was just a G-tier aptitude badge. Moreover, there was not even a suffix. This badge was only recently certified. It was at that moment that everyone felt that the kid in front of them overestimated his own capabilities. Qin Feng did not care about other people's opinions. After he got out of the car, Bailey followed suit. Even with a pair of shades and a hat, she was still very eye-catching. Not to mention the way Bailey gracefully held Qin Feng's arms as the two walked into the store. This time, the onlookers felt that they had misunderstood him. After all, if he really did come to pursue Lu Shui, how could he still bring another girl and be so intimate with her at that? Qin Feng decidedly ignored the crowd of empty-headed gawkers, and his eyes went to the Jinshan equipment store. He felt as if his memory had just been revived. The windows were clear and the store had a large storefront. There was a leaflet on the glass door which read that it was recruiting staff, with food and accommodation covered. At the time, Qin Feng was seriously injured and had no strength. Without any other options, he rode in a car and reached Han Town with no help and nobody to rely on. This job suited him perfectly. However, he would not be able to do it this time around. Qin Feng walked through the door. Lu Jinshan was sitting at the boss's chair. Realizing that a customer had entered the door, he glanced his way. At that moment, he knew that a rich man had just come along. What would the customer like to order? Lu Jinshan greeted him with a smile before the staff could approach him. Qin Feng hurriedly nodded and said, "I want to reverse refine a piece of equipment. Do you have that kind of tech?" "Of course. I can accept a private offer here. Refining is a trivial matter. I graduated as a runesmith major. My father was a senior runesmith. Pity he went so early," Uncle Lu said with a smile. Qin Feng smiled back. Evidently Uncle Lu was bragging, but he did not expose him. "Well, this is what needs to be refined." Qin Feng took out the armor of the Emperor Knight. The armor appeared to be severely deformed. Qin Feng had taken it out from a spatial rune ring on his finger. With the points obtained from hunting down the corpse core, Qin Feng had exchanged them for the spatial rune equipment in order to disguise Bai Li's identity as a spatial ability user. Besides, it also seemed more convenient. As soon as the armor of the Emperor Knight appeared, Lu Jinshan raised both his eyebrows. This was obviously designed by intelligent creatures from the parallel world. Without the light emitting from it generated by fusion via modern technology, it seemed simple and unadorned. The fusion material seemed to be at least Beast King tier. That meant that after refinement, a part of it would be missing, but the material remaining would definitely be on the tier of a Beast King. How much was a piece of King tier material? F tier would be tens of millions at the least. Although his rune equipment storage was large and had many goods, he did not have tens of millions of working capital. You really want me to reverse refine this here? Was it not a better idea to hand it over to a big company with high-end precision technology and have it refined there? Otherwise, it would be easy to lose some materials. Small stores have the benefit of being small stores. Do you have the skill for this or not? Qin Feng said. Lu Jinshan immediately understood what he meant. It seemed that Qin Feng wanted to keep this a secret. Maybe the origin of the armor was unknown. Lu Jinshan thought he had found the answer. Naturally, he would not want to miss out on such a bill. Yes, the cost of refining is now estimated to be 8 million, and a deposit of 1/10 is required. Your shipment will be within 3 days. Lu Jinshan said. Good. Qin Feng nodded and agreed, signing a contract with the other party, paid the deposit, and left his communicator number before going out. However, instead of stepping into the hover car, he entered the hotel next door. The hotel proprietress looked to be around 37 years old, a very young age, but Qin Feng knew that this was Lu Shui's mother and Lu Jinshan's wife, Xiao Yin. The hotel and rune equipment store just now occupied a lot of space. The house above the rune equipment store was also a hotel suite. Without the strength of their background, they would not have been this wealthy. The status of an F-tier ancient warrior in this town should not be questioned. Although Lu Shui was only 20 years old, yet with F-tier strength, it would be higher than Shui Xingfu's status in Chengbei Colony. In the hotel room, Qin Feng slipped into cultivation. After consuming countless elixirs, Qin Feng's internal forces had reached F4 tier. Though in the last battle, 2 ancient warriors had their internal powers absorbed by Qin Feng, and combined with the exchanged potions, Qin Feng had built up a lot of internal energy. It was just that his dantian was wider now. It did not matter if he did not refine for the time being. Now that he was in a safe place, in order to prevent something from suddenly changing in the future, Qin Feng intended to condense and devour it. Ability Absorb. The mist-like internal forces of the 2 ancient warriors that were absorbed in the last battle began to strengthen Qin Feng's body. The internal energy was repossessed and then integrated into Qin Feng's dantian. F4 tier. Although the place where the internal force occupied in the dantian was F4 tier, the number was 10 times stronger than an ordinary F4 ancient warrior. Then, Qin Feng took out 2 sets of bones. There was no doubt where these bones came from. One was from the Emperor Knight, and the other from the Dark-Robed Ripper. The Dark-Robed Ripper had very little loot. The crystal core was taken by Qin Feng, unbeknownst to the others. In the end, everyone was fighting over the rune equipment cloak that still had some abilities despite being ruined by Qin Feng. This only left the bones for Qin Feng. Ability Absorb. The absorption skill surged forth once more. This time, Qin Feng clearly felt his bones continue to strengthen. His bones' color began to darken into a shade of metallic black. In fact, these 2 sets of bones were not like that person's palm. The volume of the palm was too small, and even after strengthening, only some potential was brought out. On the contrary, these 2 king-tier bones definitely felt like something more solidified. After the absorption, Qin Feng's bone could be fully strengthened. Pop pop. Qin Feng's body made a loud noise. If his calculation were on point, he had grown 1 centimeter taller and had reached about 108 cm. Qin Feng opened his eyes and felt that his body possessed an incredible power. The strength of his bones was probably that of beast kings. To say that Qin Feng was a humanoid beast king at this point was no mere exaggeration. Finally, Qin Feng took out the crystal core of the Dark-Robed Ripper. After some meditation, his consciousness had also reached F3 tier. While it was not as strong as an ancient warrior's, it was enough. It was getting dark. Qin Feng and Xiao Bai went downstairs to the hall to eat. The lobby downstairs had a buffet. People were gathered in groups of 3 to 5. The voices from conversations were coming one after the other. A fringe town not so far from the front lines should not be having so many guests. Damn it, who said that there is a crystal shell beast here? Putting me on a wild goose chase. Not even a shadow. The colonists here probably made it up so they'd drag us here for business. They wouldn't dare. Didn't someone say they saw one outside the walls yesterday? It's not a fake. Qin Feng did not need to listen in too closely to figure out what they were talking about. The crystal shell beast was a very special kind of ultra beast that could devour minerals and convert them into energy for its body. Its body was the color of transparent crystal. The most important thing was that the beast's energy core was a very strong synthetic material. Adding it to a rune equipment could give said rune equipment the capacity for continuous strengthening capabilities. For example, making the Verdant Emperor Saber shift from a G-tier weapon to an F-tier weapon would require adding advanced materials, but this kind of improvement was limited and would not exceed past D-tier. By that time, would it not be better to just swap for a new sword? What if Qin Feng were to add Star Steel to the Verdant Emperor Saber? At that time, even with refinement, a lot of Star Steel would be wasted. It would be better to add the core of the Crystal Shell Beast, then add in advanced materials. Therefore, the core of the Crystal Shell Beast was not something that everyone found necessary, but some people of high skills would buy it. Due to this, The value of a crystal shell beast's core could be raised up to 30 million. To normal F-tier ability users, it was almost like a free piece of pie. After all, not everyone was making the same amount of money as Qin Feng was. Xiao Bai, what do you want to eat? Get it yourself. Qin Feng handed a plate over to Bai Li. Bai Li did not care much for these kinds of food, having surveyed what was around her. She pursed her lips and said, "Hubby, I want to eat chicken legs and chicken wings, but they have none." Qin Feng chuckled. "Don't be so picky. Steaks are good too. Would you like to try them?" Before Bai Li could answer, an F-tier person nearby let out a weird-sounding laugh. "Little girl, if your husband doesn't want to let you have chicken, I will. Follow me, and I'll show you a big one tonight." After saying so, the man erupted into a wretched fit of laughter. Qin Feng shot him a cold glare. The man looked at Qin Feng without a single hint of fear, and he even had a goading expression on. He was thinking that Qin Feng was only a G-tier ability user. Qin Feng put his dinner plate into Bai Li's hands, and suddenly reached his hand out toward the F-tier aptitude user. With a sneer on his face, the man raised his hand to stop it. "Boy, you think." Before he could finish, the power on Qin Feng's fist suddenly surged forth, and the man's arm instantly snapped with a cracking sound. The fist did not lose momentum and slammed hard into the man's cheek, taking all of his words and beating him back with them. Plop! Several molars were sent flying out of the mouth with that punch. Qin Feng struck again. This time it was a slap, and the man's head shifted to one side, his entire cheek having changed shape. Arg! One hit, and another row of teeth spattered out, along with foul blood, spat onto the ground. "Your mouth stinks. It should be washed," Qin Feng said coldly, withdrawing his hand. It was just 2 hits, and almost all of his teeth were gone. This aptitude user was so enraged that one would understand why they sometimes referred to insanity as madness. Not only that, the aptitude user obviously did not come alone, and 3 or 4 people suddenly stood up from the table next to him to help him up. It was just that the beaten person was ever so furious, seeing Qin Feng turning his head to ignore the man as he took his plate from Bai Li. Then he continued to fill it up with food. At that moment, the man was unable to restrain his anger. "I'm gonna kill you," the man said with a garbled voice, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent and his body was rippling with inner force. Collapsing blow. A huge wave of turbulence broke out. Even F-tier people would be seriously injured if this attack were to make contact with them. It seemed as if Qin Feng had eyes at the back of his head, and with a step, he did not seem to be swelling with internal force, yet he negated the incoming force of the collapsing blow. Bang! Qin Feng struck his foot out, connecting with the aptitude user's large belly. After one kick, the aptitude user was sent tumbling along the aisle, and he flew up to 20 meters, hitting the wall with a bang. The man grabbed at his stomach, coughing out large amounts of blood. The 3 people who came to help all stopped and looked at Qin Feng with surprise. After all, they knew the strength of their companion. Collapsing blow was an extremely strong and fast parallel training explosive move, yet it was broken by the opponent. Not only that, the man could not resist the opponent's kick at all, so they could deduce that his internal force was stronger than their companions. "We didn't know who we were messing with." "See you," one of them counseled. They decided that mealtime was over and went over with the other 2 to hoist up their companion, obviously going to go look for a doctor. Qin Feng had lost his appetite, and the ground was covered in blood. The smell was overbearing and unpleasant. "Forget this, we're going back to eat." Qin Feng left with Bai Li, and the people who witnessed all of this in the restaurant made a mental note to remember the 2 of them. Turns out, there are people like this who pretend to be weaker than they are to trick the stronger ones, and wear a G-tier aptitude user badge. Do they intentionally want to get bullied? Next time we see him, just hide. Maybe he's looking for the crystal shell beast too. All of a sudden, these people began to fear the consequences of crossing Qin Feng. He simply returned to their room with Bai Li and called room service. 1 plate of chicken wings and legs. "Okay, good." Bai Li's innocent eyes looked at Qin Feng. "Why did you fight him just now? Is it wrong for me to eat chicken? Didn't you say I could eat whatever I want?" She pouted. Qin Feng reached out to pinch the other's little mouth, so soft that others would want to take a bite. "You'll understand later." Although in actual fact people teasing Bai Li made Qin Feng extremely angry, remembering the scene from before only made his blood boil. What does that mean? Foxes get curious too. Bai Li puffed her cheeks up angrily. Well, the question is too profound. Let's discuss something simpler. Qin Feng leaned over and sealed Bai Li's lips with his. It tasted really good, soft and bouncy. He was inseparable from her. When the doorbell rang for the meal delivery, he reluctantly let go of Bai Li. The door opened, and the person pushing the dining cart was actually a pretty young woman in her 20s. Lu Shui. The combat uniform-clad Lu Shui bore a cold expression. The F3 tier logo on her chest was the most eye-catching thing. Sir, this is the food you ordered. By the way, you fought that other aptitude user tonight, which has seriously affected the operation of my hotel and damaged many dishes. The damages will be placed on your bill. Do you have any problems with that, sir? Qin Feng nodded. None. Money was not an issue to him. The aptitude user had his teeth punched out by him and crashed into the food. With so many witnesses, the food had to be replaced. The dishes did not cost that much money. Qin Feng was willing to pay the price. That is good. Thank you for your cooperation. If you can, I hope sir doesn't do something like this again the next time. Lu Shui said politely, but there was a threat hidden in her tone. If Qin Feng were to start anything again, she would take action. So long as nobody starts anything with me. Qin Feng said coldly. He was not one to quietly listen to threats. Lu Shui said, dissatisfied. If you did not take your wife out, it would not turn out like this. If she does not have combat effectiveness, put her in a safe place instead of actually bringing her out. Are things not troublesome enough for you? Qin Feng was speechless. Mississippi, this is my own business. Scumbag, Lu Shui snorted, looking at Qin Feng with contempt, and pushed the dining cart away. Qin Feng was speechless. This Lu Shui was really unreasonable. Just how was he the scumbag? For the sake of Uncle Lu, Qin Feng did not want to push it. The next day, Qin Feng got up and took Bai Li for a walk among the flower beds in the backyard of the hotel in the morning, at the same time holding the verdant emperor saber while pondering deeply. Ancient warriors in the F tier also have martial arts skills. Perhaps I should practice today? Oh right, before rebirth, I also obtained sky-burning sword art. I should try that. The requirements of sky-burning sword art were also particularly high. The internal energy must be activated in a special method that activated the important acupoints in the body, showing the fire within the internal force, combining it with the sword art to activate a supernatural flame-based ability. Qin Feng's heart jumped for a moment. Since I have fire ability, combining that with sky-burning sword art, I don't know how strong the effect will be. With that, Qin Feng called on his internal force and poured out the fire runes. In an instant, the verdant emperor saber was ignited. Burning sword glare. The most basic technique of the art exhibited by Qin Feng was extremely powerful. Once more, let's make some fireworks. A ray of burning light like a semicircle flared up, refracting light from the blade like a blooming flower of fire. It really was fireworks. Qin Feng wanted to keep training, but his communicator started making beeping noises. Important announcement. A special Ultra Beast has appeared approximately 923 meters from your current location. Please take note. Please take note. Qin Feng looked at the prompt on his communicator, and he momentarily froze. It was here. The so-called Special Ultra Beast was the Crystal Shell Beast. The beast had eaten some ores and passed by Han Town. The parties hunting the creature down would not give it the time to continue feeding. Moreover, the Crystal Shell Beast was not just a beast capable of mining. It was an insectoid. A flying insectoid. Without the chance of finding more food, the largest source of energy in Han Town would be the spatial stabilizing device. This would be how the tragedy of Han Town began. The Crystal Shell Beast would eat the spatial stabilizing device, causing a rift to appear and plunging the entire town into chaos. If the Crystal Shell Beast were immobilized, then Han Town wouldn't fall like it did in the past. If so, Uncle Lu probably wouldn't come with me this time around. Qin Feng thought to himself. However, after giving it another thought, Qin Feng decided that he would bring down the Crystal Shell Beast. Even if it were for the Crystal Shell Beast alone, the time spent coming here wouldn't be wasted. I can always come back again for Uncle Lu when I become stronger in the future. In this doomsday era, who would want to be drifters anyway? Han Town is Uncle Lu's home after all. With that finalized thought, Qin Feng had made up his mind. Let's go. Let's go and see how mystical this Crystal Shell Beast is. Qin Feng grabbed Bai Li, leaping over some houses and raced through the streets. rushing toward the location of the crystal shell beast. As he closed the distance, more aptitude users began to appear. These people naturally heard the news and wanted to catch the crystal shell beast for themselves. Haha, I've traveled so far only to find it so easily. I didn't expect the beast to appear in town. This will be a pit of regret in the guts of those that went out to search for it. By the time they get back, the crystal shell beast would be ours. Lads, watch out for others. Whoever wants to steal this from us, take them down. In the surrounding area, there were teams of 3 to 5 on guard against each other, their eyes filled with hostile intent. Field competition was a common thing. Of course, those who had been running to the central square of the town found that the prompt on their communicators was showing that the crystal shell beast was about 200 meters away from them. This made them very confused. At this time, the F-rank aptitude users' insight numbered to more than 50. Among them included Lu Jingshan's daughter, Lu Shui. Where's the beast? Everyone was puzzled. Only Qin Feng suddenly opened up the hidden, gliding wings on his back. Whoosh. Up. Qin Feng took a step and suddenly jumped up to the height of 3 stories high. The gliding wings jittered as the energy system was activated, and the wind runes sent Qin Feng rocketing through the sky. His actions naturally drew the attention of the people nearby. At the same time, they seemed to have realized something. In the sky, at this time, there were people within the gigantic spatial stabilizing device. They had received a prompt about the crystal shell beast that was getting closer. Crink, crink. These people heard a noise, and an alarm sounded throughout the entire spatial stabilizing device. The exterior of the spatial stabilizing device has been damaged. Please repair it as soon as possible. Under the sunlight, the basin-sized crystal shell beast was like a large diamond, reflecting a kaleidoscopic light. As soon as Qin Feng flew closer to the spatial stabilizing device, he found the location of the beast. The spatial stabilizing device was huge. It had a disc in the center that was 50 meters long. There were 3 channels connected to the disc, and they extended in 3 directions from the disc. The spatial stabilizing device was like a fan that had been fit above the entire Han town. And now, the crystal shell beast was on one of the fan wings, nibbling at the shell. It was located directly where the energy device was stored. Get off. Qin Feng's verdant emperor saber pierced toward the crystal shell beast's direction. The crystal shell beast sensed impending danger and immediately opened up its wings to evade Qin Feng's attack. At where it once was, translucent energy seeped out of a large hole. Even on the outside, Qin Feng could hear the alarm coming from within. Quickly, empty the energy fluid for now, so we can repair the external shell. Open the top hatch. Hurry. The spatial device isn't stable. The crystal shell beast circled the spatial stabilizing device, and Qin Feng stood by the hole it made, refusing to leave. At this time, a maintenance personnel had come out from the inside with tools in his hands. After seeing Qin Feng, he was a bit surprised. Who are you? Do we even have time for this? Hurry up and fix the stabilizer. Qin Feng barked. Buzz. The crystal shell beast suddenly swooped down. It was indeed a special kind of ultra beast. While it did not have high strength, it was high in value, and also an F-tier beast. It still had some attack capabilities. The outward appearance of the crystal shell beast resembled that of a beetle, a scarab to be precise. Its wings buzzed quietly and relentlessly. As the beast was transparent, it could assimilate other colors around it to hide its trace. That was how it got to the spatial stabilizing device without being detected when it passed through the air defense system. In midair, the crystal shell beast disappeared instantly, and when it appeared again, it was already behind the maintenance staff, who was holding a tool. Qin Feng reached his opponent's side in a flash, swinging his verdant emperor saber. The worker did not expect Qin Feng to be so fast, and he started to move forward, believing that he was about to be killed, and tried to evade the attack, slipping and flopping onto the surface. Not only that, the tool fell off the spatial stabilizing device. Clang! Qin Feng's saber and the beast's wings collided with one another. The wings of the crystal shell beast were as hard as steel. Although the verdant emperor saber was made out of G-tier material, it was not enough to cut through its wings. Of course, this time he blocked the beast from beheading the worker. When the worker saw this, he had yet to realize that this person had come to help. The real culprit behind the damage to the spatial stabilizing device was the crystal shell beast. Tools. The tools. I need to go get them. The man hurriedly said and started to crawl away. At this time, two people with gliding wings were flying up. Upon spotting the crystal shell beast, they hollered excitedly. Rat-a-tat-tat. One of them was obviously a long-range gunner. When he saw the crystal shell beast, he fired immediately. Qin Feng's expression turned sour. A volley of bullets flew out, spitting sparks of flame, and ignited the energy fluid instantly. The energy fluid was used to supply the spatial stabilizing device. Qin Feng's floating tank also used the same fluid. It was extremely flammable. Qin Feng kicked off and flew away, no longer caring about the crystal shell beast or the people after it. Retarded bunch. Qin Feng had other viciously colorful choice words to use on those people at that time. Boom. 100 meters up, there was a huge explosion. The energy tank of the spatial stabilizing device had exploded. This was not like the small spark that exploded randomly in Chungbei Colony. The entire huge spatial stabilizing device in the sky exploded into two sections, split apart right down the middle. Creak. One of the blasted-out fan wings of the spatial stabilizing device began to tilt. The circuits crackled, and there were fewer and fewer connected parts. Run! The people below watched as the large spatial stabilizing wing fell and shouted out in unison. Those within the buildings below did not expect a disaster like this to occur, and it was too late to avoid it. Even Qin Feng could not do anything at this point. Boom! The fan wing of the spatial stabilizing device crashed into a tall building, instantly causing it to crumble and fall. Not only that, the spatial stabilizing device with two fan wings left slowly began to tilt, and the suspension device could no longer carry such a heavy object. Besides that, the device had just lost one of its corners and could no longer be held intact. The rate of descent was getting faster and faster. People had absolutely no time to stop it. Xiaobai, let's go. Qin Feng shouted. Bai Li appeared next to Qin Feng instantly, and the two disappeared together. Amidst the chaos, nobody noticed Qin Feng. Another explosion ruptured in the air, and the huge stabilizing device crashed downward toward the central square. The spatial stabilizing device was definitely the most sophisticated instrument, and it was also of great value. However, this did not mean that it had sturdy defenses. Quite the contrary. In order to conserve energy, the device itself had almost no defense. After all, the town had a spatial alarm and a protective outer layer. But if there were an aerial threat, severe damage would be inevitable. Nobody expected Han Town to be infiltrated by a crystal shell beast with a high stealth ability, and that the spatial stabilizing device would be destroyed by a brainless gunner. Qin Feng did not know if the disaster in his previous life was caused by this, but he would have immediately killed the gunner if he had known something like this would happen. The destruction of the spatial stabilizing device was an unexpected disaster. Many were still at a loss, but the collapsing tower caused by the explosion caused the scene to be in total chaos. The town's garrison troop and patrols appeared one after another. Not only that, a violent and most definitely angry figure had appeared. It was the strongest person in Han Town, Mayor Shi Tianhai. Who did this? Shi Tianhai could not believe it all. The spatial stabilizing device. It was the foundation of the town. He let out a cry of rage that was cut short as a rift opened up in place of the spatial stabilizing device. The rift seemed to have torn the sky apart, ripping straight through the sky toward the ground with a height of 100 meters and a width of 10 meters. Beep beep. Without needing to look at it, Qin Feng's communicator vibrated violently. Not only that, the whole of Han Town had received the news. In that moment, a large swarm of monsters flooded out. Qin Feng, who was closer, turned pale at the sight. This was like what he saw in his past life, and it brought back those deep fears of such imagery. The first wave of assault were fast-moving, bloodthirsty beetles. The battering buzz of wings continuously sounded out, and they pounced upon those that were still running around and began their feeding frenzy. It was an F-tier insectoid beast. Not only that, it was an F5-tier insectoid beast, and they came in groups. The F-tier aptitude users in the central square were the first ones to bear the assault. Open fire. Suppression fire. Don't let them come any closer, retreat. Someone shouted among the crowd. A gunner was quickly caught up by the attacks. He wildly fired his submachine gun. However, the speed of these bloodthirsty beetles were too fast. Kill one, and another one would replace it. Soon, The gunner was knocked to the ground by a bloodthirsty beetle, and at the next moment, 3 beetles were pressed against each other, and a 1-meter-long tube protruded from the beetle's mouth into the body of the gunner. Oh! The gunner screamed, but the blood in his body was quickly sucked away, and he no longer had the strength to struggle. Such a scene was happening everywhere. Qin Feng's eyes swept around, and he saw Lu Shue's figure. He could not prevent Han Town from getting zerged by insectoids, so naturally he had to stand out to help Lu Shue. At this time, Lu Shue was fighting while retreating. There were 2 bloodthirsty beetles on her tail and were refusing to be shaken loose. In order to not be injured, Lu Shue could not just make a desperate run for it. It was at that moment when a huge fireball roared out from the side, centering on the bloodthirsty beetles. Boom! The bloodthirsty beetles were immediately flung away, bursting into flames and landing on the ground, no longer moving. Lu Shue looked in surprise at the direction from where the flames came. She knew that someone had used the fire to help her. It was just that she did not expect that someone to be Qin Feng out of all people. Qin Feng took a few steps toward the remaining bloodthirsty beetle, brandishing the verdant emperor saber. Burning sword glare. Fire runes were wrapped around the verdant emperor saber, suddenly adding a full meter to it. It looked like it had doubled in size. The flames of the blade licked at the bloodthirsty beetle and sliced it in half in a flash. There was no blood coming from the wound, but instead a meaty fragrance. "Thank you," Lu Shue quickly said. "No time for thank yous. Go back quickly. The situation doesn't look good," Qin Feng hurriedly said. "Right." Lu Shue gave a hard, affirmative nod. This time, other than the huge rift that had opened up in the center of town, there were smaller rifts opening up all over the place. Lu Shue would naturally be anxious. Who knew what was going on right now? Qin Feng and Lu Shue continued their retreat, and at this time, Lu Shue looked at Bai Li in surprise. She thought that Bai Li was just an ordinary person, but the other party was not a slouch in terms of speed and seemed to be able to keep up with relative ease, with not a trace of panic on her. Now, even Mayor Shi Tianhai had run away without a trace. When the crack had appeared, the surroundings were filled with a chaotic crowd of fleeing civilians. Cars crowded the main road and had been blocked by a car accident. Nobody was getting out. "Ah!" Someone cried out, having been bitten on the leg by a black steel bug. "Save me. Please, save me." He was asking for help from those around him, and after seeing Qin Feng and Lu Shue, he immediately yelled, "Captain Lu! Captain Lu, save me!" As the captain of one of Han Town's patrol branches and a young, powerful woman with beautiful looks, everyone in town recognized her. Lu Shue hesitated for a moment, but stopped, taking out her energy gun and blasted the man's foot. The black steel bug loosened its mandibles, and the man was released. His foot looked like it was almost bitten off and was desperate for a while. Then he saw Captain Lu, and he felt that there was still hope. He quickly grabbed onto Lu Shue's heel. "Captain Lu, you can't leave me behind. It's too dangerous here, and we can't leave the town. Let's find shelter and wait for rescue." Due to the risk of invasion from the spatial rift, there was a combination of underground shelters, reinforced car parks, and military-grade, large-scale underground bunkers beneath every city in order to ensure that people could take refuge when all hell broke loose. And it was during such a situation that Lu Shue was somehow bogged down by indecisiveness. This happened as a group of people stumbled upon Lu Shue and started gathering around her. Those in the patrol team, squad leader Lu's over here. "Quick, go over to the leader's side. We'll be under her protection." In mere moments, a crowd had materialized around Lu Shue. As if the timing could not be any worse, a pissed-off group of blade mantises were crawling quickly toward the cluster of human beings. Some let out blood-curdling screams at the sight of the monsters. More courageous ones chose to run for it, and the rest, whose legs went limp as the predators approached, shrunk behind Lu Shue's frame. There was even someone who was pushing Lu Shue forward, as if presenting her as a sacrifice into the gaping jaws of the blade mantises. However, it quickly became apparent that these G3 tier blade mantises were not that powerful of a foe. With a few swift strikes from Lu Shue, they went down like the bugs they were, and the mass of people were protected. However, this only caused the group of people surrounding her to grow ever larger. It seemed that this group of people intended to get Lu Shue to escort them to the underground shelter at the nearby supermarket. Seeing the current situation Lu Shui was in, Qin Feng finally understood how she died in the previous life. Lu Shui, think about your parents. They're both regular civilians. If you choose to stay here at this time, who's going to take care of them in the days to come? Qin Feng asked bluntly. A look of unease flashed across Lu Shui's face, though it was obvious that Qin Feng's words precisely mirrored her worries. How could she leave her defenseless parents behind? It was impossible. At the same time, it was these people that clung on stubbornly to Lu Shui, refusing to let her go. Are you even human? How can one be so selfish? Why on earth would you let the squad leader go? Yeah, in such a crisis, letting her go would put our lives on the line. I'm pretty damn sure that Lu Zhenshan's place has got an underground shelter. There's still going to be plenty of time left for her and her parents after these bugs are dealt with first. A commotion spread like wildfire amongst the people. Qin Feng sneered viciously and silenced the crowd by delivering a powerful kick to the side of a car, scaring the wits out of the protesters. Not one more word from any of your mouths. Qin Feng roared coldly. The power from his mere threat was enough to cause dizziness among some in the crowd. If you want to live, stop spewing nonsense. On your feet and keep up with me. Whoever that dares to give stray orders will be struck down without mercy with this gun in my hand. Qin Feng produced an energy blaster and pointed it in the general direction of the crowd. Seeing the gun alone was more than enough to stun the masses. However, some who noticed the G-tier aptitude user badge pinned on Qin Feng's chest started giving disdainful looks. It was apparent that they were not taking Qin Feng seriously. Who even are you? You think you can protect us? Well, aren't you a cocky one? Damn right. We were talking to our squad leader. How dare you butt into our discussion? Squad leader Lu, is he your underling? Isn't he planning to abandon us? Just who does he think he is? As Han Town was a relatively small place, some of these people literally watched over Lu Shui as she was growing up, hence explaining why they rightfully felt that they deserved her protection. After all was said and done, these people felt a lingering fear in their hearts, fear that Lu Shui would run off. This was why they clustered around her, clinging on to her stubbornly, refusing to let her go. Qin Feng's expression darkened and he said out loud in a cynical tone, Lu Shui, it matters little to me whether or not you want to stay, or if you want to leave with me. I still have a rune equipment waiting for me back at Uncle Lu's place, so I will have to go back there regardless. If that were not the case, I wouldn't have saved you back then. If you feel obligated to stay and protect these people, then by all means go ahead. In fact, I'll notify your father of your death in advance when I meet him. Lu Shui was shaken to the core by Qin Feng's words. From the time Lu Shui spent with Qin Feng, she already understood how pivotal his role was for their survival. If the group were left with her alone to fend against the enemy, there was no doubt that their days would be numbered. Even if one could successfully escape, the chance to live and see another day was minuscule. Their lifeline laid within Qin Feng. With this in mind, Lu Shui brushed off her indecisiveness and replied quickly, Qin Feng, I'll listen to what you have to say. Those who still treasure their lives, follow us. My place isn't too far away. It's only 3 blocks down, so get your act together. The people started panicking at the sudden change in plans. Their worries, however, were briefly interrupted by the rumbling ground. Soon after, the cause of this ruckus introduced itself as a massive snail making its way around the corner of the street. That thing was at least 4 to 5 meters tall, reaching almost 2 stories in height. Right in front of its shell appeared 2 heads, oozing out and shrinking back in at an alarming frequency. It was evidently able to absorb humans into its gut effortlessly given its size. It did not take a university graduate to recognize the beast that was making its way toward them, for illustrations of it were widely taught during high school. Steelback snail. A double-headed mutant at that. It's a beast general. In the blink of an eye, chaos erupted among the masses. Everyone present understood the ferocity of beast generals that were able to hold off against 10 combatants at any given time. No matter how skilled Lu Shui was, resisting, let alone defeating this double-headed snail, was practically impossible. Screw this. Run for it. The group ran like madmen away from the incoming attack. Run as they might, but it was all futile. Despite it being a snail, the beast was able to crawl at an alarming speed, moving significantly faster than your average human being. The surface beneath its foot seemed to have turned into a wave of sorts, enabling it to glide across the ground swiftly like a hovercraft. These people still had to avoid the cars that formed obstacles in their escape path. This, however, posed little hindrance to the double-headed steelback snail as it crushed anything and everything in its path. The double-headed steelback snail outstretched one of its heads, and with its maw wide open, gobbled down one of the fleeing men into its gut. Arg! The man let out a helpless wail, but was quickly silenced as he disappeared into the abyss that was its gut. Bastard! Lu Shui raged as she struck the enemy with her palm. Sub-Zero Slammer. While the force from her palms impacted like a raging river, it somehow slipped off from the steelback snail's body, and the beast shrugged off the attack unfazed. The enemy's body was coated in a slippery layer of mucus. Lu Shui's attack merely scratched the itch of the beast. From Qin Feng's point of view, Lu Shui's impulsive attack was basically presenting her as takeout dinner for the snail. Seeing how little regard she had for her own life, he was at a loss for words. Han Town truly is blessed with an abundance of retards, Qin Feng yelled out before rushing forward into the fray. As soon as he grabbed hold of Lu Shui's clothes, he pulled back with all the strength he could conjure up. His immense strength sent Lu Shui flying back into the background. A mere millisecond later, a meter-wide jaw snapped shut above where she once stood. If not for Qin Feng, her head would have been turned into snail feed in an instant. Despite seeing what would be its meal escape, the double-headed steelback snail paid no heed to Lu Shui and instead contorted its grotesque, soft body and shifted its fury onto Qin Feng instead. Qin Feng smiled wryly and raised his arm above his head, revealing a shining sword. Flaming Tree Silver Blossom. In an instant, a fan-shaped jet of flame shot forth from Qin Feng. In the midst of the flames, the verdant Emperor Saber shimmered in silver, just like a green flower within a firestorm. Boom! With a single attack, the tables had turned. The situation in which Lu Shui seemed so powerless against the enemy had now shifted in humanity's favor as both skulls of the steelback snail plopped onto the ground. Thud! Thud! Two heavy skulls rolled across the ground, leaving a trail of transparent mucus-like substance. It was the blood of the snail. Once again, the verdant Emperor Saber shone in the light before it swung down, slicing the tip of the enemy's skull off cleanly. Not long after, two goose egg-sized azure crystals appeared in Qin Feng's hands. These were the enemy's ability cores. Why aren't you moving? Are you planning to stay there forever? Qin Feng snapped coldly. Still, he could not get past Lu Shui's mannerisms and how she dealt with things. How hesitant and irresolute. Right. Lu Shui hastened to keep up with Qin Feng's pace. It was at this moment that her admiration and respect for Qin Feng had solidified. It was not just that. The civilians who were in hiding moments ago all came running out and trailed behind Qin Feng. With Qin Feng taking point, all was right with the world. These insectoids did not pose too much of a threat to the group. Qin Feng slashed through them effortlessly while leading the way forward until they reached Lu Jinshan's equipment store. The store was currently in tatters, with glass shards littering the ground. Within the store itself were three-blade mantises that somehow snuck their way in, unwelcomed of course. Lying motionless on the ground were two corpses. Lu Shui felt as if her heart had been ripped out of her chest and thrown off a cliff, down into a bottomless abyss. Even before Qin Feng could make his move, Lu Shui rushed forward and killed off those mantises with a few strikes from her palms. The good news was that neither of these two corpses belonged to Lu Jinshan. Instead, one seemed to be Lu Jinshan's storekeeper while the other was presumably a customer, a G-tier aptitude user at that. It was a shame. His fate dictated that he would lie here forever. Go to the basement first, Qin Feng ordered. Right. Lu Shui marched to the front and took over in leading the way even though Qin Feng had complete knowledge about the building's layout. While he followed the girl closely, the people behind him had other ideas in mind. Their eyes lit up at the sight of the abandoned store and picked up one or two pieces of loot as they went along their way. These combat equipment did a pretty good job at resisting attacks from ultra beasts. Though, in normal times, they were worth at least 10,000 yuan apiece and could reach up to 100,000 for a really good set, hence explaining why nobody bought these items. Qin Feng paid no heed to the greedy bunch. Following Lu Shui, they arrived at an underground parking space where a secret door was found. At that moment, The door seemed to have been locked from the inside. Lu Shui rapped her knuckles loudly on the door. "Dad, Mom, are you still inside?" "Lu Shui, little Shui's back," Xiao Yin exclaimed in a delighted tone. Soon after, the heavy and impenetrable steel door groaned open, revealing the scene inside. Apart from Xiao Yin and Lu Jinshan, there were 3 other women and a man, all of whom were employees of the store. They too ran out to check out the commotion. The locked space was dimly lit, but the thick, reinforced steel door gave everyone a sense of security, something hard to come by these days. Even before Xiao Yin could celebrate her daughter's return, the civilians from the other side swarmed into the safe space like rats down their burrow. Although the basement was a mandatory facility, it was quite obvious that it was not designed for public use. The total floor space available was a mere 100 square meters, and with the addition of 20-odd people, the place became packed to the brim in the blink of an eye. "Quick, shut that door up," someone from the group urged. Qin Feng ignored them. "Uncle Lu, where'd you place the equipment that I wanted refined?" Back then, Qin Feng was confident that he could have stopped the tragedy from occurring, and so he did not take with him the item in question. However, things rarely went according to plan, as he had learnt later on. Still, he did not wish to let a Beast King tier item slip out of his grasp that easily. Lu Jinshan appeared stunned, followed by his expression changing for the worse. "Bad news, it's still inside the decomposition furnace," Lu Jinshan replied. Qin Feng's brows furrowed before he continued. "It's all right, uncle. We'll retrieve it later on. Be rest assured, as long as I'm here, I will do my best to guarantee your safety. What's more is that the situation outside has taken a turn for the worse. We'll need food supplies, and I'm afraid the rations here are not enough to support a group of this size." Lu Jinshan's expression turned dead serious upon hearing Qin Feng's words. His teeth remained tightly clenched before decisively saying, "All right, I'll go with you. Honey, I beg of you, don't go out there." Xiao Yin immediately blocked Lu Jinshan's path and turned toward Qin Feng with teary eyes. "Young man, how much money do you need? I'm willing to pay whatever price you state, but please, don't let my husband go out there." "Ma'am, please calm down. I assure you that nothing will happen to Uncle Lu." Lu Shui came in and patted her mother on the back as if to give her more assurance. "Mom, what Qin Feng said is correct. Don't worry too much. It's the least you could do to maintain our morale. He's a seasoned veteran, and without him, we would not have made it back here alive. Now it's our turn to wait here patiently for their return. All right." Lu Jinshan continued with a beaming expression. "A businessman must be a man of his words. It's just a journey to a place a few steps away, and the material we're retrieving is worth up to 1 billion yuan. I cannot afford to lose this deal, so you best stay out of my way." With these words, Xiao Yin lost the argument. She had no choice but to be ushered back into the basement by Lu Shui. "Xiaoli, you stay here too. I'll leave this place under your care now." Qin Feng left Xiao Bai inside the safety of the basement. Knowing that Qin Feng was not going to wander too far off, it nodded its head while flexing its paw back and forth, a gesture of waving goodbye. "If there are any hiccups, ring me up." Qin Feng smiled and replied, "Of course. Relax, I'll call you when the need arises." In actuality, the distance between the two was not going to be too far apart. Both of them could still communicate telepathically, but owing to Bai Li's curiosity toward anything novel, even using the communicator came as something extremely fun. Without any more words exchanged, the steel door clamped shut, and thus, the duo that was Qin Feng and Lu Jinshan marched forward toward their destination. "Let's go." "The smelting facility's right behind the backyard. We'll go up there from this position." Lu Jinshan led the way and Qin Feng followed behind cautiously. Qin Feng worked here for half a month before his rebirth, so it was not surprising that he already knew the layout of the land here. Soon, they went into the elevator of the car park, which brought them up onto the surface. The landscape above ground was in a complete mess, though this area did not seem to have been ravaged by the insectoids. Evidently, the spread of insectoids was guided by the main trunk road, so places away from it were relatively unaffected. However, when Qin Feng arrived at the doorway of the smelting facility, his expression darkened. The smelting facility was an essential spot. Lu Jinshan had always been here, forging rune equipment, so no one was allowed to get too close. The items stored here, regardless of whether it was material made from ultra beasts or automated machinery, were all of extremely high value. It followed that the defense system built in place was extremely robust. So how is it possible that there was a massive half-meter-wide hole on the reinforced anti-looting door? The anti-looting door was now like an optical illusion to Qin Feng. Taking aim, his foot smashed against the area right around where the door handle was, kicking the entire door frame down. The scene within was enough to make Qin Feng gouge out his own eyes. All types of materials littered the floor, but evidently, the racks which once held the most prized ones were now empty shells. Clinging onto the side of the massive smelting furnace was a crystal-like see-through beetle the size of a gallon bucket. "Crystal armor beast," Lu Zhinshan yelled out in astonishment. Who would have thought that this creature would appear here out of all places? On second thought, it should not have been too surprising. The crystal armor beast was interrupted by human activity when it had just started feeding on energy fluids. However, since the crisis hit, nobody cared about where the grubby creature went. And for now, within the entire Han town, was there an even better material than what Lu Zhinshan originally had in store? It should be kept in mind that the material within the smelting furnace that Lu Zhinshan was forging was an F-tier Beast King item. The reason why the crystal armor beast snuck its way here was no coincidence. While the forging process within the furnace was already completed, it was still radiating an immense amount of heat. The beetle was left with no other choice but to wait it out until the furnace cooled down before chomping its way in to obtain the prize within. However, it never crossed the armor beast's mind that the pesky humans who once interrupted its feeding process would turn up here again. "Nice, this fella fell into our laps willingly." A smile cracked across Qin Feng's face, and without hesitation, a beam of darkness enveloped the crystal armor beast's body. Dark shroud. The beast lost all its senses for a moment. Qin Feng once again unleashed his ability. Dark ray. Hellfire. Zoom. Zoom. A series of explosions followed. The crystal armor beast simply could not withstand Qin Feng's attacks, which had been blessed and enhanced by the dark stone. A few seconds later, it collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. It had been weakened to such a degree that it failed to dodge the incoming hellfire attack, which instantly carbonized its brain, killing it right then and there. The culprit that caused the destruction of Han Town had now been taken out by Qin Feng's own hands. Struggling to produce any coherent form of speech, Lu Zhinshan was shocked to the very core after witnessing Qin Feng unveil his true strength. Back then, Qin Feng set the bar for himself as an F-tier ancient warrior after being provoked by others. As for the moment, though, it seemed that he had long surpassed what they had originally labeled him as. Qin Feng, in all aspects, was practically an ability user. There was, however, one distinct thing that caught Lu Zhinshan's eye, and he just could not wrap his head around it. How and why was the hue produced by Qin Feng's ability pure black in color? Still, remembering the hellfire attack released by Qin Feng in the second half of his attack, Lu Zhinshan concluded that somewhere along the way, some mutations must have occurred among the fire runic ability users, so he stopped giving it more thought. He busily shuffled over and started operating the smelting furnace again, switching on the rapid cooling process. As icy cold water rushed down the sides of the furnace, so did the interior temperature of the furnace drop. It was not too long before the hatch of the furnace popped open, revealing the prized material floating within. "Old pal, this is it." Lu Zhinshan passed the item over to Qin Feng. The result of the decomposition process produced 3 distinct types of energies, compressed into a physical form. One of them was compressed into a block around the size of 3 clay bricks, but weighed over 100 kilograms. This is really good stuff. It must be a mineral from an alternate dimension. We named it the sunken black stone. It's an extremely robust material, offering good resistance against attacks for its user. Prime stuff to make shields out of, but I'll admit that it'd be pretty interesting to make weapons with it. You know what they say, offense is the best form of defense, and I don't think weapons made from it will wear out anytime soon, huh? Agreeing with the old man, Qin Feng nodded. "Uncle Lu, I've transferred the funds over to you. Though, I wonder how much longer it'll take if I let you upgrade this runic equipment right here." Qin Feng questioned. "Right now, huh?" Lu Zhinshan did not expect that Qin Feng was still ruminating on upgrading his equipment. The insectoids were breeding like crazy out there right now, so was it not better to leave the place as soon as possible? Qin Feng nodded and replied, "Uncle Lu, Keep in mind that the store is located right at the heart of the city. While the insectoids have now infested the entire place, their presence is still unevenly distributed. If we evacuate right now, the chances of a successful escape is high, but so is death. Lu Zhinshan was visibly confused by Qin Feng's statement. Qin Feng's statement was true. During the initial stage, when the insectoids came crawling out from the spatial rift, their innate instinct was to hunt and feed. This stage was the most chaotic and the worst time for one to evacuate the city. In one moment, you could evade a group of slow-crawling insectoids but end up in the jaws of a bloodthirsty brood mother in the next instant. Stories of how people met their demise in a similar fashion were commonly passed on among the survivors. Thus, the chances of dying were far from being out of the equation yet. However, as the insectoids consolidate their occupation of this area, only the high-tier beasts would remain as the weaklings slowly die out. Different species would obviously live in different sectors of the city as they, too, were territorial in nature. The chances of surviving the evacuation at this stage were the highest so long as they could maneuver between the insectoids' territories undetected. This was common knowledge taught in textbooks in his past life. Still, only a handful from the past lived to tell tales of such endeavors. Qin Feng continued. Also, as long as Han Town remains under enemy control, the spatial rift will continue expanding. Soon, even those from Fu City will move over and encircle us. It's wiser to stay put and wait it out. At least it's a better plan than to make a blind escape with no immediate plans at hand. We now have more than 20 people in that basement. Instead of making camp in that cramped space, we can have more breathing room if we hole up in an abandoned hotel. We'll last longer that way too. For us to be able to do that, though, my weapons must be lethal enough to protect the group. Since we already have the core of the crystal armor beast, let's upgrade the weapon right now. The most important reason for Qin Feng to come to this decision, however, was that considering Lu Shue's personality, it was very unlikely that she was willing to evacuate the place by herself. Instead, she would insist on dragging along with her the deadweight that was 20-odd people, or she would die trying. If that were the case, only God knows what would happen to such a large crowd. He had seen this scenario repeat before his very eyes too many times for him to quantify. These comrades that stood shoulder to shoulder with you would send you toward death's embrace if their own lives were threatened. Qin Feng refused to let harm be done toward Uncle Lu under his watch. Lu Zhinshan was obviously moved by what Qin Feng had to say. You're right. Let's do it. After all, forging a weapon shouldn't take too much time. 3 to 5 hours is what I need. Still, for Lu Zhinshan to make such a risky decision, Qin Feng's combat ability played a crucial role in the process. His strength was unrivaled and was much stronger than Lu Shui. With such a strong ally by his side, nothing was to be feared. In fact, his worst fear was Qin Feng running off by himself. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Lu Zhinshan's words. He said, I also have a few other materials which need to be broken down. Give me a moment. I'll have my girlfriend deliver them to us. Qin Feng switched on the communicator and requested for Bai Li to deliver the goods over. The goods in question was the spear of the Emperor Knight. Receiving Qin Feng's orders, Bai Li soon emerged from the underground shelter. While she did not know the exact route to get to Qin Feng's position, she could sense his presence and roughly make out which direction she had to take. Without using spatial manipulation, she effortlessly followed the path from the underground car park and soon arrived above ground. The moment she stepped foot outside, a group of humans could be seen fleeing from insectoids, retreating back into the hotel. Man, FCK these bugs. Which mother of Kerr was it that shattered the space stabilizing device? We're totally screwed, so what's the point of saying all that? No, these critters are having a feeding frenzy outside. Let them stuff their bellies first before we go out. We gotta find a place to barricade ourselves in. Say, this hotel's a pretty sweet spot. Just hurry up, find something to block the windows and doors. Lock this place down. These were all F-tier aptitude users with a lifetime of experience in survival. They were lightning fast in finding stuff to blockade entry points into the building, and soon, the entire place turned into a makeshift fortress. While they were running about setting up defenses, Bai Li cheekily appeared in front of these ragtag defenders. However, Bai Li ignored these people, and so did they in regards to her appearance, with the exception of a single member from the group who noticed her presence immediately. That person was the ancient warrior whose entire row of teeth were knocked out by 2 blows from Qin Feng's fists a few days ago. His eyes nearly popped out of its sockets as she entered into his vision. "Hey, ain't that the kid's sweetheart?" The man walked over in long strides, blocking Bai Li from proceeding any further. Bai Li's brows furrowed, flashing a look of disgust at the man. "Haha, little missy, since your husband's out there feeding the bugs, how about you follow me? Service me well, and I'll protect you. How does that sound? Now, you're more than entitled to reject my generous proposition, but do know that I could just toss you out and turn you into juicy bug feed." Bai Li rolled her eyes and imitated Qin Feng's signature cynical laugh. "I'll have you know that my husband's in the backyard. I don't know what you're talking about, bug feed and all. How laughable." A jolt ran down the man's spine, if he had one, upon realizing that Qin Feng was still alive. Still, Bai Li's attitude was more than this ancient warrior could handle. In the next moment, he bellowed with rage. "Who cares if he's in the backyard? I'll FCK you right here and now. He can kill me if he wants, but I'll die with a great smile on my face." Immediately after, the man reached out with his thick arms to grab hold of the girl. He was aiming to cover up Bai Li's mouth to prevent her from screaming. An image flashed across his mind with the girl on her knees begging for forgiveness as his toothless mouth curved into a wicked grin. Bai Li stepped backward in the nick of time and stated loud and clear, "While my husband forbids me from using violence, if you provoke me any further, I swear to God I will rain his fury down upon you." "Haha, big words, missy. Come on, touch me all you want." Bai Li's eyes glimmered, and a cunning smile broke across her face. "Since you've invited me to, sure thing." Without hesitation, she lifted her feminine arm high above her head before bringing it down onto the man's face like a whip. While Qin Feng held back on his attacks, the same could not be said for Bai Li. That smack alone sent her opponent flying meters back, smashing open the windows which he had barricaded mere moments ago. This ancient warrior dropped like a sack of potatoes onto the ground outside the hotel. Bugs roaming around the surrounding area immediately swarmed over and turned the toothless sex offender-to-be into an all-you-can-eat buffet. Bai Li cackled wryly. "You don't have the balls to feed me to the bugs, literally and figuratively." She then walked off in her high heels as if nothing had happened. None of the ancient warrior's comrades stepped in to defuse the situation. Was Qin Feng's slap to that person's face not also a slap to the dignity of the entire team? Revenge would normally be sought afterwards, but there was a reason why this was not the case. Aptitude users could be perfectly described using the ever-changing weather as an analogy. You may be riding high today, strong as ever, but come tomorrow, you could just be eating dirt to get by. It never crossed any of these people's minds that Bai Li would possess such great power. She's an aptitude user. SHD, comrade number 3's dead. Just what kind of a SH though did he get into last time? It did not take long for these ability users to quiet down. Now, the hotel was dead silent. Present on the scene was a total of 6 aptitude users, half of them being close friends of the now-deceased warrior. "Say, should we just run for it?" one of the gunners asked as he shifted around uncomfortably. The lady looked as fragile as a porcelain flower vase, but was strong enough to wipe out a battle-hardened man with a single blow. If she alone were this strong, it was hard to imagine just how much stronger this Qin Feng person was. Now that they have pissed off his girl, it was a pretty wise decision to leave the scene. No, you've all witnessed just how strong she is. With Armageddon happening outside, she's surprisingly calm for a lady to be traveling alone. There must be some trick up her sleeve, some kind of a trump card. It's got to be safer if we could just call for a ceasefire with them. Going outside isn't an option. Yeah, we'll stay. The other half of the team were not particularly close with the late ancient warrior and company. They merely banded together to wait out the storm, a pact of convenience. As they had not offended Qin Feng, there was no reason to go. In fact, they were relieved upon learning of his existence. Let's check him out later on. We'll introduce ourselves, and by extension, secure the safety of our group. Well said. The others seemed to have reached a consensus. Meanwhile, Bai Li had finally arrived at the smelting facility where she handed the spear over to Qin Feng. He then passed the weapon carefully over to Lu Zhinshan. "This is the one I was talking about." Upon receiving that spear, the old man's face glowed with excitement. "Star steel. That's correct." Qin Feng nodded. As the Emperor Knight had died, so did its contract with its spear. The spirit residing within the spear dissipated over time, hence it was not as effective in Qin Feng's hands. In its current state, it would be far better to harness the power of its material than to forge a new weapon out of it with the verdant Emperor saber. In the next moment, it seemed as if the spear had turned into hot steel as Lu Jinshan struggled to keep it within his grips. You want to use this to upgrade your own weapon? Wouldn't that be a tad bit too wasteful? Lu Jinshan asked with a confused look. To his question, Qin Feng shook his head as he replied, I'm using it on my own weapon, so how would it be wasteful? The old man had held in his arms the verdant Emperor saber in previous occasions, and so he understood that it was forged from a G-tier ultra beast. However, a piece of star steel was of an S-tier rarity and could easily produce an A-tier runic equipment. Though, that piece of equipment would be so powerful that even Qin Feng would find it hard to make good use of. On second thought, perhaps upgrading his personal weapon would be the best choice for Qin Feng after all. All right, let's get down to business then. The entire spearhead was forged out of pure star steel, so there was no need to refine it, nor was a separation process necessary. The only thing they needed to do was to meld it and reform its shape. Bailey, you head back first. We'll be back in no time. Qin Feng said. I don't want to go back. That place is stinky. Bailey rebutted grumpily. It seemed that after Qin Feng had left the shelter, the people there could finally let out a sigh of relief. Many of them, after finally surviving the arduous journey, were drenched in sweat. There were even some that had emptied their bladders out of fear when they got attacked halfway through the journey. All those bodily fluids, trapped within a small, unventilated space, would soon turn the entire place nauseating to say the least. However foul the place smelled, no one dared to grumble about it. What right did they have to do so? Suddenly, the sound of gunfire broke the silence, and soon, more guns started joining in as if a war had begun outside. What's happening? Qin Feng's brows furrowed. Bailey remembered the group of people she bumped into on her way here, and replied, I saw around 7 humans over at the hotel while making my way here, and oh, right, one of them has been fed to the bugs. Qin Feng had no idea what Bailey was referring to when she said, fed to the bugs. Was she the one who fed the person to the bugs? Anyway, with so much noise from the battle outside, it was bound to attract a great deal of insectoids over. If that were the case, Lu Jinshan could be in big trouble. You stay here and protect Uncle Lu at all costs. Should the situation call for it, do not hesitate to release your strength. Use whatever tricks you have up your sleeve, but you must stop those bugs from harming the old man. Understood. Oh, aye. Bailey nodded her head and sat back down in the room. Qin Feng exited the smelting facility. Opening up the reinforced steel front door, he discovered that there already were bugs littering the corridor leading to where the old man and Bailey were. 5 blade mantises and more than 10 black steel bugs. Qin Feng had only appeared for a mere second, and yet these black steel bugs had started swarming over in an attempt to overwhelm him. Slam! Qin Feng yanked the door shut in a hurry. He could only face these critters after ensuring their passageway to Lu Jinshan was thoroughly blocked. The bugs crawled with alarming speed toward Qin Feng and came so close that he could count the razor-sharp fangs inside the many jaws that were gaping open, ready to tear out a piece of his own flesh. Hellfire! The air around Qin Feng started burning with raging intensity, turning him into a moving ball of flame. The bugs hurled themselves at Qin Feng regardless of the fire, like how moths would fly fearlessly into a campfire. Screech! A sharp screech echoed down the corridor, accompanied by the pungent smell of burning bug flesh. Qin Feng held his breath as the flames burned ever stronger, repelling these bugs away from the building. The insects were sent flying from Qin Feng's ingenious attack. It did not matter if it were a blade mantis or a black steel bug. They would all collapse onto the ground and curl up into a roasted, stinking mess. As the hotel and the equipment store had connecting back alleys, Qin Feng walked over to the hotel, but to no avail as the door had been locked from within. However, Qin Feng was able to peer through a transparent part of the door to see that there was a large buildup of bugs within the building. Damn it, we can't hold this floor any longer. Go up. All of you. Regroup upstairs. The sea of bugs was growing denser by the second. Bang. Bang. Sensing a presence beyond the door, some of the bugs near the locked door started attacking it instead, trying to get to Qin Feng, who was standing outside. Clink! An emerald green arm sliced open the door from the inside like a hot knife through butter, cutting through the main points in which it was secured. With a grunt, Qin Feng kicked down the large door. Thud! As Qin Feng's attack power was now soaring through the roof, he managed to bring down the door with just one hefty kick. On the other side of the door, the force exerted by the kick was enough to crush the hungry blade mantises to death. Squelch! A loud crunch could be heard as the large door collapsed onto the floor. Qin Feng was then met with the gag-inducing stench which insectoids naturally produced, as well the smell of their fresh blood. It seemed that Qin Feng had stirred up a hornet's nest. Black steel bugs washed over him, like a dark wave trying to drown out Qin Feng. Hellfire! Qin Feng activated his consciousness, allowing his ability to burst out as fire runes danced about in the air. A wall of fire had materialized in front of Qin Feng. While none of the bugs physically made it through the blazing wall, their painful wails as they writhed about in the inferno filled the room. Hellfire was no ordinary fire attack, for it burned not flesh, but the enemy's soul. Still, it was more than enough to turn these low-level bug beasts into crispy carbon. However, to Qin Feng's surprise, the emerald green streak appeared once again. This time, it was hurtling toward Qin Feng himself, which made it all the more terrifying. Qin Feng spun his body, barely escaping the cutting blade. Crack! The wall behind Qin Feng was split open in an instant, allowing a thin ray of sunlight into the room. Beast General. Qin Feng turned over to be greeted by a pair of razor-sharp forelimbs of a massive mantis. The Beast General of the blade mantises stood at a height of almost 2 meters tall. Its massive forelimbs were able to strike at anything up to a distance of 2 meters at the speed of lightning. Once a blade mantis was locked onto you, there was no escaping the fate of being dismembered into multiple chunks of flesh and bones. Their forelimbs were their best weapon after all. Swish! The blade mantis general attacked once more. In such a small space, Qin Feng had little to no room for dodging attacks. Shadow! Qin Feng vanished into thin air as he took to the shadows for temporary refuge. Losing its target so suddenly, the blade mantis general was visibly in a daze. Qin Feng jumped back roughly 10 meters before reappearing. Dark ray. A beam of darkness hurtled toward the blade mantis general's body. The beam of darkness encapsulated the blade mantis, trapping it within a pocket of dead air. Under the effects of the Hell Stone, the dark ray exerted a greater amount of pressure than ever seen before. The body of the blade mantis general shrunk at an alarming rate, drying up like a parched tree as the death of its cells accelerated. Its abdomen, which was once jade green, had now turned into a sickly shade of yellow. Hiss! The blade mantis struggled to keep on its feet, swaying side to side like a Bobo doll. Fire beam. Qin Feng once again let loose a ray of fire. The beast general widened its beady eyes, turning around in an attempt to escape its fiery death. However, its body had been weakened significantly after enduring Qin Feng's previous attacks, no longer possessing the agility it once had. Pop! The fire beam exploded right around the enemy's abdomen, blasting deep green bodily fluids into every corner of the room, including the ceiling. Within the mass of fluids, there appeared to be tiny orbs of light, which were likely the cells of the general, which had all experienced a rapid aging process. After successfully dealing with the beast general, the other creatures, being intimidated by the grand show of force, had no choice but to fall back, else they would face the same fate as their leader. However, as the number of bugs was overwhelming while the floor space remained limited, the crowd inched forward slowly in terror. Hellfire! Qin Feng unleashed his consciousness with explosive power. The flames literally spread like wildfire, burning with unrivaled intensity, turning the entire floor of the hotel into a sea of fire. With nowhere to go, these bugs became trapped in an oven, awaiting their fate of being engulfed by Qin Feng's fire. It was only after a full 3 minutes, when none of the bugs outside the building dared to enter, did Qin Feng start to gradually turn down the flames. He had killed over 100 of these creepy crawlies in one go. Apart from piles of gray ash littering the charred floorboards, there were also tiny beads the size of a human thumbnail. It seemed that these were the energy cores of the freshly slain insectoids. Of course, There were only a handful of these beads laying around, as most insectoids were pretty weak. Only a fraction of them possessed energy cores, unlike the undead corpses that possessed individual cores. Retrieve. Making use of his consciousness, Qin Feng collected all the energy cores which came flying into his palm. From killing more than 100 of these guys, Qin Feng merely harvested a grand total of 13 energy cores, including one from that beast general he took down. Alongside the cores, Qin Feng tucked away the Blade Mantis General slicers into the spatial rune equipment. As he was doing so, a menacing figure appeared in the shattered door frame linked to the safe passage outside. Cough, cough. The man clenched tightly onto his belly, looking at Qin Feng with an expression that was a mixture of relief and fear. Mr. Qin, thanks for saving our lives. This man was one of the guys Qin Feng lobbed a round or two back at in retaliation. Qin Feng raised his brow and replied, "You guys are making too much noise. You'll only serve as the dinner bell for these bugs." The man smiled bitterly and apologized. "I'm sorry, but my energy equipment's run out of juice." The energy blaster he was holding was indeed silent, as opposed to the usual humming it produced. While its effect was deadly, it guzzled too much energy and was extremely costly to operate. Hence the majority of gunners stuck to using traditional lead bullets and explosive rounds on the battlefield. While there was a saying that gunners were typically money bags, failing to budget properly could burn a massive hole in their pockets, meaning a comeback was near impossible after being drained of money and resources. Qin Feng nodded in understanding. The Great Hall on the first floor was too wide of a place to defend, with glass doors surrounding the entire vicinity. While one could reasonably hold off G-tier Ultra Beasts, the same could not be said for F-tier ones. From what Qin Feng observed, these people had at most poured insect-repelling powder around the place. Facing a large number of insectoids, as was the case moments ago, their defensive measure was obviously insufficient. After dealing with this threat, Qin Feng turned and left, paying little attention to these people whom he had just saved. Mr. Qin. Seeing that Qin Feng was about to leave, the man called out urgently with a hint of desperation in his voice. And yet, Qin Feng's feet did not stop. The man started explaining in a hurry. "Mr. Qin, we stumbled onto something interesting on the second floor, and I just thought that you may want to check it out. After all, this is also a safe haven for you to fall back to." "All right. Strength in numbers. Perhaps it would be best for us to cooperate." This man obviously did not want Qin Feng to leave. After all, men of such power were few and far between. Qin Feng was a fire ability user, and the energy he could unleash was something which no ordinary F-tier user could match. Hearing what the man had to say, Qin Feng stopped in his tracks. "What are you referring to?" "Sir, you'll understand when you come and see for yourself." A suspicion arose in Qin Feng's mind that these guys could be up to no good. But even if he was persuaded to go upstairs, was there anything these guys could do to stop him from leaving? With that in mind, Qin Feng followed the man to the entrance of a safe passage. On the other end of the passageway up the stairs, however, was a heavy bed frame barricading against outsiders, leaving a small gap that was no more than half a meter wide for humans to be able to barely squeeze through. Littering the stairway up to the makeshift barricade were carcasses of a variety of insectoids. So this was how they stopped the bugs from entering the second floor. It was such a simple defensive structure that if not for Qin Feng's unexpected arrival, it would have collapsed in no time against these unrelenting bugs. Squeezing past the shoddy barricade, two men entered into Qin Feng's view on the other side. According to Bai Li's report, there were 7 people around here, and one of them was fed to the bugs. If his math were correct, that meant 3 casualties from the bug assault just now. "Mr. Qin, my name's Wang Chun. We've had a bit of a misunderstanding back then, but since everybody's on the same boat, I hope that we can let bygones be bygones," Wang Chun said as his hand remained pressed onto his belly. Qin Feng, who could achieve such magnificent feats using his consciousness alone, naturally had a pretty good memory. A single glance was just what it took for him to recognize the companion of that aptitude user who had toyed with Bai Li. Could it be that the person who Bai Li said was fed to the bugs was none other than this guy's friend? Considering Bai Li's looks, it did not take a genius to be able to imagine what would have happened if such a girl were walking across such a disordered place, where laws and morality were as good as dead. Still, Bai Li had her own ways to defend herself. Qin Feng's expression darkened as he stared at Wang Chen coldly in the eyes. The man felt a wave of fear creeping up his spine as his smile became more and more forced. Unbeknownst to both of them was the fact that the entire incident was entirely a result of Bai Li's doing. After Bai Li sent the man flying out the window, the fresh meal attracted a large group of hungry insectoids over for the feast. This happened when the men were only halfway through building their defensive perimeter. Naturally, they would open fire to kill off those bugs to prevent a potential breach, but unfortunately, that only attracted an even larger group of creepy crawlies to their position. It was only after witnessing firsthand just what Qin Feng was capable of that ideas for revenge were quickly abandoned. What was more, the remaining two of the group had no grievances with Qin Feng and were in fact elated to meet Qin Feng in person. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Qin. My name's He Ling. This man over here's Zhao Xiang." "Oh, just call me Qin Feng." No. We'll stick to Mr. Qin. We are now nothing but a small team of defeated soldiers with no leader to guide us. I sincerely hope that Mr. Qin can help us out. As long as we can survive through this, I swear I will repay the debt to you no matter what. These insectoids were too overwhelming. It did not matter that they were F-tier aptitude users. They could not hold their ground even when teamed up against an F-tier Blade Mantis general. The unexpected arrival of Qin Feng, however, greatly boosted their morale again after a brief moment of staring death right in the eyes. A nerve popped on Qin Feng's forehead. He was no hero who had come to save the day. Still, his mind returned to the supposed heroine that was Lu Shui. On second thought, the addition of a few more aptitude users might not completely be bad news, considering the fact that there were now more than 20 people to protect in the underground shelter. All right. You are okay with that, Mr. Qin? He Ling found it difficult to believe Qin Feng's answer. "We really appreciate it, Mr. Qin." Zhao Xiang hurriedly thanked their savior. "Thank you." The superficial smile Wang Chen wore on his face was now exchanged with one that reflected his genuine emotion. "Oh right, before I forget, what's the reason that you led me up here?" Qin Feng reminded Wang Chen. Wang Chen hurriedly replied, "Mr. Qin, I have not fooled you. Come over here and take a look." Wang Chen led Qin Feng to a nearby window. As Qin Feng was facing the bugs on the first floor alone, Wang Chen, driven by fear, had completely sealed away the safe passage, thereby blocking themselves in from the bloodthirsty monsters below. It was only after seeing the insectoid's miraculous retreat into the distance was the entrance opened back up, as he wanted to meet Qin Feng downstairs as soon as possible. However, it was right at that moment prior to their meeting when Wang Chen discovered something that was so scary that it solidified his resolve to offer a truce with Qin Feng. Wang Chen led Qin Feng to the window where a sniper rifle was leaning against the windowsill. "Mr. Qin, it's in that direction." Qin Feng peered through the scope after confirming that he was pointing the rifle in the right direction. The massive black rift remained floating in the sky above Han Town, from which insectoids would fall out from time to time. However, a noticeable change was that the number of bugs entering the city had grown sparser than during the initial stage of the infestation. The cars that once roamed the busy streets had now been exchanged with these godforsaken bugs. Dark red, almost black-colored patches could be observed smeared across the town's surface, on cars, or on the walls, to name a few places. While they were only standing on the second floor of the building, Lu Shui's influence and standing in Han Town earned them the strategic location that was the hotel. The window Qin Feng was standing at overlooked the once flourishing street that ran through the central business district, and right across the road was a massive skyscraper that was once a trade center. However, stuck between the two grand buildings was a massive spider web. Resting on the web was a colossal spider that could easily send chills down the spine of anyone who dared to look at it. Qin Feng froze as his eyes met the Herculean arachnid. "It's a beast king." The distance between the two buildings was at least 70 to 80 meters wide. Just how was it possible that there was a spider web this big? Looking closely, each individual spider silk had at least the thickness of a hemp rope. The gigantic 8-legged beast, on the other hand, had a body that was at least 3 to 4 meters long, the size of a minivan. That was excluding 8 of its legs that stretched up to more than 10 meters long each. Such a huge beast, it was the largest Qin Feng had ever seen since his rebirth. To put the length of 10 meters into perspective, if we were to compare it to the floors of your average building, Assuming 3 meters per floor, 10 meters would be over 3 floors tall. With the spider choosing to spin its web between these two buildings, it was hard to imagine just how devastating its effects would be if further left unchecked. As if that was not bad enough, hanging on the spider's web were more than 10 cocoon-like sacs, each roughly around 1/10 the size of the spider. However, Qin Feng deduced from its shape that they must be the unfortunate ones who had fallen into this beast king's jaws. It's a steel-limbed brood mother. He Ling interrupted the silence, his voice noticeably shaky. It appeared that he already knew of the spider's existence. Now that its food supply is taken care of, the steel-limbed brood mother will soon initiate its mating process. From each human body, it could produce up to 300 steel-limbed spiderlings, which, only after 3 days, would be mature enough to breed. If that were to happen, we'd be drowned in a sea of spiders. Qin Feng's brows furrowed at the thought of the impending disaster. What He Ling said was no lie. Back on the first floor, there were indeed male steel-limbed spiders. Despite their smaller size, they were not weak creatures. If not for Qin Feng, the 4 people standing before him would have been torn to shreds without losing too much of their own. What this implied was that there would soon be a surge in the number of male spiders out hunting for food. We cannot afford to let them breed, Qin Feng announced in a stern tone. We know that. Still, we don't have much of a choice here, do we? It's a beast king after all. Wang Chun felt his mouth going bitter. Qin Feng nodded, realizing the powerlessness of this bunch of survivors. We'll strike tonight. As long as the verdant Emperor's saber remained unfinished, Qin Feng could not afford to make any rash decisions. As its name suggested, the limbs of the steel-limbed brood mother was not something which could be snapped in two with bare hands. However, Qin Feng's announcement was taken with surprise and disbelief by these men. Mr. Qin, are you saying that you're going to kill the Beast King tonight? Yu Hai asked hesitantly before adding on to his initial question. Say, just how strong have you become now? He could not possibly be E-tier, right? Qin Feng seemed to be right around 17, at most 18 years of age. If he had indeed reached E-tier, then would that not make him an even greater entity, with more potential than Lu Shui? Qin Feng chuckled at the unexpected question. I don't think there's a need to answer your question. I'm afraid you guys would piss your pants out of fear if I were to indeed say it out loud. Qin Feng could not possibly say that he was an F4 tier aptitude user. The strength he possessed was something that far exceeded what these people could imagine after all. Even if his ability was revealed to this lot, there was still the chance that they would doubt his capability to kill this steel-limbed brood mother. As such, things were better left unsaid. Qin Feng's words only made him all the more mysterious a character in their eyes, with powers that might just be beyond their expectations. It did not take long before Qin Feng earned their respect. Follow me. The buildings on this street are not worth defending. Roger that. They too understood the worth, or the lack thereof, of the building in which they were occupying. The only reason for them being here was because of the food supply left here untouched. In hindsight, it really was the best choice for them to leave this place after all. They had severely underestimated how deadly these creepy crawlies could be. Before we leave, go get combat supplies from next door and recharge that energy blaster. We're gonna need it. Qin Feng started issuing orders. Right. Wang Chun was the first to agree. Combat supplies included a wide range of equipment, including hemostatic agents, for example. These all could be found in what was once Lu Jinshan's equipment store. Qin Feng led the way as pointman, while Wang Chun and his 3-man team trailed closely behind. Upon reaching the first floor, they made their way into the equipment shop next door through a secret passageway. As Qin Feng had walked this path before, it had already been cleared through once. However, due to the battle just now, some insectoids managed to crawl their way in. It was hard to imagine just how dense the crowd of bugs was from before, being able to squeeze a sizable portion of them into this tunnel. Hellfire! Qin Feng raised his hand in front of him before activating the attack, from which 5 fist-sized fireballs shot out, each flying toward different targets. Splat! 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 The fireballs smashed into the bugs' bodies before clinging on stubbornly like napalm, resulting in an excruciatingly painful death, evident in their violent thrashing on the ground as they were literally roasted alive. Move your asses, only bring what you can carry. It's fine if you leave stuff behind. There will be survivors taking refuge here someday. Qin Feng urged. In an urban area in which anarchy had befallen, stores would generally be left abandoned by their owners. Naturally, they became prime targets for looters seeking supplies either for survival or for a quick buck. Roger that. While it looked from the outside to be filled with supplies, the equipment store was actually pretty empty. There were a handful of variants of combat fatigues, with different numbers denoting each variant on display. The rest of the fatigues were instead found in the storage space behind the counter. Out in the open were crates of perishable goods, hardtack crackers, and regular medical supplies, to name a few. It did not take long before Wang Chun found a hemostatic spray lying around somewhere. He hurriedly tore open his shirt and sprayed the liquid onto his injured abdomen. It seemed that he had barely escaped the jaws of death as the blade mantis slicers slashed into his belly. Wang Chun then took out a piece of wound dressing and applied it to the puncture. Only after successfully applying the dressing did he let out a sigh of relief. The four men moved swiftly, collecting whatever they could, and stored them away into 8 large military-grade rucksacks before leaving through the backyard. Xiao Bai, open up the door. Qin Feng notified Bai Li after switching on the communicator. The iron door popped open, revealing Lu Jinshan crouching beside the smelting furnace. It had been 40 or so minutes since Qin Feng left the place, and that was the amount of time it took for the star steel spearhead to melt. As for now, it was skillfully being incorporated into the verdant emperor saber by the old man. Qin Feng led the 3 men into the room before locking the door shut. Lu Jinshan turned around to check out the noise, and upon seeing Qin Feng's return, he let out a breath of relief. How's the situation outside? It's fine. Lu Jinshan did not need to know too much about the steel limb broodmother. Well then, Qin Feng, could you go over to the underground shelter where Lu Shui and the group are hiding? Since it's safe outside, I think it's best for them to move over here. There are 2 warehouses beside the smelting facility, and the built-in defense system's pretty robust too. Qin Feng, too, had thought about this before. However, no matter how bad the situation was in the underground shelter, the risk was simply too high to stay above ground. Though, to the perception of many, such risks could be averted with the presence of Qin Feng. Are they going to come up as well? Qin Feng asked. A bonehead teammate was more intolerable than the most formidable opponent. It would be a pain in the ass if they did want to tag along. Perhaps not. Lu Jinshan was uncertain. Qin Feng nodded. That would be the best. He turned to the other 3 and admonished. Some commoners might join us later. Do your best to protect them then. Leave it to us. Anyhow, it's our duty as aptitude users to protect the weak. With great power comes great responsibility. Wang Chun snorted rather sarcastically. He, too, actually did not wish to have so many commoners around. Qin Feng was even more reluctant, but it could not be helped. After all, this place was the patrol unit leader of Han Town, Lu Shui's birthplace. If such a tragedy were to befall Qingbei Colony, he would have done the same for his kins. Such was the unpredictable fate of humanity in this turbulent era. Qin Feng decided that he would do what he could to help. Uncle Lu, let's collect the stuff from the storeroom next door. Qin Feng said. Lu Jinshan agreed immediately. The items inside that room were worth at least a few tens of millions. He would love to hoard back as many valuables as possible. Fortunately, the 3 spatial runes he carried with him had enough space to fill most of the expensive beast materials. He did not take any of the guns as he knew that those would be their lifeline in the upcoming survival battle. It would be distributed out to everyone later. In the past life, the ammunition supply was what had helped them to escape Han Town safely. Qin Feng watched as Lu Jinshan collected the valuables. After the latter finished packing, Qin Feng walked out and commanded He Ling and Zhao Xiang to prepare sandbags and carried it to the 2nd floor to barricade the windows and hallways. They set up the proper defense and sprayed monster repellents all over the floor to leave only a narrow path. Once they had completed the setup, Qin Feng went back down to the underground parking lot through the secured exit. The parking lot was in a mess. He was met by a brownish larva of 10 meters long the moment he opened the door. It was a plowworm. Fire beam. Qin Feng triggered his consciousness and a dark red laser beam was immediately unleashed. The beam sent the plowworm flying and blasted it into pieces. Plowworms were a giant earthworm-like creature. They liked to hide underneath humid land and would normally break through the ground to attack their prey. The danger level of a plowworm was determined based on its size. S-tier plow worms were probably as gigantic as a real dragon. One single turn might lead to a massive earthquake if such a creature really existed. The one Qin Feng came across was a G5 tier. There was nothing to be worried about. Of course, there would be no escape if the one that opened the door just now was a random commoner. Qin Feng walked toward the iron door of the basement. Lu Shui, open the door. I am here to bring you all up. Qin Feng contacted Lu Shui through the communicator. Lu Shui opened the door from inside, and a foul stench instantly leaked out from the room. Qin Feng furrowed his eyebrows. That was to be expected when 20 nervous people were cramped inside a small room. Some men were even smoking in there. The vent only drew in oxygen and provided little to no circulation to the room. How is it out there? Are the insectoids still rampaging? Have you guys sorted out the defensive unit? Numerous questions were shot at Qin Feng before Lu Shui could say anything. Qin Feng looked at the eager citizens that approached him tensely and took a step back. You guys should have already been informed of the condition out there through the communicator. What different news do you expect me to bring? The people inside the basement were silenced and turned grim. They had, of course, learned about the latest development distributed through the communicator. They just refused to believe that Han Town was destroyed this quickly and unpredictably. The defense team had gone separate ways too. They were running together with everyone during the invasion, and only a few had stayed back to slightly stall the insectoid waves. Don't worry. Hasn't Cold Storm announced that they are going to come and save us? I believe a lot of aptitude users have answered the call and are on their way to Han Town now. We only need to endure for a few more days. Lu Shui tried to console the town folks. I don't know when your savior will arrive, but one thing is certain. We have a beast king hanging around just about 300 meters from here. Qin Feng broke the news coldly. Fear and panic instantly filled the room. That was exactly the impact Qin Feng wished to see. It's too crowded here. Some people have to come with me to the safe house. Don't worry, I will ensure your safety out there, Qin Feng instructed. But it sounded like a lame joke in those people's ears. How are you going to protect us when a beast king is loitering nearby? I am going with you. I want to stay by my hubby's side no matter what, Xiaoyan walked out and said. She was a lady boss with great life experience. Her instinct told her that Qin Feng was a man of his words. If he claimed he could protect them, then he was going to bet his life on the line. Lady boss, I am going with you as well. Bring me too. Xiaoyan's workers, 3 men and 1 woman, had stood out as well. That made 6 of them, including Lu Shui. But then, Lu Shui was worried that even if the others would be safe hiding down in the basement, the food supply might not last. Xiao Yin pushed Lu Shui out of the basement before she finished her sentence. Anyone else? Qin Feng asked once again. They avoided eye contact and said nothing. The basement was not a public area, but a private property that belonged to Lu Jinshan. It had limited space, and they would be more comfortable with the 6 people gone. The outside world was extremely dangerous now, and any misstep would spell instant death. Hence, most of them were more willing to stay behind the steel door. Then you are on your own now. Qin Feng left those words and led the 6 out of the room. Those who remained in the room wasted no time and shut the door behind them instantly. Those people are horrible. It's supposed to be our hotel's basement. The 20-ish girl that tagged along said angrily. The uninvited guests had been feasting and had turned the underground into a smokehouse ever since they arrived. Not only that, but some of the guys had not been kind and friendly toward them. This had more or less startled the lady. In comparison, Qin Feng appeared to be more dependable and trustworthy. Well, we have gone our separate ways now. It's their choice to stay put. Qin Feng showed little pity and guided the group back to the temporary safe house. Insectoids had stopped coming through the rift, but Han Town had already crumbled under the beast's ferocious assaults. Those who made it out alive were perhaps less than 10% of the original population. The patrol unit responsible to recapture Han Town was none other than Cold Storm Battalion. The general in charge was just a mere G7 tier ancient warrior. He was helpless in the face of the insectoids that were hundreds of times greater than his troop in size. They needed to wait for at least another day until the nearest reinforcement could reach them. As such, night had promptly landed on the town that was left with nothing but despair. The city was still at 1 midnight. Even so, the occasional humming noise made by the worms had the survivors trembling in fear. Without maintenance, the city had run out of power and was soon consumed by pitch-black darkness. Inside the forge, Lu Jinshan was sweating with excitement. It's done. The mold in his hand opened up and the weapon in it gleamed brilliantly. The bright glare slowly toned down and revealed the shape of the weapon in it. In the previous forge, only a short blade was made since the Rat King's fangs were the only materials used. This time, the verdant Emperor saber had obviously become deadlier with the infusion of new materials. The saber measured at 70 centimeters in length now. The size of its hilt remained unchanged while the blade elongated by 15 centimeters to reach 60 centimeters. Its width and thickness had also grown to 3.8 centimeters and 0.9 centimeters respectively. It no longer looked like an ordinary cross saber. Despite the spurt in size, it was still rather flexible and had great sharpness. The color of the blade had also deepened and appeared to be cyan now. Perhaps due to the addition of the star steel, there was a faint glittering pattern at the tip of the blade that contrasted its base color, which made the blade more enchanting. Nice sword, Qin Feng complimented and picked up the verdant Emperor saber. I have prepared a scabbard for you as well. Better keep it hidden in public to avoid unwanted attention. Lu Jinshan passed Qin Feng an ordinary-looking sheath. It was made from the skin of the Rat King, and Qin Feng figured he would make a better one when he obtained better materials in the future. He agreed with what Lu Jinshan had just said. There was no need to swank his weapon to everyone he met. The verdant Emperor saber now carried a faint gleam of gold radiance. A sign showed only when the weapon had surpassed the Beast King's material limit. It was all thanks to the celestial steel. You shall have your thirst quenched by the beast's blood tonight. Qin Feng glanced at the saber and said smilingly. He sheathed the saber and walked out from the forge. Wang Chun and others had yet to fall asleep at this hour. Someone had to be awake and guard the night, but in fact, an idea was lingering in their minds. That was because Qin Feng had claimed that he was going to challenge the Beast King. Without waking Lu Shui and others in the next room, Qin Feng and Bai Li crossed the sandbag wall and submerged into the darkness. He Ling and company watched as they departed. Do you think they would succeed? It's hard to say. Why do I suddenly feel that he might actually make it? None of them uttered another word after that. They dared not make too much noise as their sounds might travel far in this quiet night. What if the insectoids were to hear them? They were unable to take a look at the condition outside from the backyard they were at now. They were eager to find out what the situation of the town was at now and what was going to happen soon. Let's go higher up and take a look, He Ling promptly suggested. Zhao Xiang contemplated and nodded. Let's go to the top floor. We can use any of the rooms. It should be fine. Let's go. Wang Qin could not hold back his curiosity too, and joined them. They climbed to the 4th floor and found a decent spot. They then proceeded to set up their scope and scanned around the town through it. On a distant building, Qin Feng was mounting a dark warhorse with the verdant Emperor saber on his waist. The warhorse once belonged to the Emperor Knight. The horse could be steered by simply infusing dark energy into it. It could run at a speed faster than the hovercar. Most importantly, it could jump and sprint on all types of terrains. Qin Feng was staring at the steel-limbed broodmother further away. Bai Li was behind Qin Feng with one leg on the saddle. She was not really stepping on it, but was instead floating in midair. Such a giant beast. If only we could kill it from afar. Qin Feng sighed. A small-sized beast might not be weak, but the rule of thumb was that the bigger the beast, the more powerful it was. Even getting hit by one of its legs would be devastating. Not only that, Qin Feng would be easily trampled on if the beast decided to body smash him. Xiao Bai the bazooka. Here. Xiao Bai pointed, and a bazooka immediately popped up in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng retrieved it and placed it skillfully on his left arm. This was the same weapon he had used at Zimu Mountains to counterattack Lu Heng, and also the one that had put down the Emperor Knight. Qin Feng took aim at the giant broodmother, and click! Qin Feng pushed the trigger, and the muzzle of the bazooka instantly buzzed with flares shooting out of it. An orange missile broke free and flew straight out. On top of the hotel, the 3 men that had failed to locate Qin Feng immediately turned their heads to the source of the blast. He's there. It's a bazooka. He is using a firearm? Wang Chun was bewildered. Maybe he is just trying to drive the brood mother away from its web? Zhao Xiang expressed his doubt. But Wang Chun was getting more and more astounded. Boom. The missile traveled at an astonishing speed. It reached the beast at 1,000 meters away in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, the missile landed precisely on the spider's abdomen. An explosion swiftly followed, and it trembled the giant web vigorously. Chirp! The broodmother wailed out of rage from inside the mushroom cloud. A wide string shot out from it, and stuck to another building not far away from Qin Feng's position. Next, a giant spider was seen dashing out from the fire through the string. It was largely unharmed as not a single wound was spotted on its body. Qin Feng did not move and launched another missile. Bam! Similarly, the missile flew straight at the broodmother. However, the broodmother came ready this time. It spitted string from its mouth and dragged itself away from the missile ballistic. Where are you running off to? Qin Feng snorted and focused his consciousness. Turn. The missile that had missed the broodmother suddenly turned back and hit right at the beast's abdomen. Kaboom! The impact flipped the beast and dropped it to the ground. The three observers had their jaws dropped to the ground after witnessing the entire process. How did he do that? Zhao Xiang could not close his mouth. Maybe because he is an ability user? That was the only plausible explanation He Ling could muster. Wangchen did not think that it was that simple. Although an ability user may have stronger consciousness than a gunner, it's still pretty difficult to manipulate external objects based on conscious energy alone. Besides, it is such a precise maneuver performed at such a great distance. Qin Feng was at least 800 meters away from the beast. Wang Chen had no idea how Qin Feng achieved such a tremendous feat. Nevertheless, no matter how accurate Qin Feng's missiles were, they had failed to halt the approaching broodmother. The 1,000 meters was shortened drastically under the beast's relentless charge. In the meantime, Qin Feng had fired 8 more missiles and hit the broodmother every single time. Unfortunately, the 12 missiles left by He Li had been exhausted. Cluck! Qin Feng unlatched the bazooka and threw it to Bai Li. Bai Li caught it and swiftly stored it into the spatial rune. At the same time, the broodmother had reached under the building Qin Feng was at. Its spider legs climbed tirelessly up the 12th-floor building, and the beast was closer than ever. Engage! Qin Feng promptly unsheathed his saber. The gleam of the blade brightened the night as if a meteor had just flashed across it. Qin Feng signaled to the horse under his thighs, and the Umbra stallion immediately merged into the surroundings. Dark shadow. Qin Feng completely vanished from sight in an instant. Not even the scope could locate his position. Qin Feng was not only watched by Wang Chun and company, but other aptitude users that had survived the attacks were startled by the battle noise and had come out from hiding to check on the situation. Nobody would have thought that someone was daring enough to challenge the broodmother. He even chose the time when the beast might be at its strongest. The audiences were treated with a wonderful execution staged by the mythical gunner from 1,000 miles away. That's a shame. Gunners are weak in close combat. He is going to die after being caught up by the broodmother. Why waste such effort? That would only disturb and further enrage the entire insectoid troop. The survivors began to hear rustling noises around them. The attacker had not only provoked the broodmother, but at the same time had also attracted the entire fleet of insectoids toward him. But neither the creatures nor the survivors knew that Qin Feng could come and go as he pleased in the dark. He was invisible in total darkness with the help of the dark gem. This environment maximized his dark ability to its fullest potential, and not even the Beast King could detect his presence. He was the true master of the shadows. The darkness was his reign. The Umbra Stallion appeared silently. Dark laser. A band of ray darker than the night sky suddenly pierced through the broodmother's body out of nowhere. The dark rune energy erupted, and cells that were still vibrant a moment ago started to contract and lose their vitality. Its power and speed had been greatly compromised. It went exactly the way Qin Feng intended it to. But naturally, the broodmother was not to be simply trifled with. It discovered Qin Feng's location the moment he used the ability. Poof! A giant white web was shot out and shrouded Qin Feng from all corners. He retreated at once. In the end, the web missed Qin Feng and landed on one of the buildings and was stuck there. Not only that, but some of its strings hit the windows due to inertia and smashed them into pieces. What a brutal attack. One could only imagine the outcome if Qin Feng were to be hit by the strings. The steel-limbed broodmother twisted its legs and turned around. Its daunting eyes scanned the night painstakingly. Then, one of its legs slid up abruptly. Clang! Qin Feng was exposed after the impact. The verdant Emperor Saber shone brilliantly in the dark like a star in the night sky. The sharp saber crippled one of the spider's legs, but Qin Feng was sent flying backward as well. Umbra Stallion. Qin Feng stopped short as his momentum was halted by the stallion's pull. Even so, he had flown straight into one of the tall buildings and blasted all its windows apart. Poof! Another thin string came flying, and Qin Feng dodged dexterously. The string bypassed him and was attached to the wall of the building. SHD. Qin Feng's expression changed. Spaceblade. Bai Li, who had not shown herself thus far, finally made her first move. The blade cut the string, and consequently, the giant spider coming through it fell instantly to the ground. But the broodmother was persistent. Another string was squirted and glued to the building Qin Feng was at. It was in hot pursuit once again. The building was 7 floors high. This place was obviously one of the high-class residences in Han Town. Nonetheless, no matter how well-built this place once was, it could not sustain under the broodmother's rampage. The beast raised one of its limbs vertically and launched a quick downswipe with it. One of the building corners was effortlessly sliced off. Qin Feng rode the Umbra Stallion and dashed out from the building. The sliced building came crashing down to the ground and raised a cloud of dust. Blooming flame. Qin Feng grasped the short window of opportunity and slid his saber across one of the spider's limbs. Fire emerged where the blade passed, and another steel limb of the brood mother was removed. Roar! The brood mother was enraged. Its other limbs swung rapidly toward Qin Feng, trying to tear him apart. Qin Feng could not be caught while he was on the stallion. Boom! Another building had fallen victim to the spider's assault. Bushfire. Qin Feng once again triggered his ability. Fire sparks appeared in the shape of a fan on the verdant emperor saber. Triggered by his inner force, the runes exploded outward and spread out a few 10 meters wide. Even inner force as dense as Qin Feng's evaporated rapidly at this instance. Immediately, the flame engulfed the steel-limbed broodmother. Boom! Boom! The broodmother hopped up and down terrifyingly. The burning flame on its body had greatly frightened the beast. It got more and more violent, and soon the entire area was demolished by the beast and had turned into an unrecognizable ruin. The giant swerved about wildly and finally put out the fire. The beast charged toward Qin Feng once it recollected itself. Qin Feng dared not brace the charge and could only escape with the stallion. It was indeed a terrifying battle. The loud noise trembled the entire Han town. Qin Feng was gasping for air as his battle against the steel-limbed brood mother was reaching its climax. What a tough opponent. Qin Feng guessed that it was due to the giant size of the brood mother. The dark-robed Ripper was equally powerful but had a much smaller body size. Besides, Qin Feng was immune to dark runes. Those played into his hand and greatly reduced the difficulty of that battle. It was an entirely different situation this time around. He needed little energy to avoid the Ripper's attacks, but against the giant broodmother? Every evasion took great effort and concentration. Qin Feng would have been run over numerous times if not for the stallion's agility. However, the broodmother got a fair share of damage as Qin Feng managed to take away 3 of its limbs. Its weakness is going to present itself soon. Dark Shadow. Qin Feng once again blended into the darkness. He had battled for almost 2 hours now. Dawn was almost upon them as Qin Feng could see the first light on the horizon. The sky might be brightened up in another 10 minutes or so. That was highly unfavorable to Qin Feng if the battle were to drag on to that point. He decided to take the risk and finish off the fight quickly. Xiaobai. Qin Feng summoned Bai Li to stand by his side. I want to teleport there later, is it possible? Qin Feng pointed at the abdomen of the broodmother. No problem. Xiaobai nodded. Actually, Bai Li could have defeated the broodmother easily if she were to turn into her fox form now. But Qin Feng thought that it was still too early for Bai Li to reveal her true power. He was even reluctant to use the space blade unless it was a real emergency. This exact moment was such an emergency. The broodmother was still crawling and had finally arrived above a pit. Go now, Qin Feng ordered urgently. Bai Li grabbed Qin Feng and vanished instantly. Shoff. Their vision changed instantly, and Qin Feng could see the lower abdomen of the steel-limbed broodmother as he looked up. Numerous 1-meter-thick reverse spurs were growing on the outer skin of the abdomen. It dragged out marks on the ground as the spider crawled by. If Qin Feng did not teleport into the pit, but directly under its belly, the spurs would have pierced through both him and Bai Li alive. Sky burning sword art, blazing sky. Qin Feng drew up his saber and temporarily boosted his aura. The blaze rapidly gathered around the verdant Emperor saber and shot straight upward. The fire runes vibrated rapidly, and the resulting hellfire erupted upward like a lava fountain. The blaze penetrated the steel-limbed broodmother's abdomen instantly. Then, the skyward blaze slanted and broke through the broodmother thorax as well. Qin Feng had practically opened up a giant hole through the beast's body. The fire continued to rush higher and bridged with the sky. Instantaneously, the entire Han town was lit red by the mighty flame. The sky-burning sword art was categorized as an A-tier martial arts. The greater the inner force was, the stronger the sword art would manifest. It was said that this art might even surpass S-tier if used by a combatant with powerful inner strength. Though Qin Feng had mastered the sword art, his lack of inner strength meant that he could only manage 1% of its full potential. Despite that, the destructive force exerted by the third skill, Blazing Sky, was still rather astonishing. Shoff! Two figures promptly reappeared. They were none other than Qin Feng and Bai Li. At the far side, the almighty broodmother struggled a few steps forward and suddenly felt abnormally light. That was because half of its body had just been cut off by Qin Feng's attack. It did not die on the spot since insectoids were a species with powerful living force. Qin Feng's face looked pale, and he could feel nothing left in his dantian. His 40 clouds of inner force equivalent to that of F9 tier had been completely exhausted. Such was the price to pay in using a skill as devastating as Blazing Sky. Fortunately, he could still rely on his conscious energy. Dark Ray. The laser fell on the broodmother's head and snatched away its final trace of vitality. Thud. The broodmother was dead. The next moment, Qin Feng's core ability took over subconsciously. Unseen energy was being drawn in continuously from the fallen broodmother. The steel-limbed broodmother's greatest strength lay in its ability to reproduce. In other words, its power represented the source of life. Qin Feng could feel that his blood was beginning to circulate faster, and his healing had been accelerated to a point beyond his imagination. The wound that Qin Feng had been afflicted with in this fight was healing rapidly. Besides, though he still could not sense his inner force, he did not feel lethargic at all after the long battle. Not half bad. Qin Feng gripped his fists and had a grasp that his body strength had just evolved into the F5 tier. This was when he heard the heavy rustling noise in the dark that came from all directions. Insectoids would not interfere when their king was battling. The giant beast king would simply obliterate anything found on its path unselectively. It was also a means of the beast king portraying its supremacy. No creature was allowed to share the beast king's prey. The king's influence had vanished with the death of the broodmother. What was once the tip of the food chain had now become food itself. To other insectoids, the body of the broodmother was a rich source of nutrients. FCK off. The gem of darkness in Qin Feng exploded and formed a band of dark mist. The mist absorbed all light and covered Qin Feng, Bai Li, and the broodmother in complete darkness. The mysterious mist created a barrier that could not be seen through. Not only were the insectoids unable to escape, but aptitude users that had been paying attention also could not perceive what was happening inside. Shall buy quick. Harvest the loot, spider claw, and crystal core. Qin Feng was not doing this for charity. Naturally, he was going after the sumptuous rewards of killing a beast king. He had to summon the mist so that others would not learn about Bai Li's ability. Even though the beast materials were quite huge in size, people would only think that he had brought a spatial rune of extra-large space with him and suspect nothing. Bai Li acted swiftly. She made good use of her space blade and harvested all the 8 limbs of the broodmother. 3 of them had only half left, which the other has retrieved by Bai Li into her personal rift earlier during the fight. She then raised her hand and created a space portal. Not long after, a crystal core of the size of a basketball appeared on her palm. It was the energy core that belonged to the broodmother. Qin Feng, meanwhile, rounded to the back of the broodmother and used his saber to cut open the beast's burned flesh. Blood of dark green color spilled out from the opening. Qin Feng continued to dissect the body and found its string gland in no time. The gland was even larger than the core. It measured at 3 meters long and 1 meter wide. Catch this. Qin Feng threw it to Bai Li for it to be kept together with other loots. Then, Qin Feng once again unleashed hellfire. The giant body of the spider swiftly caught fire. It became brittle without the core to support it. The remnants of the horrific beast were incinerated and turned into a pile of ash. Coincidentally, the sun had risen at the same time and brought light to the ravaged land. The darkness was displaced by the sunlight, and Qin Feng came out from the dark mist together with Bai Li riding on the Umbra stallion. Disperse. The dark runes vanished altogether with the huge beast corpse. The remaining insectoids rushed over to where the brood mother was supposed to be, but they found nothing other than ashes on the floor there. Their feed had just disappeared mysteriously. Some insectoids did notice Qin Feng and Bai Li, but the Umbra stallion stepped right through them and broke free like a weightless spirit. Qin Feng had escaped the battle zone in the blink of an eye and turned into a street. The insectoids were relentless, and numerous worms swarmed the entire street behind them. Buzz. Bloodthirsty beetles that could fly caught up to Qin Feng first. Flash. Qin Feng simply waved his saber to kill two of the pursuers. The lowly insectoids would be no match to the verdant Emperor saber. Yet, they seemed determined to drown Qin Feng by their numbers. Go to hell. Qin Feng was furious and triggered his consciousness. Hellfire. All of a sudden, the fire runes went wild and scorched the entire long street behind Qin Feng. Boom. The fuel tank of a few cars caught fire and exploded sequentially. Several thousands of insectoids were instantly killed by the blast. Not a sign of life other than Qin Feng, and Bai Li could be detected on the street after the explosion. Time to go. Qin Feng pushed the stallion to gallop speedily forward. The insectoids at the rear were unable to chase after them as hellfire was still burning bright. Though the entire Han town was roamed by the insectoids, Qin Feng could not care less and used the main road under broad daylight. They soon arrived in front of a tall building. This was the place where the brood mother had set up its giant web. Arg! Kill me. In my misery now. It's so painful. Save me. Qin Feng could hear the shrieking and groaning coming from inside unceasingly. The people trapped by the web were not dead yet. The steel-limbed brood mother would not kill them right away. It was using them as vessels and had injected its egg into the human bodies. The eggs would feed on the blood and flesh and slowly turn into small spiders. Those baby spiders would then consume the human from inside out. That was when the captured victims would finally meet their ends. But before that, they would first experience insufferable torture. Hellfire. The flames spread along the strings and burned the entire place down steadily. These strings were still weak against fire even though it was produced by a beast king. Moreover, Qin Feng's hellfire was more destructive than a normal flame. The spider web finally crumbled and the hostages on it were being charred alive. Qin Feng witnessed the entire process from outside. He was not shaken despite the diabolical scene. He had gone through similar episodes in his previous life. In fact, way too much and way worse. Qin Feng no longer held unnecessary sympathy toward such tragedy. There was no better way to alleviate the sufferers from this living hell, he believed. After the spider webs were burnt and destroyed, Qin Feng swaggered and returned near the hotel. He even went one round the area to clear up some of the insectoids that were in large numbers. As soon as he returned to the forge, He Ling and the others had already returned from the hotel in front. However, they looked at Qin Feng with admiration and were also slightly puzzled. Despite the fact that the entire Han town had fallen, communicators could still be used by the people, and although some might not be able to see what had happened to Qin Feng at the outer part, however, some of them did manage to obtain recordings of him. One of the highlights was when he managed to get out from being surrounded by the insectoids. Qin Feng was leading in the front while being pursued closely by the insectoids from behind. The recordings had also clearly captured the moment of his angered expression. It was the anger that had ignited blazing flames that covered the entire 50-meter-long street, and the people had to stop recording and hide to avoid the flames. After Qin Feng had left, all that was seen from the window pane was burnt ruins. How powerful could that energy be? Besides, He Ling, Lu Shui, and Lu Jinshan were also there and had witnessed the recordings. Those who were being rescued from the basement had also witnessed it. All of them were shocked by the capability of Qin Feng and thought that they should have followed him earlier. Qin Feng, can I ask you a question? Lu Shui hesitated for a moment and raised her question. All sights landed upon Qin Feng while he was eating a meat jerky that tasted quite good. However, it did not provide much energy, and was only for his temporary fulfillment. What is it? Qin Feng replied while he pulled out a strip and shared it with Bai Li. Bai Li stuck out her tongue after she took a bite. Spicy. Qin Feng chuckled and rubbed her head with his hand. Lu Shui felt that she could no longer let out her words. However, there was still doubt in her mind. Qin Feng, with your capability, you could have easily left. Why would you not leave just now? During the battle that took place during midnight yesterday, the 10 extremely skillful bombing shots from him had forced the Beast King to retreat, and the scene was deeply imprinted into the minds of Wang Chun and 2 of the others. Until the next day, those who had witnessed the scene had even taken recordings of Qin Feng. All of them thought that it would be very easy for Qin Feng to leave. However, Qin Feng did the opposite, and he had even come back. They thought that Qin Feng had a crush on the beautiful Lu Shui. However, from what had happened, that seemed to be an invalid assumption. Qin Feng looked toward the crowd. All of them were carefully observing him. They were glad that Qin Feng was powerful, and at the same time, they also had fear within them. They were afraid that they would be left with no support after Qin Feng had left. Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Feng. Let's assume that this is an appreciation for Uncle Lu, who has taken the risk to make the verdant Emperor's saber for me. Qin Feng replied. Uncle Lu did not demand for any compensation when he made the verdant Emperor's saber. Furthermore, he could have remained within the safe basement and waited for aid to arrive. It was Qin Feng who had exposed him to the risk when he brought him outside. Lu Jinshan was touched by the reason behind it and felt a little embarrassed. No, Qin Feng. You are the one who has brought my daughter back, and I have yet to thank you for that. I could not be more thankful for your help. Lu Jinshan replied. Qin Feng muttered for a short while as he did not know how to reply, and he continued with his point. Other than this, I do have a colony that requires talents of all sorts, and I would like to recruit Uncle Lu that is well equipped with his skills. At that moment, not only Lu Jinshan, the others were all shocked. A colony? Wouldn't that be similar to Shirtianhai? It would indeed be seen as inappropriate by others for him to recruit from other colonies. However, Lu Jinshan's skills were only average, and Lu Shui was the reason behind his achievements. What had Qin Feng seen in Lu Jinshan? It had caught everyone by surprise. However, Qin Feng was firm in his judgment. Lu Jinshan's skills were only average? In reality, it was Lu Jinshan that had been used to the simple way of life for him and his family, and did not push himself for any improvements. If he were to leave Han Town, losing both his daughter and Xiao Yin, he would then seek to become stronger and might even grow into a highly skilled rune equipment master. It was the opportunity and willingness to improve that were lacking in Lu Jinshan. Well, Lu Jinshan was left speechless. Uncle Lu, the situation has changed for the fallen Han Town, and it will not be the same even if there were another replacement of space stabilizing device. And there will not be much room for development. Why not leave with me? And I will fulfill all of your will, including wealth and safety for your entire life. Lu Jinshan was magically intrigued with Qin Feng's speech. Although Lu Jinshan could not figure out the reason, he had a very good impression toward the young Qin Feng since they met each other. It was as if both of them had known each other for years, and he was a trustworthy person to him. Lu, why are you still hesitating? I do agree with Brother Qin. Xiao Yin urged on. If Qin Feng did not have his answer now, he might even leave immediately with frustration. Who else would be left to provide protection for them? Furthermore, Qin Feng was right about what he said. Lu Jinshan took the offer and nodded firmly. Brother Qin, I will honor your high hopes on me, and from now on, I will serve you with all I can. Qin Feng let out a smile and replied, Uncle Lu, I was not asking for that much, but I am glad that you can come with me. Qin Feng felt even more assured now that he had a partner that he had before his rebirth. He had wanted change on some of the things. However, fate was not in favor for him, just like Zhou Hao. He had also wanted some of the things to remain, as those were the inseparable close ties that he had from the past, just like Lu Jinshan. Now, everything has developed for the better. Well, Qin Feng, are you going to lead us away from here now? Lu Shui forced herself to ask. Qin Feng replied without putting much thought to it. I'll leave it to Uncle Lu to decide. Lu Jinshan replied spontaneously. Qin Feng, you had a long night of battle. Let's rest for now and leave that for later. Indeed, Qin Feng was exhausted from the battle that he had with the Beast King. Whether he was an A-tier ability user or an F-tier before he was reborn, it would be equally taxing for him to challenge a Beast King or a Beast General. All right, Qin Feng agreed. After he had something to eat, he found a spot for him to rest. It was in the hotel right in front that provided a comfortable resting place with a few mattresses. Xiaobai lay down beside Qin Feng and wrapped herself around him as she slept together with him. The others were afraid that they would disturb the both of them who were asleep together and went to another room. After about 2 hours of sleep, Qin Feng was awakened by a sudden scream. Qin Feng opened his eyes and observed the surroundings carefully. He expanded his consciousness to check if there were any danger. In the next moment, Qin Feng frowned. Qin Feng was able to sense from his conscious energy that the scream came from the basement. It was from those people that were brought along by Lu Shui. They were all running out together, and the reason was unknown. When Qin Feng met with Lu Shui to bring her back, he had already encountered some plow worms and killed them. Yet, it was obvious that that was not all of them. The people that ran out had caught the attention of the plow worms. Therefore, the unfortunate ones were hunted down and eaten by the plow worms. While the people were screaming and hiding, Qin Feng had felt the same presence from his conscious energy. Lu Shui. Sight, from conscious energy, represented perception. Being an F-tier, Lu Shui had a different level of physical sturdiness and conscious energy fluctuation from the others. Therefore, Qin Feng could easily recognize her within a short time. Qin Feng's expression instantly reflected that something bad was about to happen. Apart from Lu Shui, he was able to sense the presence of another beast general plow worm. Geez, why can't things go right for once? Qin Feng immediately opened the door. At the same time, He Ling and the others were also standing in front of the door and not knowing whether or not to knock on Qin Feng's door. Mr. Qin. He Ling was delighted and looked at Qin Feng. It is Lu Shui that. I'm aware. Qin Feng frowned and asked with an irritated voice, what is she doing down there? Wang Chun immediately continued. We were discussing about leaving as soon as you are awake. However, it seems that Lu Shui has passed on the news to the others, and many of the survivors nearby are heading toward us, as they thought that it would be more advantageous by combining forces with us during our breakout. Qin Feng reacted with a sneer. Combining forces? Aren't they afraid of being eaten up by the worms? Some of them were aptitude users while some of them were merely ordinary people. It was not that Qin Feng was not willing to save them, but he did not like being forced to do something. That was why Lu Shui went down? Does she have an excessive sense of righteousness or what? He Ling and Zhao Xiang were unable to answer Qin Feng's questions. They themselves disagreed with Lu Shui's decision to go down, hence, they did not follow her. However, they realized that it was also inappropriate for them to ignore and not save Lu Shui. Wang Chen added on promptly, that's right. Waiters from the hotel told me that those are the uncivilized people that came later and disrespected the Lu family after they have arrived. They know who owns the place, yet they are so shameless to the point where they want Lu Shui to rescue them now. It's because they are all wealthy people. Qin Feng replied without any emotions. Lu Shui was one of them when the crowd escaped from Central Square, and most of them in that crowd were influential people that sounded arrogant by nature. This kind of behavior and attitude stemmed from the thinking that they were not like the poor. Those that were poor would not speak to Lu Shui in that manner. While Lu Shui might seem arrogant from her behavior, she was actually excessively compassionate to the others with her empathy and desire to help others, which was why those people had requested that Lu Shui go and bring them along. Then, Mr. Qin, should we still rescue Lu Shui? He Ling asked. Whereas, Wang Chen said, I do think that Lu Shui would be able to handle it herself and she does not need us. We would not want to be involved in it, although there might be more casualties without our aid. Wang Chun might have sounded selfish with his thoughts. However, it was the best option for the moment. As Han Town had already fallen and was facing difficulties in sustaining itself, there should be no other resources to provide aid for the others. Furthermore, Qin Feng might be very capable in battle. However, would that be enough? It would always be easier to kill than to save others, and Qin Feng might not even be able to cope with it. The situation would be even more dire if I choose not to go. However, with her behavior, she could only be in logistics once she has joined my colony. Qin Feng was extremely agitated by the situation. He went along the safe passage and arrived at the basement. There were more than 20 of them that were in the chaos, joined by 3 plow worms. while another plowworm beast general was wreaking havoc amidst the crowd. Although the plowworms might seem to be large in size, however, they were merely G5 tier. Qin Feng was still low in attack power as he had just woken up, yet he was still able to kill a G3 tier Razorfang infant with his calm and coordinated moves. The large number of people, combined with the rebirth of Qin Feng, if a G5 tier plowworm were to be surrounded by 5 people, Lu Shui would be able to go for an easily secured kill. However, all of them were scattered and had run as far as they could, while one of them that was being chased by the plowworm was running toward Lu Shui and intended to divert the plowworm to chase after her. At that moment, Lu Shui was caught in an inseparable battle with a G8 tier beast general. Obviously, the beast general was unable to take her down as she was a full tier higher than her opponent, and she just needed a little more time, and she would eventually take down and kill the beast. Qin Feng stood at the entrance of the safe passage without any emotions while he raised up the energy gun in his hand. Poof! A blue light ray appeared along with an explosion and hit onto one of the people who was escaping. Ah! A miserable scream was heard before the person fell on the ground. Immediately, a plowworm rushed forward and devoured the human into its stomach with its mouth opened wide. Then, the plowworm twisted its body and penetrated back into the ground. One human was enough to keep the plowworm satisfied. It would then move to a safe place to swallow its food. Furthermore, the plowworm would not dare to stay near any longer as ultra beasts would be fearful toward the presence of Qin Feng. They would immediately escape. Lu Shui was still caught in a battle as she saw the movements from Qin Feng. Her eyes immediately widened like she wanted to say something. However, she did not have enough time to say anything to Qin Feng and could only increase the speed of her hand movements. Ice palm. A palm that was icy cold hit onto the body of the plowworm. Lu Shui performed a deadly hit and continued to release her internal strength. Frozen ice. A big patch of white ice had frozen the body of the plowworm. Ice break. The plowworm took another hit from the palm, and its frozen body shattered into pieces. The beast general plowworm had died. Before Lu Shui could gather up the loot, she turned around and looked at Qin Feng with anger. What were you doing? Why would you harm that person? Why would I harm that person? Qin Feng looked at Lu Shui. Don't you know what he was about to do? Lu Shui was well aware of it. Although it might be seen as inappropriate at that moment, he was just an ordinary human being that was trying to save himself. That could never justify sending him to his death. Furthermore, if you intend to help, shouldn't you just take a shot at the plowworm and kill it instead? Why would you kill that person? Do you know that this would be equivalent to killing the innocent? You might even be charged at court for this. Qin Feng let out a sneer. The court? Who would put a charge on me? Would it be you? With your position as the leader of the patrol team that has already been demolished? You should mind your own business. Lu Shui was being insulted directly by Qin Feng, and she could feel that her cheeks had turned red. You are acting inhumane. Qin Feng looked at Lu Shui in disdain. Being humane and allowing the people around you to set you onto the path toward death? At that moment, those that had run away had returned, and there were 5 deaths from the battle earlier on, while the lucky ones that had survived looked at Qin Feng with fear. All of them had witnessed the scene earlier. Qin Feng looked at them without any emotions and pointed his energy gun at them. I don't know how you all forced Lu Shui to come back for you, but with this kind of behavior, I would assume that your secondary mandatory education has been wasted. If you don't know how to use a gun, then you run for your life. If you don't even know how to do that properly, your ending would be the same as his. Qin Feng pointed his energy gun toward the giant hole where the plowworm had just left. I'm not an aptitude user from Han Town, and I don't have the responsibility to protect all of you. For those who are going to continue acting greedy for their own survival and not care about the big picture, be prepared to be fed to the worms. You'd be doing us a favor since everyone would be safe once the worms are well fed. Qin Feng sounded very harsh with his words. The shot that was fired earlier was actually an implied warning to the others. Those who were observing were frightened. They found out that the escape would be led by Qin Feng moving forward. He did not have much compassion and was different from Lu Shui. However, the people had seen hope from his capability earlier. Lu Shui seemed to be in disagreement while tears had already rounded the rim of her eyes. Her body was trembling. Qin Feng did not have any compassion for them. And you? Do you think that you are invincible just because you are an aptitude user? Stop seeking for your own death, or else I will stop rescuing you. I only came down here because I respect Uncle Lu. Qin Feng turned around and left after saying so. The others saw the situation and immediately followed Qin Feng. None of them went to comfort Lu Shui. Lu Shui looked as if she were lost as she looked up to the sky with tears rolling down from the corners of her eyes. Was I wrong? Was it wrong for her to save the others? Why would this happen to her? Do you want to die? Why are you not following? Qin Feng roared in anger from the front. Immediately, Lu Shui reacted and followed up as she did not even have time to address her sad emotions. Qin Feng was irritated as he frowned deeply. What a maverick, such a busybody. Qin Feng ignored Lu Shui and continued to walk toward the forge with an agitated expression. There were about 15 people that were following Qin Feng, and the waiters from the hotel saw them as soon as they regrouped with Lu Zhinshan. And immediately, the waiters had on an irritated expression. Qin Feng said, "Uncle Lu, distribute the weapons to them. Ask them, if they are not good with guns, save the hassle and replace it with knives." Lu Zhinshan nodded. "All right, you can be rest assured. I am aware of that." There were only 3 among them that were given guns by Lu Zhinshan, while his own staff were handed huge-sized weapons as they were all familiar with weapons from their frequent visits to the equipment store. Before Qin Feng even had time to rest, sounds of battle ensued once more. It was from the front of the equipment store. Obviously, as mentioned by Wang Chun, they were those that wanted to join the escape. "All of you hold the defense here, and I will head out to scout." "All right, Mr. Qin, be careful. Stay here, Bai Li. Lu Shui, follow me," Qin Feng commanded. All right." Lu Shui followed Qin Feng, although she could not understand the reason behind it. Bai Li nodded and looked at the newcomers that had just joined. "All of you have an obvious smell that would be easily detected by the worms. You can either wash it off or apply some of the beast-repelling powder." Those were none other than the smell of their excretions. It was because they had gone through the night in the underground basement that was in chaos and without any order, or else they would not have heard about the news and thought of leaving the shelter. After all, the underground basement was not like the public bunkers readily available under giant malls. The people were furious and embarrassed as they looked at Bai Li, yet they were afraid to voice out against her. From the video recordings yesterday, Bai Li did not fight during the battles. However, she was calm and coordinated during every escape or battle, as if she was used to it. Furthermore, she was Qin Feng's girlfriend. Hence, all of the people were reluctant to go against Bai Li and could only adhere to the instruction of cleaning up and applying powder. On the other hand, Qin Feng led Lu Shui through a corridor and was moving forward. There were more than 10 people in the equipment store, and among them, 5 were aptitude users with 2 F tiers and 3 G tiers. The remaining ones were equipped with firefighting axes, knives, or guns. At the moment, worms were being attracted into the store, and they were engaged in a fierce and merciless battle. A bloodthirsty beetle flew over when Qin Feng appeared. Bam! A strong blue beam was projected from the energy gun held by Qin Feng, and it pierced through the skull of the bloodthirsty beetle, blasting it away. All of the others were surprised and delighted when they saw Qin Feng. "It's him, Qin Feng, and Leader Lu. We can now be saved." It was as if the crowd had encountered their saviors. Qin Feng remained silent and raised his hand while a fire beam exploded and destroyed worms that were entering into the store within a split second. Although it was their second visible encounter since last night, all of the people were still astonished by Qin Feng's ability. Qin Feng. No, Mr. Qin, Hantown has fallen. Let's break out together with all of our combined forces." An F-tier approached Qin Feng with joy in his eyes. However, that person also came with other intentions. Qin Feng ignored that person and looked at Lu Shui. "How did they know my name?" Lu Shui's face turned pale. It was obviously her that had spread the news. When Qin Feng was asleep earlier, being the leader of the patrol team, Lu Shui insisted on defending Han Town that had already fallen. She comforted the crowd and contacted the Cold Storm Battalion. Now that they were about to attempt a breakout, Lu Shui also wanted to bring along the others. Or else, how would these people come across Qin Feng's name? However, after being scolded by Qin Feng, Lu Shui immediately felt guilty. It was not a problem for Qin Feng to leave with her family. However, how could he protect every one of these people? Qin Feng knew what had happened just by looking at Lu Shue's expression. He laughed coldly. My capability is only for my own use, and I hope you can remember that it should never be taken as your bargaining chip to convey your righteousness. I will take the lead to battle during this breakout, and I will only mind my own business where nobody can request for anything from me. You are not the savior, nor am I a hero. Do you understand me? Qin Feng's warning served as a means to obtain the commanding authority from Lu Shue. After all, these people only knew Lu Shue and respected her more than they did Qin Feng. Qin Feng did not want any of them to have the impression that he was just a pawn that could be easily ordered around to lead any battle. Lu Shue immediately hung her head low and replied, I understand. Only then, Qin Feng acknowledged the few people that had just been rescued. After the conversation, the once delighted group became solemn as they realized that Qin Feng was not all happy about the idea of saving them. Qin Feng was being honest with them. I wanted to break out previously, but I didn't plan on bringing too many people. You people are no different than grubs in the eyes of those insectoids. Having so many bug feed moving at the same time would attract the attention of those insectoids, and I hope you are mentally prepared for that. The Cold Storm Battalion has assembled. My advice for you is to stay and wait for rescue. If we wanted to stay, we wouldn't have come here. Qin. Mr. Qin, I hope you can bring us along. One of the F-tier aptitude users started changing his tone. He did not dare to directly address Qin Feng by his name. At one glance, Qin Feng could see that they were begging him. Listen to my orders then. Qin Feng got them to go to the back and wait for the others. Send out a message to everyone you know. We will attempt a breakout in 1 hour. Follow this route. Qin Feng opened a map of Han Town from his communication device. He drew a route and passed it on to Lu Shue. At first, when she saw the route, Lu Shue was a bit skeptical. But moments later, her eyes lit up. You're going to the orphanage? Do you plan to save those kids? Qin Feng answered calmly. Why else would I take this route? The conditions of the orphanage in Han Town was not much better than Chongbei colonies. In fact, it was much worse. The road leading to the orphanage was very narrow, and it was a far-off distance from the 2 town gates. Going there was an inconvenience. But this would mean that Qin Feng had to take a detour before being able to escape from the town. Still, Qin Feng wanted to go there. Children were the future of this world. Qin Feng himself was an orphan. He knew the helplessness felt by the orphans. If he did not rescue them, no one would. Moreover, they were the most vulnerable group. For a moment there, Lu Shue's feelings were rather jumbled up. I thought that you did not like to help people and treat them as a burden, said Lu Shue. You thought correctly. They are a burden. Qin Feng was referring to those who were underground. However, Lu Shue obviously misunderstood him. She was no longer afraid of Qin Feng. She even thought that Qin Feng's stern appearance was but a mask to conceal his true, kind self. Thank you so much, Qin Feng. Lu Shue was grateful. Qin Feng felt that Lu Shue had misunderstood something, but he did not care to explain. More people started to make their way over in the next hour. Furthermore, some even messaged saying that they would wait along the route for Qin Feng's team. But those who were far away from them started crying for help. They were hoping that Qin Feng and his men would go to their locations. But Qin Feng ignored them all. Luckily, Lu Shue was not foolish enough to announce the details of Qin Feng's communication device. Qin Feng would have strangled her to death. But now, Lu Shue was put in a bind. Time's up. Get ready to depart. Qin Feng gave the order. Within the hour, 200 people had reached Qin Feng's location. They were all from around there. There were even people who were hiding inside their hotel rooms that were not found by the bloodthirsty beetles. Hence, there were quite a number of people who could fight in the team. There were a total of 13 F-tier aptitude users and 30 over G-tier aptitude users. The rest were common folks. But that would be sufficient. 10 people in one group. Each F-tier aptitude user will take 3 G-tiers and 7 civies with you. Qin Feng gave the order. It was a matter of life and death. The people were fast to move. The 13 F-tier aptitude users received the order from Qin Feng. They went on to pick their team members. But of course, if fights were to break out later, they would not be able to take care of all of them. If the civilians could not keep up with them, that would be their fate. I'm only going to say this once. Later, when more people join our group, be sure to maintain formation. Aptitude users should form an outside perimeter while the civies stay inside. I will only be killing the beast soldiers, generals, or a large batch of F-tier insectoids. Keep all your mouths shut. Do not scream or yell. If you can't do it, tape your mouth. Although Qin Feng was stern in his speech, it was for their own good. One of the mothers asked for tape to seal her daughter's mouth before doing hers. Her eyes were filled with determination. They could not stay here. They had to break out. Qin Feng took a glance at that mother. He then pointed at her. "You're in my team." The mother was startled as she obviously did not think that Qin Feng would choose her. After all, Qin Feng was the most powerful existence in the whole group. Other than Qin Feng, there were Wang Chun, Lu Jinshan, his wife, for storekeepers, and the pair of mother and daughter. There were 10 people in the group. As for why there were 2 F-tier aptitude users in the group, it was because of Lu Jinshan and his wife. Qin Feng could not allow any harm to come to them. "Let's go." Qin Feng raised his hand. He led the charge out of the hotel. The surrounding insectoids had been cleared by Qin Feng. It was safe to go outside. But 1 or 2 insectoids that popped up were quickly decimated by the rest of the people. As long as it was not some kind of unanticipated event, aptitude users were, after all, aptitude users. Their level of strength was enough to handle the current situation. However, in moments of retreat, there were bound to be accidents. Death or injury was inevitable. Buzz. A group of black insectoids appeared from a corner. It was the infamous bloodthirsty beetle. These beetles could reach up to F tier. They were also capable of flying. They could smell the scent of fresh blood from a kilometer away. Those who were wounded in the battlefield were like delicacies giving off a great aroma. The group beetles swarmed at them. There were almost 30 over-beetles in the swarm. The insectoid that led the charge was a bloodthirsty beetle beast general that stood at 2 meters tall. There were also 3 1.5-meter tall beast soldiers among their ranks. No matter the beasts, once they got to a certain level, their strength and speed would increase dramatically. They were no match for an ordinary human being. The 1.5-meter tall insectoid was almost the same size as a human. They had the power to deliver an instant kill on an F-tier aptitude user. Qin Feng was riding on the Umbra Stallion. He placed his hand on the handle of the saber on his waist and unsheathed the verdant Emperor saber. The sword gave out a mesmerizing golden shine. A huge burst of flame followed immediately. The Umbra Stallion leapt into the sky as if it were hovering midair to meet the bloodthirsty beetle beast general. Flash! At the draw of the sword, the indestructible verdant Emperor sword carried a fiery glitter with it and chopped toward the insectoid. Before the beast general could react, it had already been sliced into 2 by Qin Feng. Another cross slash by Qin Feng's verdant Emperor saber. Blooming flame. The fire opened up into a fan shape, sucking up the bloodthirsty beetles that were in midair. The burnt, bloodthirsty beetle let out an agonizing buzz. In an instant, they were turned into char and fell out from the sky. Qin Feng attacked once again. After a few more times, the swarm of pursuing bloodthirsty beetles had been reduced by half. A few of the beetles charged into the crowd to evade Qin Feng's attacks. A moment of chaos ensued among the crowd. Luckily, the beetles were quickly slain by the F-tier aptitude users. As such, the team continued to move forward. But there were too many insectoids. They had only managed to cross 3 streets in 1 hour. Normally, it would only take 10 minutes. Along the path, there were people who joined the group. In the buildings on both sides of the street, people were even waving at them with bedsheets. "Save me. Help. There are insectoids below us. We can't get out. Don't go. Why are you leaving? Bastard. Are you just going to leave us to die?" When they saw that Qin Feng's team did not stop for them but were charging ahead, their eyes were filled with despair. They threw stuff down from the building angrily, wishing that they would die. Even Lu Shue's communication device was damaged. She was helpless. Wang Chun was escorting Lu Jinshan and his wife. They were quite close to where Lu Shue was. If it were me, I would have destroyed the communication device, or I might end up dead from all the distraction. "I've saved you once, pretty girl. Don't kill me now," Wang Chun complained. Lu Shue's face was pale. She forced a smile. "Thank you. No need. Just stay out of trouble. These people need your protection. It's impossible for our team to clear the buildings. If they don't even have the courage to come down, then it's out of our hands as well." As Wang Chun spoke, he saw a few kids throwing down bedsheets from a building above. The children were climbing down the bedsheets. A swarm of beetles flew toward them, wishing to consume their tender, young flesh. Bam! 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 Wang Chun fired his gun and obliterated the bugs instantly to aid the children's escape. When the city had fallen, only the brave could survive. Qin Feng was clearing the path up ahead. He frowned as he came to a street. "Prepare to detour," Qin Feng said in a low voice. They came to a market in Han Town. There was a constant supply of meat and vegetables in the market. The market contained a large cache of food. When the town fell, the insectoids gathered here at this place. The market was now the insectoids' hive. Furthermore, it was a hive for the ant insectoids. The black steel ants were 20 centimeters in length. Their chitons were similar to steel. There were almost tens of thousands of them around. Qin Feng did not plan to alarm these bugs. Qin Feng led the group away from the hive. But obviously, it was rare to have so many food show up. The ants were not planning on letting Qin Feng and the group go. "Run away, Xiaobai, clear a path for us ahead," Qin Feng yelled. He let the group escape first. "Right? You guys come with me." Bai Li was like a demanding queen. She flew ahead instantly. Some of the fearless insectoids appeared in front of her. Bai Li raised her hand. Before the crowd could notice anything, a white light flashed past their eyes. The insectoids had been sliced in half. Her fingernails were all it took to deal with creatures of this level. She did not need the space blade. Even the F-tier ancient warriors thought that Bai Li was using some kind of claw technique. Although they were rare, there were still people who practiced the skill. Qin Feng, who was riding on top of the Umbra stallion, leapt over the crowd and went to the back of the line. The large army of black steel ants had reached them. The last in line was instantly attacked. Kachuk! A black steel ant chomped on the person's leg with its sharp mandibles. Arg! The man wailed in agony. He had lost a tiny piece of flesh from his feet that had on a pair of slippers. The pain slowed him down. More and more ants were surrounding him. Like a black tsunami, the man was consumed and he fell onto the ground. Within the surging black wave, the man's struggling body turned into a skeleton in an instant. Such was the terror of a bug wave. Qin Feng took a deep breath and his consciousness level drastically expanded. Carpet hellfire. Fu! A fierce patch of scarlet flame appeared in front of Qin Feng. The flame covered an area like a rug. Be it the fire that had torched the insectoids within the hotel or the hellfire that consumed the whole street on the previous day, hellfire had evolved along with Qin Feng's gradual mastery of the ability. It had now developed into a powerful new ability. Carpet hellfire was the official name given by Qin Feng. Like a carpet from hell, the black steel ants were like walking over hellfire. They were torched by the flame and perished instantly. Carpet hellfire spanned for 50 meters, putting the street into a lockdown. 50 meters away, even the legion of black steel ants did not dare to give chase. Qin Feng saw that there were some other items on the street that would fuel his flames. If he did not collect back his fire runes, the flame could still last for another 5 minutes. It was enough to stop the black steel ant army. He quickly rode his Umbra stallion to get ahead of the team. Once again, a gigantic creature blocked the path of the team. It was the double-headed steelback snail that Qin Feng had encountered before when he was about to escape. The crowd's terror level reached its peak when they saw the humongous creature. Even the F-tier aptitude users were scared to go ahead. There were panicked looks in their eyes, as if they were waiting for Qin Feng to return. Splash! A wave of liquid had sealed off the path. The crowd retreated frantically. It was a steelback snail's ability that was strongly corrosive. The effect of coming into contact with the liquid was similar to touching a strong acid. Only Bai Li remained fearless. The one who should be scared was the double-headed steelback snail instead. After all, Bai Li was a real beast king. But then again, the double-headed steelback snail was an insectoid with low intelligence. It was only capable of taking orders. It had no idea how terrifying Bai Li was and that she had concealed her aura. Bai Li strutted ahead and stepped over the liquid. The people up front looked on anxiously. "Be careful, that's a beast general." She's gonna die, shouldn't we be helping?" "That's Mr. Qin's girlfriend." As the crowd contemplated, Bai Li had already raised both her hands. The white light flashed past them once again. Bzzzt. Blood spattered outward as the steelback snail's severed head rolled down the ground. Bai Li reached out her finger and slashed across the top portion of the two severed heads. She collected the water elemental ability core before moving forward. The crowd who saw the scene in front stared ahead blankly. A black figure went past them at that moment. Qin Feng had already reached their side. What are you standing around for? Go now? Are you going to feed the bugs? After being yelled at by Qin Feng, the team started running once again. They used to think that Han Town was tiny in the past. It was no bigger than the size of a palm with crowded streets and enclosed roads. Now, they felt that Han Town was huge. They were only halfway to their destination after moving for 3 hours, and Qin Feng departed at 1 in the afternoon. After the 3 hours, the crowd was hungry and tired. If they were to continue moving at this pace, the casualties would be much larger. Here, get into this mall. The mall was a large market built in the slums. Now, instead of 200 people, there were 500 to 600 people who had joined Qin Feng's exodus. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.